Hello, 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 hello. Welcome back to the Random Show with I, your host Agostinho. It is a random show with I, your host Agostinho, and it is episode number 148, I think. 148 of the Random Show. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Big up the stream chat. Appreciate all of you hanging in there waiting for me. Appreciate it as per usual. You know what the vibes are. We're here. Random Show business, random show topics, random show rambles, random show rants, and all of that good stuff. So lock in, tune in, do your thing. If it's your first time and you enjoy what you see here and you want to give me a bit of support, make sure you're smashing the like button down below. That's all I ask for. And then, of course, if you want, feel free to participate in the chat. We've got one of the best chats ever in the history or across flipping live streams. Actually, it's probably the best one I've seen because I'm in a lot of live chats. I think some of you guys have seen me in the live chats, right? I consume a lot of flipping YouTube content, probably too much, which is probably why I haven't read as many books as I probably should have this year, because I've been flipping spending way more time, too much time, sorry, on YouTube. But if you do like what you see, definitely make sure you engage in the chat, please, and hang out with the lovely people in the chat who make this stream worthwhile doing, innit? Because as good as it is me doing on my own, it's probably better when I do it with people and we're all here having a great time. So big up the stream chat, big up everybody here. I appreciate every single one of yous. It's always a pleasure and never a chore to be here with you, innit? And always a pleasure, never a chore. It's been a bit of a mad one, to be fair, because for me, I have been not in the best of mood because United obviously lost against Bayern Munich. Tight game on the result side of things, but if you watch the game, you would know it wasn't a tight game at all. It probably threw up way more questions than answers, and it just essentially just made me feel like shit. So I'm a little bit down about that sort of stuff. So I'm just gonna go right on in and talk about things that's not to do with football, and I'm gonna try and get my mood up on that thing. I mean, I want to try and laugh at other people. I'm gonna try and laugh at Brendan to make myself feel good. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be ultra toxic today. Toxicity levels will be sky high toxic, sky high toxic king today, okay? Because I'm fed up of my own team, so I'm going to take it out on Brendan and Brian Callen. And Luis J. Gomez too. We're going to talk about the Luis J. Gomez shit. He fired one of his head producers. And we're going to talk a little bit about that drama because that's been funny to watch on the outside. It's interesting to see, in it, like Luis J. Gomez is basically the same as Brendan Schaub. The same thing. They're all the same. All these guys are all the same, man. It's fucking hilarious. But I do feel bad for the guy though, because I'm always on the side of the workers. You know, you see Luis J. Gomez out here going on vacation 7 times a year, acting like Billy Big Balls, and then when he gets called out for not paying people well, all of a sudden he's a small business owner. I'm just a small business owner. Well, stop acting like you're fucking Billy Big Balls then. Stop going on like you're the head of Netflix when you run fucking Gas fucking Digital. That's why I kept laughing at the name and the idea behind it, like Gas Digital, you know. Anyone paying for that shit, like, you have to be a real fan to pay for that stuff. You have to be a real fan of these comedians to pay. Like, I'm not gonna lie, even if Rogan back in the day decided to what was that crew that Rogan did? What were they called again? What they call, like, the Deaf Assassins? What was it called? Do you remember Rogan had a crew? It was like him, Joey. Like, it was like, that's what they were called. Is it the Deaf Assassins? Something Ninjas? That's it. Death Squad. That's it. Call it Death Squad. Even if Rogan did Death Squad live stream, right? He did a Death Squad network. I wouldn't pay. And he had far better people that I would maybe be interested in terms of Tom Segura, BERT, KREISCHER, Joey Diaz. You know, maybe Tom Papa will be involved in there now. Well, obviously not then, but nowadays, because he's collection with Joe would probably have a pretty decent list of people that you could maybe trust in terms of podcasts and stuff to listen to. But the Gas Digital guys, outside of Lewis or Louis or however you fucking pronounce his name, who else would you want to listen to on there? Outside of Legion of Skanks, really, no one else. Do you know what I mean? Even Real House Podcast, that's only good because Luis J. Gomez is on there and he's got like a rotating crew of people. And the other fat dude, what's his name? The one that looks like a marshmallow. I forgot his name. What's his fucking name? I don't know. But those two guys are really good. But apart from that, there's no one else on that station I'd want to listen to on that network. So I never really understood the appeal of that whole network. I never got it, to be fair. But again, the fans are the one that give them all that love and appreciation. And if anything, I think I think obviously Gas Digital was a bit shit, but I like Legion of Skanks and Real Ass Podcast. When I see the clips here and there, I enjoy it. But I think they probably should have just focused in on just doing Real Ass Podcast, Legion of Skanks, and Skankfest. Maybe try and do Skankfest more regularly, or make it like a touring show. That would have been something good to do. All the other things about trying to become a network and stuff is insane, especially when no one is going to tune into the rest of them. Because I would assume, like any big network, the top 1 to 2% of their shows is what basically pays for everything. I would assume, like everything, right? I would assume the top 1-2 shows pay for everything. So the rest of the shows are just bleeding money, or they're fan service, or they're there to help out. What you call it? Or they're there to help out the actors or themselves, or the comedians themselves who are on there. Maybe, I don't really know. Who knows? What should you do? Yeah, let's jump into the show. Let's not waste any more time. Big up the stream chat. I appreciate all of you in here. Let me shout you guys out. Let me shout out Le Potter Main. Appreciate it, my guy. Big up Joe. Big up Koiler. Big up Carl Hungus. Jordan Ray. Scar Lux. Robert Minnis, I see you there. Eddie D. J Alexander, I see you. Big up Bear Nips. Love that name. Big up I'm with English. Big up Quesod Moses, my G. Big up Kevin Cornell. Cheese Food, I see you here as well. Lucid Footwear and Clothing, big up you, my G. Big up Cable Who. Austin Casey, of course. How could I forget? Cloud K20. Eric C's here as well. Fucking hell, Eric C. Always here to fucking rain on my parade. Whenever I'm feeling low, Eric C and his Man City hearts, sorry, he always comes in and reminds me just how far my team has fallen. So big up Eric C, I appreciate you. Gamebred Footballer, sorry, I see you. Tyler Ghost, all of you guys in the chat, I appreciate you. Stinger Goo, see you earlier as well. Thank you for joining, man. Thank you for joining. Appreciate ya. Okay, cool. So let's jump on in. When I saw this headline, you know, it reminded me a little bit of. I got to change the second screen. It reminded me a little bit of what's his face of Brian Callen. When I saw this, it reminded me so much of Brian Callen. Boom, there we go. Yeah, when I saw this, it reminded me a lot of Brian Callen. This headline: Spanish court throws out Rubiales pre-kiss defamation lawsuit. So if you would have known, this guy was one of the head of the Spanish FA, and he did that whole kissing of the women's footballer when they went to live the World Cup, right? And obviously a lot of stuff happened since then. He's been fired, blah, 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 blah. But in the heat of that whole thing, he tried to sue for defamation, even though he was the sexual assaulter. You know what I mean? So that's what reminded me a lot of Callen, because Callen at one time, when he was accused of rape by that lady, he tried to sue her husband, because her husband was basically doing what husbands do and defending her and basically, you know, standing up for her on social media. And he decided to, and I was thinking to myself, is Callen stupid? Like, does he not know this is going to make it worse? How can you be trying to sue the husband of your rape accuser? Just let it go. Ignore the guy. You don't need to fucking sue him. It was just such a dumb thing to do. He ended up dropping the case anyway, but such a stupid thing. The article says a Spanish court has dismissed a lawsuit by disgraced ex-Soccer Federation chief Luis Rubiales against coach Javier Clemente, who had called Rubiales a dangerous and ambitious guy seeking to get rich, qualifying his statements as free speech. So the coach of the women's football team, who's now been fired, by the way, that's why I think we should all give ourselves a pat on the back, in whatever, especially if you live in the UK or you live in the US. Look at how backwards Spain is, right? A woman gets sexually assaulted on TV. She gets an unwanted kiss. A person who's in a position of power kisses her without her consent. She complains about it. The Spanish FA backs the person who did the assault, right? Then the coach for the team stands up for a player and says, the guy that did the kiss is a dangerous and ambitious guy seeking to get rich. Not crazy comments, just, you know, standing up for their player. That coach gets sacked before the person that did the assault. So, you know, we have our issues in the UK and the US, but think about how backwards some other countries are and how far behind they are in terms of becoming a little bit more progressive and waking up to these sort of issues, where they legitimately think it's perfectly okay to like kiss a women's footballer live on air, even if they don't want it, because it's just banter. It's part of the game. In the ruling seen by Reuters on Monday, dated September 1st, amid an unrelated scandal over RUBIALES' behaviour at the Women's World Cup last month, the Madrid court said that they were dealing with the pure exercise of a right to freely express an opinion about a person who moreover is a public figure. The ruling can be appealed. RUBIALES declined to comment, and Clemente, who was the Spanish national team coach during the 1990s, was not available to comment. RUBIALES sued Clemente in 2022 after the outspoken coach said in an interview that RUBIALES' goal was to make a fortune. At August 20th medal ceremony following the Sydney, RUBIALES grabbed the player Jenny Hermoso in the head and kissed her on the lips, triggering a furore over sexism in Spanish sport and society. Absolutely crazy. And you know what makes this interesting? What makes it more interesting? I read again. This guy, the one that did the kiss, you know what makes it super funny? For some reason, this guy has got double-digit IQ. So he goes and sexually assaults that woman. Super dumb. I still think, in my really naive, optimistic brain, I think if you would apologize quickly enough and made it seem sincere at least, and been very apologetic about what happened, explained it like it was only a heat of the moment thing, it wasn't premeditated, I didn't mean it, I'm really sorry, go and meet the player directly and try and work out your issues, I think he would have been able to keep his job. But because he was so arrogant about it and he refused to apologize, refused to see anything wrong that he did, that's why he got punished. But you know what makes it weird? What makes it funny? Hear this. He's divorced and he's paying alimony. Does that remind you of somebody? It reminds me of Brian Callen. He's divorced and paying alimony, and now that he's been fired from his job, he had to sell his apartment to pay for the legal fees. So he's gone from being one of the most highly regarded people in Spanish society, you would imagine, right? Being the head of the FA, you're somewhat wealthy, or not wealthy, you're rich, you got some money in your pocket, you got a really influential, powerful position. Now he got fired, and he has to sell his house to pay for his fucking legal fees because he's now being sued, obviously. Can you imagine how dumb he is? All he had to do was say sorry quickly and he would have kept his job and he would have been okay. Or he would have been able to quit on his own volition, right? He had to quit on his own terms. Now he's out here on his own walking to court. I could not believe that was a thing. He's actually divorced. Imagine being that dumb. Imagine being that dumb to do that when you're divorced and you got alimony to pay. Like, I can't imagine. And if I'm not mistaken, his kids are many years, not many, but maybe 5 years younger than 18. So he's got a long time to pay those fucking alimony fees. It's fucking insane. And then, of course, we've got a little update here on video to play for you, and then we'll continue. This is courtesy of France 24 English. That gives a bit more background because now, unfortunately, the Spanish team are now being forced by the Spanish FA to play, because they all threatened. They all basically went on strike and said unless they change things in the Spanish FA concerning them, they're not going to play again. So they've now all been forced to play for the Spanish women's team because they said if they don't play, they're all going to get fined. And because they're not playing at the moment, they're not making money, so they kind of have to play. So they all turned up to go and, you know, represent their country, but they're obviously not happy about it. I'll play the clip for you now. Whoopsie, I didn't get the sound on. Dummy. There you go. Oh, let's do it one more time. There you go. Here. Boom.
It was looking to be an almost empty meeting, but in the end, 6 players turned up at a hotel in Madrid. The only words came from forward Ateneo del Castillo, the only one of the 6 not on strike.
I've already said everything I wanted to say in my statement. I said I was going to be here, so thank you, everyone.
Even the head coach refused to give any details about the situation.
Isn't that hilarious? They fired the head coach who was backing up their players. He was a man, big, good dude. But then they want to hire this woman for optics to make it seem like they're being progressive and forward thinking. So I feel even sad for the woman coach because she's now being used as a political and societal pawn. They're using her also to make it seem like they're fixing the issue when they're really not. The fact that they have to force these women to play football is fucking crazy, man. It's so it's giving Handmaid's Tale. Was it Handsmaid? Yeah, I think it's Handmaid's Tale.
I'm sorry, but we're not going to talk.
Newly appointed coach Montse Tomé took players by surprise on Monday when she named the 23-player squads, which included 20 players who'd already declared that they were on strike. While the head of the country's football federation, Luis Rubiales, ended up resigning after he kissed forward Jenny Hermoso on the lips during the team's World Cup celebrations. Players want to see more reforms within the federation, but they could face fines of up to €30,000 and a suspension of their federation's licence should they not turn up to training.
Jenny Hermoso, we stand with you, maybe. We stand with you, lady.
The government wants the Spanish team to be able to play its games. We want there to be changes, for them to be quick, for the confidence of the players to be restored, and most importantly, what we want is to see them play and see them win.
The players' boycott is set to affect their upcoming Nations League games this week. Montse Tomé plans to announce her squad for their fixtures against Sweden and Switzerland on Friday.
Okay, there we go. And then we got another update here courtesy of, I think it's this one from BR Sports, and it says Spanish women's team will end their national team boycott after the Spanish Federation agreed to make immediate and profound changes. 2 players of the 23 called up to the squad, Patri Girago and Mapi Leon, decided to leave the team training camp as needed to see the process of change, but it will face no punishment. So it's obviously proof that striking does work. It does actually work. There needs to be solidarity with it. You all need to agree to it and to kind of abstain for a while, but in the end, the strike that they all went on has worked and they've got the necessary changes that they need. All the creeps are kind of, well, not all the creeps, but the creep that specifically tried to kiss one of them on stage is gone, and now they can kind of continue on doing what needs to be done. So big up the Spain women's national team. And then I guess that's it actually for that. Yeah, that's it for that one. So hopefully everything kind of works out for them and everything that happens over there. So big up the Spain national or women's team for that one. Yeah, big up let me actually like this before it disappears. Big up High Def, appreciate you. Let me let it load up and it comes through my thing, and then we can continue. Bear with me a second. I spoke about that. I spoke about this. Yes, I did. Let's go over here. Bish bash bosh. Booty booty boom, booty booty boom. Ezzy, to help you feel better, I would like to extend my frustration and guilt over you being oppressed as a black DJ. Big up Sarlux, appreciate you. Let's start marching for unemployed black DJs. That's what we need. We need a march for the unemployed black DJs, please. Let's start a hashtag or something, a march or whatever. Let's do it, please, man. We need it. We need a bit of that. I need a march. I need a march, man. I need a march. Big up High Def, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat.
Thanks for all the streams. It's definitely the best background podcast.
Yeah. Big up Austin Casey.
Have you seen that Jordan Jensen 30-minute special on YouTube? It's actually really funny and I barely ever find female comedians funny.
Okay, big up both of you. First of all, High Def, appreciate you for the super chat. Thank you, sir. That's always my intention. That's always my hope. I've always said I think the best indicator of a good podcast is something that you can listen to in the background and not run over to try and change. Because when it's shit, it's shit. When it's good, right? So I'm happy that you guys like it and you can listen to it in the background. I don't care if you're not tuning in all the time, if you've got it on mute. Just having me around in the back is actually good because it means it's actually good enough to kind of occupy your space. Because sometimes when stuff is annoying and it's not good, you just want to turn it off. So that's always been my goal, to create the best background listening podcast that ever existed. Not be too annoying, not be too crazy, but also be enough to kind of keep you guys entertained. So thank you, I appreciate that. Austin Casey, no, I haven't seen the Jordan Jensen special, but I want to watch it next. So I'm going to save it for the next pod. Okay, so it's coming. That's coming. So I'm gonna watch that in full. We've got some other stuff to watch, but I'm gonna watch it in full. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna watch it all in full together. But I've heard good things about it too. Wasn't she recently on Adam Friedland podcast? I think she was on there, right? So I'm gonna check that out. So yeah, thank you, Austin Casey, and big up High Def. Appreciate both of you guys. Moving on from that one, I want to give a big get well soon to one of my favorite artists out there, actually somebody I listened to a lot back in the day, but I've listened to it in a while, but still somebody I kind of check for all the time because his albums are always so they're so well done. They're so like cohesive. They put you in such a great mood. They basically remind me of like great driving albums if I could actually drive. SUFJAN Stephen, he's actually going through a bit of an issue now at the moment, medically. So I really want to give a shout out to him. But he posted this on his Instagram recently. So big up SUFJAN Stevens, and I really do hope that you get well soon, because this sounds pretty gnarly, man. So get well soon, SUFJAN Stevens. But he says the following: "Hi friends, quick update on my life. I'm very excited about having music to share, but I just wanted to let you know that one of the reasons why I haven't been able to participate in press and promotion leading up to the release of Javelin is because I'm in hospital. Last month I woke up one morning and I couldn't walk. My hands, arms and legs were numb, tingling, and I had no strength, no feeling, no mobility. My brother drove me to the ER, and after a series of tests, MRIs, EMGs, CAT scans, x-rays, spinal taps, echocardiograms, the neurologist diagnosed me with an autoimmune disorder called Guillain-Barré syndrome. Guillain-Barré syndrome. Or Barry, I don't know how you pronounce that, Guillain-Barré syndrome. Luckily, there's a treatment for this. They administer immunohemoglobin infusions for 5 days and pray the disease doesn't spread to its lungs, hearts and brain. Very scary, but it worked. I spent about 2 weeks in med / surgery, stuck in the bed while my doctors did all the things they can to keep me alive and stay above my condition. I owe them my life. On September 8th, I was transferred to an acute rehab when I'm now undergoing intensive physical therapy, occupational therapy, and intensive physical and strength training to get back my body in shape, to learn to walk again. This guy couldn't walk, bro. He has to learn to walk. Fucking hell, man. It's a slow process, but they say we'll recover. I will recover, sorry. It just takes a long time, patience and hard work. Most people who have GBS learn to walk again on their own within a year, so I'm hopeful. I'm only in my 2nd week of rehab, but it's going really well, and I'm really working hard to get back on my feet. I'm committed to getting better. I'm in good spirits, and I'm surrounded by a really great team. I want to be well. I will keep you posted as I progress. Thank you for all your thoughts and prayers, and a huge shout out to the incredible caretakers of the world, working night and day to help us heal. They are living saints. Be well, be joyful, stay sane, stay safe. I love you. Yours and truly, from a wheelchair, SUFJAN Stevens." Fucking hell, bro. Get well soon, flipping SUFJAN Stevens. I really do hope you get well soon. I'll be playing, what's it flipping called? The dress, yeah, that's the one. The dress looks nice on you. That's one of my favorite tracks, actually, from SUFJAN Stevens from back in the day. So I'll be playing that in your honor, probably as an outro. If I don't get copyright striked on this stream, I'm going to be playing The Dress Looks Nice on You by SUFJAN Stevens, one of my favorite fucking songs from him. So yeah, get well soon, SUFJAN Stevens. Absolute madness, bro. Absolute madness. Imagine being an artist like he is, right? A touring artist. You know, you sing and you make music for your living, and then suddenly you cannot walk. You just wake up one day and you can't walk. Like, can you imagine how scary that must be? So yeah, get well soon, bro, guy. Get well soon. Next on the list, I made a meme. What do you guys think of my meme skills, right? I made a meme, and I made a question, a little question meme. What do you guys think? I want you guys to vote in the chat, and you have to vote with P or C. Who works harder, P or C? Who works harder, right? Podcasters or chefs? Who do you think works harder? Because on this caption here from Brendan, sorry, I'll get rid of the chat, it says 6 podcasts in 3 days. I earned it. Hashtag big gulp boys, right? With the what do you call it? With the baboon ass lips there. And then the next picture next to it is a picture of a chef that is in the image of Anthony Bourdain. It says, yeah, I'm a fucking chef. Yeah, I have arm tattoos. Fucking deal with it. No one's job is harder than mine. I'm a giant piece of shit for no reason. Cooking is fucking punk rock. Fuck you. Who do you think works harder? People are saying C's. I see C's there. C's all day. John Africa. Those lips, exactly. Every time he drinks, we'll show exactly. Yep, Jamie Oliver lips works better. Jamie Oliver, oh, lisp. Okay, yeah, true. Jamie, I'm not gonna ever insult Jamie Oliver, man, because he saved the UK. When I was growing up and I was going to school, we used to be served burgers and pizzas and shit every day. We'd have burgers and pizzas in school, cheeseburgers, chicken burgers, massive pizza slices, fish and chips, you know, crazy shit, right? Every single day we'd eat that. I remember even the colors of the burgers. I think red was beef burger, yellow was cheeseburger, green was veggie, and I think blue was chicken. I remember the colors. That's how fucking much of a fat piece of shit I was back in the day. But when Jamie Oliver started his you know, his cooking show thing or whatever he did at that time, one of his main things that he wanted to do was kind of redo or kind of fix up the fucking culinary shit in schools and stuff, and he improved everything throughout the entire school, especially public school systems. Like, he just basically turned it all around and basically said this stuff wasn't good for you. You had to fight a lot with the parents because the parents weren't happy, but he then basically put into place a system where schools were able to serve real food and shit. So that was really good. But yeah, I respect Jamie Oliver. He's a big dude. So everyone's saying chefs. Yeah, cool. I do agree with you. I think chefs, but there is a bit of a backlash against chefs these days online. I think it's because of that show, is it The Bear, right? Because I think the idea behind it kind of like fetishizes the suffering of it, and it kind of makes it seem like, you know, chefs are one of the only hardest working people in the world. But I think the reason why that happens is because I think for most people, especially if you don't live, if you've never been brought up in like a real environment and you've kind of grown up in some level of luxury, right? I would assume you've never really interacted with a lot of like regular people. So maybe working in a kitchen is the one time you get to actually interact with regular people, because mostly in the kitchen you're going to be interacting with regular working class people just trying to figure it out, or maybe some downright criminals because it's the only place they can go and work. So I understand why people basically fetishize it, and obviously it's working with your hands and guys like to feel like they're useful and shit, so I kind of get it. I understand the chef thing, and obviously as well it takes a long time to get good at cooking or becoming a chef, especially if you decide to go to a school for it or whatever it may be. But the podcasting pride, I don't understand. That's one thing I don't get. The pride of this, I don't understand it, because it's different for like, not to like be like, oh, I'm a bigger victim, but it's a different thing if you're like me and you're doing it all on your own, or like most people are, you do it all on your own. When you're this guy, when you're Brendan, you're not really recording the podcast on your own. You've got a chin, and you've got somebody else who does the artwork. You've got somebody else who does the timestamps, who does the titles, the descriptions, like everything, the uploading. So all you're really doing is sitting in front of a microphone and talking. If I had that, I would be knocking out 10 podcasts a day, because someone else can handle all that stuff. Because I do the whole thing, it just takes a bit longer, especially when you have to balance a real job and shit and blah, 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 like a 9 to 5 and a gym shit. It's just what it is. So I would understand if I took some pride in it, but I don't, even because it's still lame. It's still GAY to be like, oh, I'm a podcaster and I work hard. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, get over yourself. It's not that serious. So the fact that these guys take that much pride in it and make it seem like they're going to go work at the fucking building site or something is really embarrassing. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of embarrassing. Like, it's not that deep. Big up Stinger Goo.
What do Proud Boys and Antifa have in common?
I don't know. What do Proud Boys and Antifa have in common? Stinger Good, tell us. What do they have in common? I don't know. Oh, is it Bappa? Is it Bappa? Is it Brendan? They have Bappa in common. But yeah, I don't really understand the fucking the pride that they have in being podcasters when they don't actually work, you know? They don't do much. All they do is sit in front of a mic and talk and let somebody else handle the rest of it. That's the odd thing about it. And personally, I honestly don't think that it's that much to be proudful about. Like, just talking shit into a microphone. It's kind of insane, the stuff that I do. Sitting here on my own, shouting in the dead of night into a microphone with you guys here, laughing at people online that we don't know, is absolutely insane. But it can be fun, waste of time, but it's not something you're going to be, you know, writing on your CV. It's not something you're going to be hanging up on your wall. I did this. You just do it, you enjoy it, and then when it ends, you kind of, you know, quietly kind of soak away into the flipping dark corners of the world and shit. I really don't get it. These pictures themselves I find interesting, because these pictures that Brendan takes with the lips and stuff and the hat in the car, you can tell this is his version of comedy. Like, he thinks this is funny. It probably got some laughs the first time he did it, so he does it. Or my other theory is that it's the one picture that he uploads where he gets the most likes on his Instagram stories, or maybe your DM for the baddie. That's what I think happens. I think a baddie or two clicks it and likes it, and then I think he either gets the most replies, or one time people thought it was funny and he's never stopped. I think that's my theory on it. I think one time somebody said it was funny and he's never flipping turned around since then. But it just looks so weird and funny. But I did notice one thing. Is he wearing the Deion Sanders glasses in a different color? Or am I bugging out? Are those the Deion's? Are those it? Are those the Deion Sanders glasses? They look like the ones in it, no? Is he copying people once again? Non-stop fucking copy. Brendan loves a good copy, innit? Are those the ones? Yeah, he's wearing them. He's wearing the same glasses that Deion Sanders has been famous for in just a different color. Oh my God. The glaze master, Brendan Schaub, does it again. The glaze fucking master, Brendan Schaub, does it once again. He's wearing the same one. See, it's the same style. Look, it's got the same little mark there. It's the same this as well. Like, he's wearing the same sunglasses that Deion Sanders has been wearing, Coach Prime. Oh my God, man. The glaze master, fucking Brendan Schaub. He's never even spoken about Colorado football before Deion Sanders went there and turned things around. Now all of a sudden, when Coach Prime is there, he's all about fucking Colorado, tweeting about it all the time, retweeting the same picture of him in wearing the jersey when he was playing there back in the day. Like, oh my God, man. Come on, Brendan. Have some shame. Have a little bit of shame, my friend. God almighty. But anyway, what can you do? Deion Sanders, Coach Prime. Are these nice? What's a big gulp, by the way, guys? We don't have this in the UK. What's a big gulp? Is that just an energy drink? Is that a slushy? What is that? Where do you get that from? A 7-Eleven? What is that? Is that like an energy drink? What is it? It's a big ass soda. That's a lot of sugar, isn't it? For somebody that's always on a diet, it's a bit weird to have that, isn't it? Huh? Oh, it's a self-serve. Okay, cool. It's a Diet Coke. Yes, it's a slushy. Okay, cool. A gallon size. That's a big cup, bro. He's drinking that. Then he's drinking the whiskey. Then the fucking, what's that power drink he drinks? Is it Axe or whatever? That sponsor for his podcast. That's a lot of fucking sugar in a day. No wonder his teeth are rotting. He consumes a lot of fucking sugar, bro. God damn. Big straw, big cup. Big sunglasses, big glaze. But yeah, Deion Sanders shades on in the pickup truck, enjoying times out there. But yeah, the two most hardworking people in the world, podcasters and chefs. What would we do without them? What would we do without them? Moving on. Let's talk about this. Yeah, let's talk about this. I've said it before that I personally think there's nothing more scummier in this world than minorities taking advantage of minorities. When I see a black person scamming another black person, my heart breaks, especially when the person looks like you or they come from the same place that you do, because you know for the most part that when you're scamming them because they are holding out hope that they can maybe be like you, or that they can maybe change their situation and pull themselves out of the depth of poverty. So I always fucking hated it. It's always something that kind of stung me and grates me really bad. So this story about DJ Envy and his flipping houses fucking partner guy getting investigated is bringing me a lot of joy and peace, because it's good to know that these guys aren't getting away with it, because this is fucking heinous. Don't scam your own people. Scam the man, scam other people, right? Scam corporations if you want to, but don't scam your own people. Don't be a piece of shit. But DJ Envy, unfortunately, looks like he might be in a bit of trouble here. DJ Envy might be in a bit of trouble.
Dozens of tri-state area investors say they were victims of a Ponzi scheme, losing 6 figures each in what they thought was a legitimate real estate deal. News 12 senior investigative reporter Walt Kane has this Kane in Your Corner investigation.
I was happy to be a part of something, especially something this big.
Stanley Acosta thought it was his chance to give his family a better life. He invested $150,000 in cash in a real estate development deal. The money was supposed to be used to flip this property in Patterson. But Stanley says almost as soon as he signed the deal, something felt wrong.
One of the biggest flags for me was he didn't count the cash. I'm giving you $150,000 in cash. You're going to want to make sure that every dollar is there.
The developer...
Man, you have to trust your gut, innit? You have to trust your gut. He went through the entire process of, you know, vetting these guys before he did the whole house flipping thing. Because if you guys know, DJ Envy is involved in this. He was involved in this business before, where he was teaching people, you know, black and brown people, how they could get on the property ladder in you know, in the hope of maybe building up their property portfolio to then go and flip houses to make loads of money. And the idea behind it was that you'd buy these shitty houses, you do them up, you flip them for more money, or you just hold on to them and flip them for somebody else for more money, whatever. It's this whole thing that he kind of built out there, and he got people to invest in some projects to buy houses with him and his team, or to attend seminars and shit. That's basically the part of the scam. It's funny, innit? Your instincts always tell you when something is dodgy. This guy went through the entire vetting process. He watched tons of videos, listened to all their podcasts, was following them on fucking social media, and the one time his gut started screaming at him was when he handed the money over to those guys and they didn't count it. He was like, that was weird. I wouldn't have probably noticed that, to be fair. It wouldn't have struck me as a weird thing. If I'm already hypnotized by your scam, I would already gave that money and I wouldn't have thought of it. But his antennas were already starting to go when the guy didn't scan. Well, the guy didn't count the money he gave him. God damn it, bro.
Was Cesar Pena, a social media influencer who advertises real estate seminars. Stanley's contract promised in return for his $150,000 investment, he'd get $45,000 in interest. A third.
Exactly, fucking Natashki. Seminars are always a red flag. You know where seminars are a red flag for me? Because I've never understood this, but I guess if you're a scammer, you want to make as much money as possible. You want to fucking just squeeze as much as you can out of your marks. But I've always thought to myself, why wouldn't you just make all your seminars free? Doesn't matter what level it is, make them all free. But then the only thing that you sell is like actionable things. Like, okay, I've got an investment fund, and if you want to be involved in an investment fund, it's X amount to enter this fund or whatever. But the seminars of how you teach people how to do stuff, you do it for free. Because at the end of the day, you know, I don't know. Do you understand what I mean? Oh no, people are laughing. You can't do. I guess that's the whole scam, right? It's to make them paid so that people think. Because I never understood why I would pay for somebody to speak at a fucking seminar when I can get the information for free on YouTube. Why would I pay? But then I guess there's some people out there who want to be spoon-fed shit, and then they hope that the extra payment that they're making is going to allow them to have like that one-on-one sort of like help and shit. I've never understood the whole idea about paying for fucking seminars. It's one of the craziest scams that exist, to be honest.
30% return in just 5 months. But nearly a year later, he hasn't seen any money and says Pena has stopped returning messages.
From a financial standpoint, it's killed me completely. I've had to take out loans to pay off credit card debts.
And Stanley isn't alone. Kane in Your Corner has uncovered over a dozen lawsuits filed by people who say they invested with Pena and never got the money they were promised.
Texting him like almost every other day, like, hey, what's up with the money? So he's like, I need that money, bro. Like, constantly texting him. He keeps delaying.
See, and that's the thing I hate about this shit. All these people look like DJ Envy or that Cesar Pena guy. They all probably come from the same place. They may be Dominican, Puerto Rican, whatever, Colombian, whatever. They're all from the same place, same community. And they know what this means. They know that kind of money is not easy to get. They know that the reason why these guys are jumping on this flipping housing thing is because it's really outside of like starting your own business. Getting on the property ladder is the only way for people, especially minorities like myself, to try and get from, you know, being working class to middle class. It's the only way really to get yourself up there outside of maybe working a lot, you know, at a job and getting promotions and shit, or starting your own business. One of the quickest and easiest way to do it, quote unquote, is to obviously get on the property ladder. So those guys used the fact that that is well known to their advantage to scam people that look like them. For me, that's the lowest of the low, like absolute scumbags.
Our investigation finds in some cases, Pena sold investments in properties real estate records show he never owned or sold years earlier. The lawsuits already total close to $10 million, with more being filed every week.
For the last year and a half or more, it's just been taking money in from people, and there's been no likelihood of people getting their money back.
Some of the lawsuits also mention Rashawn Casey. He's a radio personality who goes by the name DJ Envy. Casey often appeared with Pena at real estate seminars, but his attorney insists he's a victim too.
You know what's funny about DJ Envy? DJ Envy was used in a scam like the celebrity endorsement guy. Like, you know this guy from radio. He's legit. But he was also used in the scam because DJ Envy is super flashy. He's always showing his cars and his, nice house and his, his lavish lifestyle and shit. He's always showing that on Instagram. So people bought into the scam because these guys look like them. They're from the same, place as them. There's obviously that legitimacy of like a celebrity involved, and there's legitimacy involved of somebody being like on the ground who's done the work. So it's quite, in theory, it's a shit scam, but I understand how people got duped, because you've got one guy who is kind of the business brains, and then you've got another guy who's like the celebrity endorsement guy who looks rich. So your brain makes 1 + 1 = 2. He looks rich. How do I get rich? It's flipping houses, and then you give these guys their money. All your money, sorry. It's fucking sad, man.
DJ Envy also gave $500,000 as an investment, which he has not received back yet.
Pena's attorney declined to be interviewed, but in a letter to the court, he complains about the tactics he says some investors are using. He writes, "My clients need time to first protect their family from threats of death, rape, and physical harm. After that," he writes, "they need to make serious threats of death, rape, and physical harm."
Don't you hate when people do this? You scammed me. I'm the victim. I then threaten your life, rightfully so, and then you start crying about it. What do you expect is going to happen? I've done less for £50. Sorry, I've done more for £50, right? I can't imagine what I would do to somebody if I willingly gave them 150,000 in order to kind of help me get rich, to pay for my kids' fucking tuition, to help out my mum for something, to put my mum in a, like, you know what I mean? Because that kind of money is probably savings money, I'd imagine. Those guys, it's probably money you saved up for something. You're thinking of a business to invest in, you want to put it in the stock market, then somebody who looks like you comes along and is like, hey, look, I've got this idea. Don't get me wrong, there should be loads of red flags, right? Anyone that tells you you're going to get huge returns for the small amount of money you put in, like you put in 150,000 and you're going to get back 500,000. Don't believe them, right? Anything that looks too good, and if it looks too good to be true, it probably is. But you trust them because they look like you. Then it doesn't go well and you're out of your money now. That money that you were depending on to help your mum, to help your family back home, to help you get started with uni or college or an extra course, to put your kids through school, to help out. Imagine if you've got a kid that's got a learning disability or something, and that's money you need for fucking tuition, like all these things that you need money for life. I don't know, whatever. And then this guy has the guts to try and cry like a victim because you threatened his life and his family. What do you think happens when you play people's money? You don't play people's money, man. Especially people that come from humble beginnings, immigrants, working class people, you know, lower middle class people who are just trying to make it, just trying to figure out how they can make life comfortable for themselves. Maybe afford a couple of holidays per year. Maybe be able to take out their fucking partner for a dinner once a month or something. That's all they want. Maybe be able to get a second car. Nothing too crazy. That's why they trust you with their money. And then here you are spunking it, and now you're crying. My clients need time to protect their family from threats of death, rape, and physical harm. Of course you're getting threatened with fucking death, rape, and physical harm. You should get more than that, man. More. To your whole family, your whole entire bloodline.
After that, he writes, they need to make serious and complex decisions as to how to move forward and what attorney or attorneys to move forward with. As for Stanley Acosta, he just hopes he and his family get some of their money back.
You see, this is what I don't like. This is what I don't like about my chat. This is why I don't like about this chat. This is why I don't like about this stream chat. You guys can be so right Bodybuilding.news. But if you're dumb enough to take financial advice from a morning radio DJ, ... That's it. As bad as I can feel for the victims, should you really be taking financial advice for your family's future from a radio DJ called DJ Envy? Should you hold some level of blame for that? For putting your family's future in the hands of somebody called DJ Envy? Damn it, man. When you guys are right, you're right.
If I had an opportunity to say something to Caesar and his family, it would be to just do right by the victims.
The SEC says before you invest money in any business deal, have an attorney review the contract and beware of anyone who guarantees high profits, especially if they also say there's little to no risk involved.
Okay, I understand what you guys are saying. I get it. Some of the victims do need to hold some level of personal responsibility, but I still think the scam kind of takes advantage of people's desperation. We've just come out of 3.5 years of a lockdown, right? We're still recovering from the financial ruin of that. In some places in the world, we're in a fucking recession. Unemployment rates are through the roofs. It's really hard to get personal loans, let alone loans to put down on a mortgage and shit. Life is hard out there. We're all just getting by. The cost of living has gone through the roof everywhere in parts of the Western world. So when somebody comes offering you a way out, and also keep this in mind, guys, if I'm not mistaken, this whole flipping house scams thing that he did, it started around the same time the pandemic happened, like 2018, 2019. So it was a perfect time when people were struggling. They were getting fucking fired from their jobs and needed a way to kind of generate money, and they thought that would be a quick way to do it. That's when those guys took advantage. So as much as I want to blame the victims, I also think it was super, super, super conniving, super premeditated and evil for them to take advantage of people at their lowest moment, when they were super vulnerable, when they were desperate. They did it like a good scam artist, right? That's what scam artists do, right? They kind of prey on you when you're in your most weakest moment so they can take advantage of you. But I really, really, really do think there is something deplorable about taking advantage of people that look like you, one of your own. I don't think that's cool in the slightest. I'm never going to agree with it. Don't get me wrong. Scamming in general isn't cool, right? But if you're going to go and try and scam fucking PepsiCo or Amazon, go do your shit. But I think in general, doing it to people that look like you, I hate it, man. I fucking hate it. I really do. I really do. So hope they all get their money back. It's probably unlikely considering how these kind of scams work, all the litigation and shit. Maybe they'll settle outside of court, but I hope some of these guys get their monies back, because 150,000 from your savings isn't a lot of money. So it's a lot of money for people who come from humble beginnings. That probably took you a whole lifetime that you are now for it to kind of save that money. So imagine now trying to fucking make that shit work. So hopefully they get their money back. I'm really rooting for them if that happens. And yeah, not surprised, really. Not surprised. But we have to also say big up to Joe Budden. Joe Budden was the first person to call that scam out. I think he kind of refused to even go to one of their shows or something. I think Joe Budden was one of the first people to sound the alarm. And he's not, he's smart when it comes to podcast business, but I wouldn't call him like an entrepreneur. But he was one of the first people to come out and say, you know what, this looks a bit dodgy. And he's been vindicated, to be fair. Now everybody sees like, yeah, DJ Envy is on some fuck shit. Absolutely crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. It's not enough to make as much money as he's making hosting his radio show. He has to then go and scam people that look like him to get extra money to pay for Jordans and Rolls Royces. It's fucking awful, man. I fucking hate it. Anyway, moving on. We've got an update here courtesy of Brendan Schaub. It looks like he may quit touring. Interesting. There's a clip that I'm going to play hopefully later on in the podcast from Brendan talking to Ron Perlman, the legendary actor. And I think he mentions in that one about not doing specials anymore. He kind of hints at not doing specials. And in this particular clip, he speaks about how much he likes being at home with his family and doesn't like touring and shit, which is weird to hear him say because he's the same person who legitimately abandoned his wife when she was going through a miscarriage and, you know, kind of laughed and joked about booking as many shows as possible on the road so he can stay away from his family. So, you know, kind of half jokingly, half seriously. So now for him to suddenly be, you know, beast of a dad is a bit weird. But it's an interesting thing that he's doing now because it seems like instead of trying to get funnier, trying to be funnier, instead of improving his act, instead of marketing himself better, instead of trying to improve his shows or improve himself, big up the Green Ghost Media, appreciate you.
Touring quit Brenda.
Exactly. Touring quit Brenda, exactly. Instead of doing all that stuff, big up Green Ghost Media, appreciate you for the super chat. Instead of doing all those things, it looks like he's just quitting. That's what it looks like he's doing. He's quitting now because he's realized he can't sell tickets and stuff. His tours aren't being as successful as they once were. And he's now preemptively quitting so that if you don't see him on the road as much, he can use the excuse of, I like to be with my family, which is obviously a big cop out because the market has told him, you're not that guy anymore. And instead of responding to the challenge, he's now basically taking his ball home. Let's play the clip.
They're still, really good, but they're all right. Chargers 0-2. Raiders ain't crap. Well, Miami looks good. Niners are my pick this year. I like the Niners.
Who's he talking to on the side there?
All right.
Who's he talking to on the side there? Who's that? Is that new 50-year-old intern guy? Who's to the side?
Last question is from Mark W. How do you handle those hard nights on the road in hotels? I work on the road and I miss my family.
Baddies.
Brother, I'm with you, man. I don't have any advice. If meaning it's good you miss your family, that means you're a good dad. The guys that can just go on the road 24/7 and just ditch the fam, like, oh, it's a good getaway. I struggle with myself. I'm doing less tour dates. I actually just had a meeting
touching the
last
face,
week with
touching
my
the
team.
mouth.
I'm gonna start doing less tour dates. I'm actually helping my son in baseball coaching as well. I can't miss them. You're not gonna get those back. You're just not. Now it's different if you have to be on the road to feed your like you have to do it in order to
sounds like it.
Send your kids to school. Yeah, that's a different animal, brother. Then it's different where you're showing your kids a work ethic is what you have to do in order to provide. That's different. And I get it, brother. That's horrible. I don't have any advice on how to deal with not missing the family. And it's a good thing you missed the family. I really struggle with it. It's getting worse. So I'm down to make less money and not touring so much and to be home. I love being home. I can't miss my kid's baseball. Can't miss his football. I have to be around. You just have to. You're not going to get these years back. So that means making less money and not having as much fun on the road. I can accept that.
That's such a lie. It is as well because of how he speaks about touring, with how he speaks about missing all his old friends. It's a lie with how he books his shows, with how he does everything. It's the biggest lie ever. It's such a weird cope as well because it's so unnecessary to do this cope because even if you're not selling enough tickets and touring, it's okay. Nobody is selling tickets and touring. People are cancelling shows all over the place. Some of the biggest acts in fucking hip hop are cancelling their tours on the regular now because the demand just isn't there. People just aren't buying tickets like they were in the past. I don't know what's changed, but things have definitely changed. People are now rather reserving their money to go and see fucking Beyonce and Taylor Swift at the top of the top artists, but they're not really going to see anybody else underneath that anymore unless the show is actually worth it, like the Drakes and whatnot. Everybody is not selling tickets. Everybody isn't touring as much as they were before. Only the big, high level type of guys and girls are. So it's no loss really that you can't tour like before, but it requires some level of humility to be like, you know what? I can't do it the same way I did it before. Now I'm going to maybe change the way I do it a little bit. But he doesn't want to do that. Big up High Def. Appreciate you, brother.
Oz never signed with Cast Media. I've heard they don't like baddies.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, actually, forget that. I heard Cast Media don't like blackies. Oh, see? I just figured it out, High Def. Black people don't get scammed. Black podcasters don't get scammed. Who on Cast Media is black that got scammed? Name them. I'll wait. You see? Black podcasters don't get scammed by fucking Cast Media. Because a black podcaster, if they miss their payment twice, they're bouncing. That's why Theo bounced, because Theo is black at heart. Theo got a couple of dodgy things happening to him, and he was like, you know what, I'm off. And he left straight away and found another deal. Theo didn't wait too long, you know? That's what black podcasters do, mate. So, oh, mate. But anyway, I honestly do think this is also like a weird humble brag for him, you know? It's a great opportunity to kind of talk about how much of a beast of a dad you are, as his fucking hat says, right? Walking around with like beast of a dad wearing it. If that's your, you know, image of what a great dad is, to have your hat, to be posting your kid on your Instagram playing baseball with him and shit and taking him to car shows, then whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not here to judge anybody's parenting, especially because I don't have kids myself. So here, let him do what he has to do. But it was such a self-serving answer. And it's interesting because he's never in a position to take an L. It doesn't exist. So in this opportunity to be a little bit humble, to kind of be accepting of like, hey, maybe my star isn't as high as it once was. I'm going to accept it and make some changes and maybe try to, you know, attract new fans, whatever it may be, or maybe do some smaller intimate shows. He doesn't take the L. He then spins it into, I'm going to be a beast of a dad. I'm only doing it because I'm a beast of a dad. And in a way, it's almost like he's judging other comics now, because he used to do that, right? He used to be on the road all the time, but now he can't be on the road all the time because no one's booking him, allegedly. He's now being the person judging the comics who are on the road all the time because he can't do it because no one wants to see him. Funny, innit? And you know what this also does? This also puts a lot of validity on Unique's theory. Right? Unique had a theory that Brendan was booking these shows at comedy clubs himself, because I was thinking myself, because I've done a little bit of promoting. I'm obviously a fucking, you know, a hobbyist DJ, but I know when it comes to booking shows, it doesn't matter if you're, you know, playing an acoustic guitar or you're DJing or you're doing open mics or you're singing in a bar or doing stand-up comedy. Most of the time when you play somewhere, if you do a good job, the owner will usually invite you back because, you know, you do a good job and you get people to buy tickets or they pay for loads of drinks, and the bar makes a lot more money in the tills because you're performing and you kept people entertained and shit. They're always going to invite you back. But with Brendan, it seems like whenever he books shows, he barely sells tickets, and when he shows videos of the rooms, they're usually half empty. So I always used to think to myself, how's he getting rebooked at these same places when he's clearly not selling tickets? And most venue owners or bookers and stuff, they're very black and white. They're almost a little bit rude of it. They're trying to treat, you know, bookings and stuff with real laser precision. If you sell, you get booked. If you don't get booked. They don't play around. So I didn't understand why he kept getting bookings at the same gigs or the same places when he's not selling tickets. But then Unique stepped in with the explanation and said he's actually booking them himself. He's booking these shows himself, making it look like he got booked by the club, but then all the risk is on him because he hired the space. But then obviously if he makes money at the door, he can claim that back. So it's a lot of risk because you got to put money down to hire it, but it's a lot of reward because you can get, you know, a lot of money on the door. And that makes sense now because he's now doing what he's doing now, because if he was getting booked as often as he was before the Kalila thing, before the Annie Liederman thing, before the Bobby Lee thing, before all the drama, he would never say what he's saying now. He's only saying it now because he doesn't have any options. Honestly. That's the only reason why he's doing it. He doesn't have any options. And it's really sad. It's really pathetic, to be honest, because to the general public person, they don't care. It doesn't matter really, right? Maybe only you guys watching the stream and stuff and me, we're the only ones that really care about this minutia. We're the only ones really kind of watching what they say, replaying this, doing that. No one really cares for the most part. So the fact that he's going out of this way to basically pretend and lie and, you know, make sure he protects himself to like a small part of his audience that probably aren't even fans of his, to protect his ego, is kind of sad and really pathetic, to be fair, that he'd go this far. Just accept where you are. You know, maybe make the changes if you want to change the situation, but the need to lie and obfuscate and make it seem like it's another thing and do all this pretending like you're a beast of a dad and essentially using your kids as like a shield to kind of shield you from any kind of criticism because I'm hanging out on my children's shit, when really you're being forced to because you can't get on the road as much as before. Or the other theory I have is this. Here's the other theory. The other theory is this. Maybe Brendan's wife told him he can't go on the road as much. Maybe even though she acts like she doesn't believe the rumors, because many people who I don't agree with this, but whenever Brendan gets exposed for cheating and shit or sliding into people's DMs, people always post the screenshots on Reddit and stuff, or they will tag her or write something in her comments or whatnot. And she always doesn't believe it. She's like, oh, whatever. She kind of like insults you if you say that sort of stuff, whatever. But what about if behind the scenes they had some sort of argument and she told him, if you want me to stay, you can't go on the road as much, because when you go on the road, that's when you do a madness. So maybe he has to stay at home. Who knows? But my first theory is that he's not selling enough tickets. He's not getting booked at places. So now he's staying at home to look after the kiddos, to be a beast of a dad, to protect his ego. Personally. Who knows? But again, I just find it embarrassing. You just can't be honest and just say why, or just pretend like that's not happening and keep it moving. You don't have to explain yourself, but the lying is really lame. It's really fucking lame. The lying is super, 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 super lame. But hey, what do I know? What do I know? Next, I wanted to talk about this. Let's go over this because I found this video interesting. Big up the channel that I love called Podcast Cringe. I recommend you check it out. They do really good analysis and breakdowns of podcasts that we all know and love. What would you call them? Video essays or whatever they're called. So definitely check those kind of things out. I'm actually thinking of trying to do those things again. I used to do them before. Little clips. I'd make like 10-minute clips of like a topic and then kind of speak about it and insert clips and shit. It just takes it's just such a long effort to do. You have to collate the clips and record and edit it and shit, but I think I might give it a go and kind of diversify my content. But yeah, Podcast Cringe put out a really funny clip here called Bert Kreischer v. the Scientist, and it's really good because it demonstrates Bert's delusion, and in the end, like Podcast Cringe says, you end up feeling kind of sorry for him because it's only going to go one way, unfortunately. I'm not one of those people that likes to try and bet on when Bert's going to fucking die, because I think that's fucking awful. But if he doesn't fix up, he's really going to be in big trouble because his brain is so broken when it comes to reasoning and shit. But let me play the video for you so you know what I'm talking about. This is Podcast Cringe. Let's go. Well, people are saying Bert ODing on copium. Okay, cool. I thought you said you want Bert to OD. I was like, what? I know he's not likable, but come on, bro. Brandon saying 3 years. Come on, man. Relax. He'll be fine. He's gonna live long into his old age anyway. He's gonna outlive everybody. Watch.
Let's be frank. I don't know you well enough to say this, but I'll say it anyway. You don't seem like somebody who can have just 2 a week. I think 0 is going to be.
Hang on. Let's be.
I think 0 is going to be.
Let's talk logistics.
By the way, your fans probably hate me right now. They're like, "Why'd you bring this asshole on?"
What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video. This is going to be a wild one. Bert Kreischer is officially out of control, and it's all on video for everyone to see. Latest episode of Two Dickheads in a Cave, Bert and Tom were joined by neuroscientist and podcaster Andrew Huberman. You may have seen his stuff on the Huberman Lab, which has been going for a couple of years, and he's also been on JRE 3 times, which is pretty much how he blew up. But I'll tell you what, if we needed concrete evidence that Bert Kreischer has officially lost his marbles, he handed it to us right here.
You do not want to become a parody of yourself. You do not want to be simply a meme of what people identified you as being. I think that's why you shake it up. That's why when Tom lost weight and started dressing real nice, all of a sudden I was like, he used to be very fat.
Big up, good robot.
Big ups, Oz. Thanks for the stream. I'm stuck at work, so I'm just lurking in the background. Hello, chat.
Big up you, good robot. Appreciate you for hanging out, brother. Thank you for tuning in. Always great to have you. Enjoy your work and, enjoy your day, brother. Thank you for hanging out with us, man. Hopefully we can entertain you from the background.
Has been a parody of himself for years. To hear him say that is just insane. He's clearly off with the fairies at this point. But here we have this celebrated neuroscientist on a podcast with Bert and Tom, and I should say that Tom handled it really well. He's actually a distant relative of Huberman, which is pretty crazy. And then you have Bert, who basically hijacked the whole podcast. I'd say a fair chunk of the episode was dedicated to Huberman low-key telling Bert that he should stop drinking completely. So I'm going to take you through the various exchanges between the two of them. Just quickly, as always, a push for. Some of you have already, like I said, with Bert and Huberman, Bert's been on a diet for the last month and he's also given up drinking. So let's get into the background first and then I'll break it all down.
Mic check 1 2. Yeah, we're back. Miggity, miggity, niggity, 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 niggery, niggity, nig, nog. Mic check 1 2. Big up Uche. Niggity, niggity. Niggity, nig, nog. Mic check 1 2. BLM, Wakanda. I can't breathe. Anyway. BLM, Wakanda, I can't breathe. BLM, Wakanda. Big up Crash 984.
Why does it look like Bert died?
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, true. I didn't think about it actually. Big up Crash. That's true. The artwork looks like Bert died, isn't it? Anytime I see a celebrity's picture on social and it's black and white or it's this sort of color, like this kind of looks like the thing that you'd see on like a wake, right? On like a leaflet at a wake, right? That's what you'd see on the front of it. Anyway, so I was saying earlier when I was muted, I don't believe. Do you guys believe that Bert has been sober for 30 days? I don't. It's impossible. Suppose he's been on ketosis 30 days, not drinking, eating, keto, being on a keto diet. I don't know. I don't believe it in the slightest that he's been sober for 30 days. No way. Not even no. Impossible.
And for you.
Just to bring everybody up to speed, about a month ago, Bert
and also, you know why I think that? You know why I think that, by the way? Sorry to keep stopping it. You know why I think that? I think that is because we've seen what Bert looks like when he's not drinking. Do you remember that one year when he did Sober October and he actually did it? Because the other years he lies. He does work out a bunch, but if you drink as much as he does, it doesn't matter. But I remember there was this one year that he did Sober October and he lost loads of weight. I think it might have been 2020 or 2019. Do you guys remember that one? There was this one particular Sober October that he did, and he legitimately looked like he was in the best shape of his life. Yeah, exactly. 2019, people are saying, yeah, Timo Kazi, exactly. So that's the time that I knew that he was sober, because the other times you could tell he's not, because his face is still red, like full of fucking, alcohol and whatever it may be. So yeah, like, no. What people saying here, really? You think Natasha's saying it's not safe for him to go cold turkey, really? Oh yeah, Uche and Natashki, you guys are right. Wasn't that what happened to Amy Winehouse? That's what they said about Amy Winehouse, isn't it, right? Amy Winehouse died because of that. She died because she tried to go cold turkey, or she tried to, right? Is that what they said, isn't it? I think. Fuck. So in a way, Bert is kind of like a prisoner of his own alcoholism. So if he wants to stop, he has to actually go and get help to stop first. which he doesn't want to do because if he has to get help to stop, it means admitting that he's got a problem, which he doesn't want to admit. Damn, son.
At a come to Jesus moment where he was like, I need to get healthier.
It was at the jazz festival.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because I was drinking. I mean, we just wake up, start drinking all day, and then
you were touring a bunch.
I just got off tour.
The festival.
I was partying a lot. And
drinking a lot, eating like a lunatic.
My cardiologist was like, fucking keto.
Look at his face, bro. He looks like a fucking Savaloy. Bert's got this lie. I think people do this a lot when they don't want to face the realities of their life. Bert's got this lie that he does where he says he's got some sort of rash on his face. That's why he goes red. It's not because of alcohol. But I think it's a combination of the rash and the alcohol. Because he always looks like this. He's always looks super red. But not like sunburn red. Like you see the guys in your local pub and bar who look like they've been drinking a lot. And sometimes he looks so red, he reminds me of like homeless people who drink. Because there's homeless people who don't drink, who just do drugs. But it's homeless people who like are alcoholics on the street, and they have this often inflamed redness to their faces. And Bert looks like that. He basically looks like one of those people, which is really awful and embarrassing because Bert isn't homeless. Bert is a wealthy, well-regarded comedian and podcaster and shit. He has no business looking like a guy who lives on the street, but that's what he looks like in his face. You know what I mean, like, fuck me, man. Yeah, that's Savaloy. This is a Savaloy. It's an English sausage. You get it. Savaloy, right? You get it in shops. Savaloy sausage. There you go. It's an English sausage. They usually steam it or they put it in the oven. I really like it because it's got a nice crispy skin. It's kind of spicy as well on the inside, but it's an amazing thing. It's one of my favorite sausages, to be fair. I love a good Savaloy. But he looks like one. That's what Bert looks like. A Savaloy. A big old Savaloy sausage. That's fucking Bert's face. Big Savaloy sausage. Let me get it. Where is it? There you go.
And I was like, really? He goes,
your cardiologist said that.
My cardiologist, he goes, there is so many benefits to being in ketosis. When you're in ketosis, you're not drinking. You can't drink.
Did I say that? One of his favorite sausages. Okay, big pause on that one. Actually, no pause. I love a good sausage. Big, long, dirty sausages. Big up High Def.
Bert is deaf in big trouble. I've had uncles that were fine until they weren't. Sad reality of drinking. He reminds me of them.
Yeah, man. To be fair, I don't think it's sad. It's a slow death, but you know what you're doing to yourself. I don't really have any sympathy for people that die because of alcoholism. It's like people that die because they smoke. Oopsie. Let's make a t-shirt for you then, I guess. GoFundMe. RIP, I guess. You did it yourself. I got no sympathy, really. I don't give a fuck. Really don't. It's not cool when you're trying to guess what age he dies, but I don't care if you die from drinking yourself into a stupor. It's like Henry VIII, right? Dying of gluttony. You got no sympathy for me because you ate too much. Get fucked. Your family are probably better off without you, to be fair. I know it's harsh to say, but it's the truth. Let's be honest. If you're gonna risk your life and put your life in danger for fucking drinking and eating and shit, like, I like to party, right? Most of you guys know I like to party. And I know I like to party. But there comes a point when partying is only fun when there's balance. If I partied every single day, it wouldn't be fun. I've tried it. Trust me, it's not that fun. But when you have long periods of abstinence and you kind of, you eat kind of clean, you don't go out as much, you sleep early, you wake up early, then when you then go out and party and have a good time, it's something to look forward to. The thing that I never understood with Bert, he's a multi-millionaire, right? And he can do what he wants. And he also comes from a rich family anyway, so he's always been comfortable. There's no reason for him to drink as much as he does. Like, it makes more sense people from my area of the world who drink because they want to numb themselves from the pain of everyday life, right? It's difficult to get jobs, to fucking hold down your family, your friends, your relatives. It's really hard. So I understand when people who come from bad situations or bad neighborhoods or whatever, or in a bad financial situations, drink, because it's the one thing that can legitimately, like, we can all fucking lie if we want to. drinking does help sometimes when you're going through hard things. It does numb the pain. Obviously, you still got the pain the next day. You still got your issues. But in the moment, drinking actually does help to kind of make you forget about your pain or to make it less painful. But when you're somebody that's got money and you come from privilege and you've got a job that allows you to make your own hours, why are you drinking like this? Why are you damaging yourself? Why are you putting yourself in a position where you're going to ruin your family's future? You're going to make them sad that you're not going to be around and shit. Why? I don't have any sympathy for it. Honestly, I don't. If you die, oh well. I might buy a t-shirt, whatever. I might sign your card. Cool. Sayonara, innit? Like, it is what it is. It's a valuable lesson for people to learn. But I've got no sympathy, got no empathy for it in the slightest. No. You know it's bad for you. Every day you piss in the morning and you see that fucking super inflamed tortoise shell of a fucking stomach that is super hard, full of fucking gas and liquid and shit. You know you're making the wrong decision. Every time you look at yourself in the mirror and you see your face all puffy and inflamed, like you got stung by all the bees in the world, like you got punched in both fucking eyes, you know it's the wrong thing to do, but you keep doing it.
If you were going to break it, but I don't want to break it. So I've been in ketosis for a month and I've been not drinking for a month, like since the jazz festival.
Okay, so anyone who's been following Bert for a while now knows that he's got an alcohol problem. It's gotten really bad over the...
That's the thing to Uche. I don't think he's got an addiction. This is the thing. I'm going to die on this shitty hot take. I'm really going to die on this shitty hot take. But I don't think Bert is addicted to alcohol. I really don't. I just think he loves to have a good time. I just think he doesn't know what, what's that thing called? He has no concept of delayed gratification. Doesn't exist in his brain. He's just all about treats and fun and party and whatnot. I don't think he's an alcoholic. Honestly, it's a hot take and it's really wrong. I know most of you guys won't agree, but I honestly don't think he's an alcoholic. I just think he just is. He doesn't know how to not have fun, and having fun for him is drinking. He doesn't, I mean, like he's always just treats guy. If he loved chocolates, he'd be eating chocolate every single fucking day. But I don't think he's an addict. You know, if that makes sense to me. I don't know if that makes sense or am I looking at it the wrong way, but I don't know.
The last few years, and I think it's definitely affecting his output. His podcasts are shit. His stand-up is old and boring. Basically the same stories recycled over and over again.
AZ, did you see Bobby Lee take a dig at Bert and Tom on today's episode of Theo's podcast? The way Bobby described Bert without actually saying his name was spot on. Timestamp starts at 9:20.
Yeah. I saw that. I'll play that after, actually. I saw that. I wasn't sure if he was joking or if he was being serious. I don't know. I think it was a joke. I don't know what you guys thought. But it did sound a bit weird how he said it. I really wanted fucking Theo to ask him if Brian Callen or Brendan sent in a clip or something. I really wanted him to ask that. But obviously they didn't. But I really wanted to find it out. But that didn't happen. But yeah, I did see that. It was fucking hilarious. I fucking saw that. Of course I did. I find it funny also that Bobby Lee fucks as much. Like because he was talking about the dates he's been on. Like it seems like Bobby Lee's not sure of options. Bobby Lee must have some game behind the scenes. Like he kind of acts a bit goofy and shy in front of camera, but he must actually. I should have known, innit? He's always really charming when he goes on those TV shows. The women always like him. But Bobby Lee's got options, man. It seems like he's been on the tear. He's been out living his life since Kalila left or since they broke up. He's been enjoying himself, Bobby Lee. So big up Bobby Lee, man. He's been enjoying himself. He's not, you know what I mean? Bobby's got options out there. He's not struggling.
So going sober for a month.
Also, before I continue, I wonder who's going to be with Kalila now. Kalila. Because Kalila can't be with a normal guy now, right? She's already tasted the good life with being with a podcaster. I don't see her, hooking up with some normal dude.
Is Uch single asking for my friend Oz?
Ask her yourself, Hi Def. She's in the chat. Ask her yourself. Ask Uche yourself in the chat. Actually, you know what? I'm going to enforce a rule here. After the whole Russell Brand nonsense and stuff, there's going to be no frolicking and no fucking exchanging of saliva or other bodily fluids within my chat, okay? If you want to do that stuff, please do it somewhere else, okay? But no exchanging of bodily fluids in my chat, okay? I'm not having that. But yeah, I want to see if Kalala's going to end up with another comedian or podcast. I imagine she will do, but I wonder which one it will be. And most likely, whoever she ends up with is probably one of the guys that has been trying to hit on her while she was with Bobby, or because I think Bobby said, what did Bobby say? Didn't Bobby say there was some guy tried to ask Bobby for Kalala's number when they broke up or something, some comedian? And people were hypothesizing, I think, on the Tiger Belly forums or Reddit, sorry, that it might have been Joy Coy. Imagine that. Imagine your friend asking you for your friends. Imagine that. Can you imagine? I would punch you in the face, bro. Can you imagine? Your friend asking you for your ex-girlfriend's number, like, what? Do you want to die, brother? Joy Coy. Joy Coy.
Actually a really good idea.
Yeah, exactly, Timokazi. Aye, bro, your ex is hot. Let me hit her up. Your ex is hot. Can I smash?
But here's the thing. Bert doesn't recognize that he has a problem. And I'll talk more about that in a little bit because it's super important if you want to understand why Bert is such a lost cause. For now, though, Huberman tries to educate Bert on alcohol, and it seemed like it was starting to sink in.
Alcohol's a weird fucking word.
Yeah, Z. I always thought Joy Coy was into guys. He kind of is, probably, isn't it? Wasn't his ex fucking Chelsea Handler? She's very guy looking, isn't it? She's not the most feminine of ladies, so maybe he kind of is into dudes. You know what I mean? He likes his women mean. He likes his women mean and kind of Aryan race lookingly. You know what I mean? Because Chelsea Handler kind of looks like, Chelsea Handler looks like that woman in what's the fucking Star Wars TV show? The really good one. What's it called? The really good one that came out where the guy, spoiler alert, he kills somebody in the first episode and then he has to run away. What's that? What was that Star Wars spin-off called? Do you guys remember the show? I forgot the fucking name of it. But there's like a bad woman in it. There's like a villain in it. Andor. That's it. Andor. There's a woman in Andor and Chelsea Handler looks like it. Andor TV show, right? She looks like that woman in Andor, the evil one that kind of plays like she's like a Nazi officer. Is that her there? Is that her? Deidre, is that her? Chelsea Handler kind of looks like this woman. Yeah, this lady from Andor. She looks like her. Denise Goff. Let's do Andor. So maybe Chelsea, you know, she's kind of got that kind of evil, you know, look about her in the face. Don't get me wrong, I'm just saying because she's white and blonde, but you get what I mean, innit, right? That's Chelsea Handler. That's what Joy Coy is into. She's kind of manly looking here as well, innit? So yeah, that is definitely Chelsea Handler. No? There you go. There she is. There she is. Good old Chelsea Handler. Good old. Anyway, let's go back to Bert. What are we doing? Let's get back to Bert.
It's overused. It's like saying.
True. They should now say alcohol use disorder is another one. Listen, it's different things for different people. Some people it's one or two at the end of the day and they quote unquote need that drink. Other people, they have just one drink or even half a drink, but it dramatically changes their personality.
Yeah, those are
other
the bad
people,
ones.
they drink to blackout drunk.
Yep.
Other people, they're like the Don Draper character in Mad Men. They can drink, and the next morning there they are looking, all right angles and working, and you're like, whoa. Like how they do that.
Yeah.
A lot of genetic variation in terms of how quickly people metabolize alcohol, how thoroughly they metabolize alcohol. I'm not going to do the whole podcast episode on alcohol because I did that for my podcast. But
Do you drink?
It is poison, right?
It is
Let's just
poison.
be honest. It makes you feel the way it does because it is poison.
Yeah, this is crazy. A lot of people don't realize that.
I love how they had that. I forgot his name. Fuck, jazz musician. I don't know why he was there, to be honest, because he hardly said
It makes you
anything.
feel the way it does because it is poison.
Yeah.
Right, what's his name? They had him on there and he hardly spoke.
It is poison.
He hardly spoke. I forgot his name. Famous jazz musician. And they didn't know he's super religious too, if I'm not mistaken. That's why he doesn't drink. But they didn't even, you know what I mean? That's the thing about these comedians, right? They get around actually talented people, artists and stuff, where it make for an interesting conversation. And they don't even share the space, the room, the conversation. It's all about them. Comedians must be the most infuriating people to talk to in real life. Maybe second only to podcasters, really, to be fair. Maybe. In terms of being so self-absorbed. Where it's only about you. Imagine being in a room with with Robert Glasper on the podcast, and you're just taking up all the time. You're not even asking about how he produced albums, how he puts together arrangements and whatever. No, you're just all about you and fucking stand up and your fucking addictions, right? Or your denials of your addictions or your delusions. Imagine. God almighty, man.
Right. Let's just be honest. It makes you feel the way it does because it is poison.
Yeah, this is crazy. A lot of people don't realize this. Alcohol is fucking poison. Your body literally treats it as a toxin, which it is. And sure, there's nothing wrong with drinking in moderation, blah, blah, blah. You know the story. And so for Bert, he's getting on board and he isn't really pushing back at this stage. But the reality is about to set in for him because Huberman senses that Bert doesn't realize just how bad his drinking is. And he basically lays it out for him with some hard truths.
Here's the deal. 0 alcohol is better for you than any alcohol, but the cutoff, if you're not an alcoholic or somebody prone to alcohol use disorder, et cetera, and you're of age, probably 2 drinks per week should be the upper ceiling, beyond which
That's not a guy with
there are a lot of data now out of the UK brain.
I love how Bert can't process the idea of having 2 drinks a week. Legitimately can't process that. He thinks it's impossible. Can you understand how crazy that is? That's mad. Like, there are times, right, in my life where I think I bumped into, who did I bump into? I bumped into, we went to a festival one time, me and my friend, and we bumped into this guy on the train who started talking to us about alcohol and, alcoholism and shit, which when we were drinking and fucking high, and he showed us his fucking chip, right, of sobriety and shit. And he was saying basically he noticed it was an issue. He noticed he had an issue when he started drinking. What did he say to us again? Oh, that's it. When he started having a bottle of wine for lunch and another bottle of wine for dinner. And then he noticed it was an issue when his wife had to then go and start buying her own bottles because he'd finished them all. Like, he didn't realize he was finishing them all. Like, because he basically was saying, like, he was working really hard, waking up early in the morning to travel to work, coming back late at night. But in between, he'd be going to meetings, like in restaurants and shit. He'd order wine. He'd go and have drinks after work with his colleagues, order wine. He'd come back home and make some dinner, order something, and have a whole bottle of wine. And he didn't realize it was a fucking issue until his wife had to start buying her own bottles of wine and having them separately. So he wouldn't take his. And I think that's what happens with drinking, innit? You don't realize how much you actually drink until you stop drinking. Like, I've had plenty of occasions in my life where, I've gone out and shit, and not drunken anything. And sometimes you go out and you drink the whole bar. But the idea of drinking maybe twice in a week is easy. It's not that difficult at all, especially if you don't really have a big social life or you don't really hang out in bars and whatever. It's not that hard to only drink 2 drinks a week. It's not really that difficult, to be honest, if you want to. It's just astonishing that Bert can't even fathom that. It doesn't even knock on his head. Like, why would you start drinking and then stop? It's like, in his head, it's like, if you have 1 burger, you might as well have 5. That is fucking insane, bro. That's the saddest bit about me for him in this. It's that laugh. 2 drinks. It's like, come on, brother.
Bank that's showing that, the more you drink, for every additional drink you have per week, a little bit more brain atrophy, shrinking of the brain and loss of neurons.
My brain is firing hot.
Yeah,
I noticed my flow of speaking is going on stage. My brain is working so much better.
This is so good. This is so good. You're such a vigorous guy. Like, you have so much vigor. The word that comes to mind when I think of you, KREISCHER, is not alcohol. It is robust. There's like this robustness to you, right?
So there was a moment there where Bert was like, what the fuck? 2 drinks per week? Yeah, that ain't happening. And then Huberman starts to pump him up, calling him robust, whatever the fuck that means. Pretty sure that's not scientific. But then Huberman finally gets to the point here and, well, Bert isn't exactly on board.
I have a hidden agenda, which is my hope is that I saw you post on social media, you're not going to have another drink until you hit 230 pounds. I think you should cut it out for good and watch your creative work and everything else skyrocket. Yeah. And I'm sure there are a bunch of fans that are like, oh my God, does that mean I can't drink while listening to KREISCHER? No, we're not talking about them. We're talking about you.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not here as a addiction counselor. I don't tell people what to do. Yeah. Right. I'm not a physician. I don't prescribe anything. I'm a professor. I profess a lot of things, but I profess that if you were to stay off alcohol completely, not only are you going to live a lot longer, but that robustness is going to be exponentially greater. It'd also be fun to just do comedy and live life through that lens. There's so much more to discover. And no,
it's the fact that he has to be told this at his age, at this stage of his life. That's ridiculous. He has access to all the best physicians, doctors, nutritionists and whatever at his fingertips. One of his best friends and colleagues at work is fucking Dr. Drew. But yet he has to be reminded of this stuff constantly. And it still doesn't get through in his head. That's why I don't have sympathy for the guy sometimes. That's why I don't have sympathy for it. He just doesn't listen. Exactly. He doesn't listen, doesn't care. How often have we heard this conversation around Bert? I feel like I've heard this stuff around Bert at least 4 times a year. You hear somebody having this come to Jesus talk with him. Or him doing the whole like, oh my God, I feel so much better now. It's like, bro, either get it together or don't. But leave us alone. Please.
I'm not telling you have to quit smoking weed. Let's be frank. I don't know you well enough to say this, but I'll say it anyway. You don't seem like somebody who can have just 2 a week. I think 0 is going to be.
Hang on. Let's be.
I think 0 is going to be.
Let's talk logistics.
By the way, your fans probably hate me right now. They're like, "Why'd you bring this asshole on?"
There's no one who has 2 drinks a week. There's not.
There's
listen,
plenty.
If you're that person, you're lying to yourself. No one goes, well, that one whiskey was great. I'll have another one Thursday. Fuck off.
I saw Tom have 1 drink the other night.
Oh, he's dead inside.
He always says this. Like,
I don't even think you finished your drink.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think you finished.
Man,
That's so stupid because I've done that plenty of times. Don't get me wrong. One of the main tricks of it or issues of it is like I'm kind of fortunate in that I never really grew up in a household where people drank, mostly because we were super religious, right? I grew up in a super strict Christian conservative household where that shit just wasn't allowed. My mum and dad would never fucking allow that. So there was no drinking alcohol. So I never had it. By the time I did have my first sip of alcohol, I must have been like 18 or 19 or something, right? It came super late. And by that time, it wasn't really a big deal. I'd only do it when I'm partying, and then after that, it didn't matter. But then when I moved out, I then realized that I wasn't buying drinks at home. You know how people sometimes will go to the shop and buy like, a whole crate of beer or something to have in the fridge so you can drink something, for your dinner or whatever. I don't have that. I just have water and cold brews in my fridge or fucking orange juices. That's all I have, right? I don't have anything else. So when I want to buy alcohol, I'll go outside and get it. And usually if I want to get it, I might get a bottle of beer or I might get a little mixer thing or like these little magnums that we have here in the UK, which are amazing. These little fucking tonic drinks that are just full of sugar, right? But I fucking love them. I might buy one of those and I'll buy one and then that's it. And then leave it. Unless I'm actually going to party that day for the most part. That's it. Like, so for him to suggest that there's no one out there that drinks 2 times a week is insane. There's many people that do that. Many people. Because drinking isn't like it's not an escape from reality. It's a nice like way to end the week. I've got friends like that who will purposely, because I worked in startups and loads of startups will have a fridge where they put beers in. And usually at the end of the week on a Friday, someone will go to the fridge, pull out the beers and leave them on the tables for everyone that's still working. And then just drink. 1 on the Friday before you leave your shift. Then close your laptop and then go home. You're not going to the bar afterwards with your friends. You just have that 1 drink to kind of symbolize it's the end of the week and now you're going away. People do that all the time. So him thinking that people only drink to get drunk, that might be an alcoholic thing, to be fair. I'm maybe coming around to it now. Maybe I'm coming around to it. In his head, the only way to drink is to get drunk or get tipsy. That might be his alcoholism talking, right? Maybe I'm coming around to it. Maybe my hot take was wrong. Because who else says that? Who else says you can only drink to get drunk? You only drink to get drunk. Like,
So glad someone who is actually qualified sat down with Bert and told it to him straight. I doubt anyone's really told it to him like that before because he surrounds himself with yes men, and his wife is probably just happy that he's bringing in the cash every month so she doesn't grill him about it. You know, it could unsettle the beast. And look, I don't know how many of you listening to this right now know someone who is an alcoholic. Maybe it's you. But for me, I've had two best friends who were alcoholics, and by far the biggest barrier to getting sober and helping themselves is just acknowledging that they have an actual problem. And that's exactly...
Oh, okay. Now I get it. Now I'm understanding. Now I'm understanding. So I take back my hot take. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking out my ass. So I guess this delusion thing that Bert has is common to alcoholics. All alcoholics are delusional. And they refuse to acknowledge that they have a problem, which is the first step to them getting help, but they don't get it. Now I understand. This all makes sense. That's why he always lies about how much he drinks, right? He always lies about, I only had one. Oh, I've been sober the whole week. Actually, I had a drink on Friday. I didn't have much. I didn't have a drink in the morning. I only drink in the evening. He's always lying, right? He's always kind of obfuscating how much he actually had. Oh, now I get it. I feel like an idiot. I was like, he's not drunk. He's not an alcoholic. He's just dumb. He's just delusional. It's like, no, that is what an alcoholic is. It's all those things in one. That must be that must be the hardest addiction to break then, isn't it? Even more, because I think alcohol must be the hardest addiction to break, up there with cigarettes. Because with Class A drugs, you have to get them first and they're expensive. It doesn't matter if you're doing coke, MDMA, ketamine, LSD, GHB. They're hard to attain. They're illegal, obviously, and they're sometimes expensive. But cigarettes and alcohol are super affordable for most people. So it must be the hardest things to break, those two addictions, cigarettes and alcohol. Fuck, bro. I'm so lucky, honestly. I'm so fortunate I never had both of them because I already have my issues. I already have my fucking things that I suffer from. So I can't imagine how I'd be if I was addicted to cigarettes and alcohol. I'd be fucked. Damn, son. Big up Uche.
Alcohol/substance use disorder is the only disease a doctor can say that you have and you just genuinely don't believe them.
Ah, you see? There we go. Thank you, Uche. Big up Uche. I feel so redacted. I actually feel this is what I think is happening here. Every time I cover Brendan and I do this stream, it's not me, obviously, because I'm perfect. I think when I keep doing these streams, my brain sort of like breaks. So my ability to like comprehend things and understand where people are coming from, it kind of disappears. So I thank the chat and I thank Uche for always keeping me on the straight and narrow and helping me to see things, because I feel like an idiot. Oh, he's not an alcoholic. He doesn't have an addiction. He's just fucking lazy. He should man up. It's actually, his brain is broken. He's actually got something wrong here. Do you know what I mean? It's a legit disease. As Uche said, it's a legit disease. And he doesn't even want to acknowledge it. Fuck, man. I fucking got it. Anyway, let's play it. Big up the fucking podcast Cringe. You're an absolute G for clarifying that. Let's go back again. Let's go.
Who is an alcoholic. Maybe it's you. But for me, I've had two best friends who were alcoholics, and by far the biggest barrier to getting sober and helping themselves is just acknowledging that they have an actual problem. And that's exactly what I'm seeing here from Bert. Here's how it goes. They'll stop drinking for a couple of weeks or even a month like Bert, but they're only able to do it because they know that it's not permanent. They know they'll have a drink again soon. That's how they get through that short period of time without a drink. Some of you will know exactly what I'm talking about. The hardest part for addicts to get over is the fact that they can never drink again. That's very different to stopping for a few weeks. And alcohol's everywhere. You can't get away from it. So it's the idea of not being able to drink socially or during the festive season that makes it so hard for alcoholics to get sober. They think they can drink in moderation and slow it down, but the reality is it's either 0 or 100. That's what alcoholism is.
That explains so fucking much. If you watch Bert's content, you'll know he gets really triggered by people talking about sobriety. He gets really triggered, like more than regular person would. It kind of makes him pissed off. And at first I used to think, is it because he's getting triggered because he's going to lose a part of himself? Because part of his identity is being the t-shirt off guy, tops off, party guy, beer pong, blah, 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 blah. No, it's actually because the idea of sobriety is the idea that he has to quit drinking, the one thing that he loves and enjoys. And then I also found out why, from this explanation, why Bert seems to love Sober October so much. Because Sober October gives him a chance. Oh my God, this is so clear. Bert doesn't like Sober October because it gets him fit and in good, healthy condition, or gets him looking in the best shape that he's ever looked in his life. Bert likes Sober October, or most alcoholics like to have a period of sobriety because it gives them something to look forward to at the end. It's like a treat. And one thing we know about Bert loves treats. He loves rewarding himself. He loves rewarding himself. He loves a little party for himself. He loves patting himself on the back. And what better way to pat yourself on the back than going sober for 30 days? This is so illuminating. My God. Wow. But you know what's scary about this, bro? Not to be, because I love her, right? I love Leanne KREISCHER. She seems like an absolute angel. And of all the comedian wives and girlfriends that exist, she's definitely up there. Bert Kreischer's wife and Bill Burr's wife. But Leanne KREISCHER kind of enables him a little bit, doesn't she? I know she doesn't like that he drinks, but she also doesn't really put her foot down. Damn.
Here's the thing, is like, all that stuff, all the stuff doesn't compare to the sparkle you get after like a cold fucking beer where it just goes, it's all gonna be okay. You should dance, man.
Yeah, but you know in
like
the back,
that feeling.
But you know in the back of your mind that it doesn't mean it's all going to be okay. It's lying to you.
I don't need
it's
the
saying it's all
prostitute
gonna be
to
okay.
tell me this is a business transaction. Say that you love me. I don't give a fuck how I get told I love you. Just say it in my ear. I don't care if you mean it.
So you'll
Just
pay for the delusion.
That's what drinking is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The delusion is
but the
so
payment,
awesome.
But the payment is.
The delusion is so awesome. Have you heard anything sadder in your life? A guy who has everything, a guy who could be living the best life possible, is choosing to live this way, where he's living in a delusion, which is robbing him of life, valuable time with his family and friends. Like, can you imagine the amount of times Bert's woken up hungover in his life? The amount of time he's wasted not being with his kids and shit on the road and stuff. And he's another one. He's like Brendan. He likes to tour to stay away from his family. He can pretend now, but because maybe the girls are grown now, so it's different. But he didn't like to stay at home. He liked to always be on the road. Fuck, Bert, bro. Yo, big up, Doyd. Big up, big up, big up.
It's through your biology, through your liver.
Biology, yeah,
right?
yeah. But we're all gonna get die one day.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. Anyone who knows an alcoholic will immediately be nodding their head after seeing that conversation. It's the same shit. And I honestly feel for Bert. He really is delusional. I don't think he'll take it seriously and stop for good. And he's kind of lucky in a way that he's so rich. For a lot of alcoholics, they struggle to make ends meet, and that just fuels their addiction and causes more problems at home. So for Bert, it's definitely not as bad as it could be if he had to work a regular job or whatever.
There's a part of me that I grew up with that from 22 to here that
imagine, bro. I feel so bad for saying that I don't care if he dies from alcohol now. From alcohol abuse. I feel so terrible for saying that now. Because imagine how horrible it must be if you're a regular person and you're an alcoholic. As the podcast Cringe says, right? You're an alcoholic. It then puts you in bad situations or bad positions where you might get fired. You might lose friends, your family sort of like abandons you, which then makes you more miserable. So then you go to the drink more to kind of numb the pain, and so the cycle continues. And you just get in the eternal loop of misery and suffering, and you try and medicate that by just drinking yourself silly. Okay. Now I understand a little bit why people are being so concerned about him online, because I think a lot of people have alcohol, have had somebody in their family, in their close group of friends, or somebody they know loosely suffer from this. I think so. I think it's very common. I think that's why a lot of people speak about it, and they kind of are concerned. Maybe what I see as like sinister, people guessing when he's going to die, is actually people being concerned and wanting him to like get right. Damn it, man. My hot takes are so shit. I've got the worst track record for hot takes. So whatever, let's play.
When I go, who wants a drink? And that feeling, that energy, I don't ever want to lose that. It's like a first kiss. It's so fun that you're like, what's funny is I'm trying to build intrinsic value in myself by watching him sober last night and going
Jared Mederick, concerned I'd dump him in a body given the opportunity. Just roll him down the hill. He'll keep rolling.
From alcohol.
No.
Rolling. Big up Fred Durst.
I was sober.
Oh, okay.
I was watching him sober and I went, man, this is fucking still awesome, and I don't need alcohol. Right now it's a lot of growing things, but like I'm definitely drinking on my cruise. I want to drink at Red Rocks. Like there's times I want to have a cold beer. I want to be a part of I want to be back in the Matrix, like fucking feel myself plug in and taste the steak. Like I know that sober it's more valuable and you feel better the next day, but there's a fucking sparkle this sobriety doesn't give you sometimes. I think a guy like you're so fucking smart. You can't fuck with anything but the truth. I like the lie.
So yeah, exactly what I was saying. He refuses to acknowledge that he's got a drinking problem and that he'll never be able to drink again. That's definitely the biggest hurdle. And
it must be kind of hard for him to be that delusional though, because he has to put these screens up around his life, innit? Because Tom Segura got his life together. Even though Tom has never really been a big drinker, he's lost loads of weight and got really healthy. And then who's the other guy? The comedian with the white hair. He was always known for drinking. He's got sober. He looks incredible now, actually, right? His hair looks shiny now. He's all white and stuff. So it must be hard for Bert to like handle it. Everyone around him's kind of fixing up, and he's the only one. Yeah, Ron White. That's it, Ron White. Yeah, exactly. Henry Poet. If he dies, he dies. I take it back, man. I feel bad now. I feel bad for saying that. I feel like such a jackass, as you guys say in America. I feel like a jackass for saying that, man. Fuck. Don't get me wrong, he's not my friend. I don't know him, but I'm not as callous anymore because I understand now it's an addiction and it actually is a fucking disease and it actually is kind of serious, and it is also super sad. Anyway, that's all of it. I'm not watching the end of it. Watch it, check it out. Subscribe to my guy podcast Cringe, please. Amazing channel. He does really good in-depth little analysis on pods and shit, and he's one of my favorites. So check out podcast Cringe. Subscribe to his channel. Don't delay. Don't be an idiot. Subscribe to podcast Cringe. Subscribe to podcast Cringe. So moving on from that one. Let's go on. Wait a second. Can we hear your American accent? You want to hear my American accent? How I say? Hey guys, it's me, Agostinho. Is that American? That's not American, is it? What do I say? Don't worry about it. Hey man, don't be a douchebag. Crash 94 big up. Hey dude, don't be a douche.
Everybody has a Logan Paul moment. This was yours.
Exactly. Hey man, big up Crash. Thanks Crash for the donation, dude. You're cool, man. Big up Crash. Thank you, Crash, dude. Hey dude. Hey dude. Okay, I'll stop now. Everyone's laughing at me. Why are you laughing at me, guys? Why are you laughing? Come on, man. Give me a break, dude. Kiss my ass. Kiss my ass, man. Kiss my ass. Anyway, let's continue. I want to read a little bit of this. So I don't know if you guys have seen this, right? But there's this massive article. I'm going to try and read as fast as I can about Hasan Minhaj, right? Hasan Minhaj, right? Hasan Minhaj got in a bit of trouble because he allegedly lies in some of his jokes, which is, I think, common knowledge for most comedians. So I'm not too sure why he's getting an op-ed about it, but it's from the New Yorker. The title is Hasan Minhaj's Emotional Truths. And we're going to see why these guys decided to dedicate this entire story to him, because the artwork is pretty cool, to be fair. They even commissioned somebody to make this artwork and this 1,000-word fucking article. I'm not really too sure why. We all know fucking comedians lie. So I'm not surprised why, you know, this shouldn't be a surprise for anybody. But anyway, Hasan Minhaj is the one getting torn up. Wherever Bert Kreischer is, if he's not shaking from the alcohol withdrawals, he's definitely shaking from this headline, because he's probably going to be next, because he lies more than anybody. And then maybe Brenda. So let's see what they're talking about. So comedian Hasan Minhaj came of age as a practicing Muslim in an Indian family post 9/11. His Netflix series Patriot Act, comedy news show in the mold of The Daily Show, blah, blah, blah. His stage work and comedy has led to 2 Netflix comedy specials, which have drawn plaudits from Minhaj's blend of autobiographical storytelling and social justice commentary. He recently conducted a lengthy sit-down interview with Barack Obama and is a leading candidate to succeed Trevor Noah as a host of The Daily Show. Really? Fucking hell, The Daily Show's fallen off, innit? Trevor Noah's fucking garbage. And then you're replacing him with Hasan Minhaj. Horrible. In 2019, Minhaj was selected as one of the Time magazine's most influential people. In company article, Noah wrote, "We needed Hasan's voice since Donald Trump came. No, Donald Trump bad, blah, blah, blah." In Minhaj's approach to comedy, he leans heavily on his own experience as an Asian American. And what? So he's not only American, he's Asian American and Muslim American. Yo, the identity politics you guys got in the States is fucking crazy. I'm an African American Christian American. Is that what I am now? It's so redacted. I'm an African American Christian American. That's what I would say. Hold on. What's your name? First of all, I'm an African American Christian American. Okay, but what's your name? Fucking insane. Anyway, for many of his fans, he has become the avatar of the power of representation in it. Yo, get to the point, bro. But after many weeks of trying, I had been unable to confirm some of the stories he had told on stage. So this guy was a diversity hire in some respects, right? TV needed more brown faces, needed more brown voices, needed more immigrant minority stories. They lift him up, they put him in position, and the same people who champion him from the rooftops or from the rafters are now the same people ripping him apart and saying his stories or his jokes aren't real. I hate the world, man. I fucking hate the world. Honestly. The same people that propped him up and used him as a fucking social justice banner are now trying to tear him down because he lies in his jokes. Who gives a fuck? You know? Can we fucking find out about fucking Ghislaine Maxwell's client list, please? Can we do that, please? Can we spend more time writing op-eds on the client list from fucking, what's his fucking name? I'm not going to say because I don't want to get taken down. But come on, man. Can we do more investigative journalism on that, please? Instead of getting to the bottom of whether a comedian lies on stage. Anyway, for many of his fans, he's become the nerd, but after weeks of trying, unable to confirm his stories. When we met on a recent afternoon at a comedy club in West Village, Minhaj acknowledged for the first time that many of his anecdotes that he related in his Netflix special were untrue. Still, he said that he stood by his work. Every story in my style is built around the seed of truth. My comedy, Arnold Palmer, is event 70% emotional truth. This happened. And then 30% hyperbole, exaggeration and fiction. What the fuck is emotional truth? Huh? Because you feel it is true. I don't even want to get down that road. That sounds like fucking gobbledygook. But we continue. In Minhaj's 2022 Netflix stand-up special, The King's Gesture, a biographical reflection on fame, vainglory, and Minhaj's obsession with social media, he relates a story about an FBI informant who infiltrated his family's Sacramento area mosque in 2002. If you believe this anyway, you're a fucking redact. I swear to God. Go and jump off the nearest bridge, head first. He relays a story about an FBI informant who infiltrated his family's Sacramento area mosque in 2002, when Minhaj was a junior in high school. As Minhaj tells it, brother Eric, a muscle-bound white man who said he was a convert to Islam, gained the trust of the mosque community. He went to dinner in Minhaj's house, and he even offered to teach weight training to the community's teenage boys. So some random white man who infiltrated their mosque was diddling some of the kids in the fucking weight room, and you guys believe this story to be true? Some buff FBI agent. Have you guys not watched TV? Have you guys not been to your local police station? When's the last time you've seen a buff policeman, let alone an FBI agent who spends most of the time on the desk? Come on, bro. Anyway, Minhaj decided to mess with brother Eric, telling him that he wanted to get his pilot license after 9/11. That's a bit that's a bit wild, right? Imagine you meet a fucking FBI agent as an Asian dude and you tell him you're trying to work for your pilot's license. That's the first thing. Hold on. When I decided to mess with Eric, soon the police were on the scene, slamming Minhaj on the hood of a car. Years later, while watching the news with his father, Minhaj saw a story about Craig Montiel, who assumed the cover of the personal trainer when he became an FBI informant in the Muslim communities in Southern California. Well, Papa, look who it is, Minhaj recalls telling his father. It's our good friend, brother Eric. On stage, a large screen behind Minhaj flashes news footage from the Al Jazeera news report on Montelli, on that, whoever his name is, Montiel, and Minhaj's teenage hunch. It seems very well was proved right. The moment is played for laughs, but the story underscores the threat that being Muslim in the United States carried during the early days of the war. Why are they trying to explain this joke to us? We get the joke. Minhaj segues to the case of Hamid Hayat, a young man from another Sacramento area town who spent much of his adult life in prison based on a confession of his attorney. Says he was coerced. He just got out of prison this past June, says Minhaj. Man, he's my age, he's 36. I think about Hamid all the time. Later in the special, Minhaj speaks about the fallout of the Patriot Act, segments of the killing of Jamal Khashoggi and Narendra Modi, Hindus nationalism, and the big screen displays threatening tweets that were sent to Minhaj. Most disturbing, he tells the story of a letter sent to his home, which was filled with white powder. The context accidentally spilled onto the young daughter. You should have racked it up, man. Should have made sure it wasn't lines. Double tested it. Made sure it wasn't what it needed to be. I mean, rack that bad boy up, bro. The child was rushed to hospital. It turned out to be not to be anthrax, but it was a sobering reminder that Minhaj's comedic actions had real-life consequences. Later that night, his wife, in a fury, told him that she was pregnant with her second child. You get to say whatever you want on stage, and we have to live with the consequences. Minhaj recalls her saying, I don't give a shit that Time magazine thinks you're an influencer. If you've ever put my kid to danger again, I'll leave you in a second. So, if you watch that comedy special, On My Life, and you believe these stories to be true, you're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. Idiot with a capital I. If you listen to these stories of some white buff guy infiltrating a mosque so they could gain information for the FBI, and then they're having a conversation over eating wraps, right, in the fucking parking lot, and he mentioned something about flying fucking planes, and then you hear the story about the fucking anthrax in the Post, and then the other story. Like, if you believe those, you are an idiot. Come on. Prior to my meeting with Minhaj, Motelli, aka brother Eric, had told me that Minhaj's story is a fabrication. I have no idea why he would do that, said the FBI agent. Monif was in prison in 2002 and didn't work for the FBI on the counter-terrorism measures until 2006. Details of his undercover actions were catalogued in a legal case that was made his way on the Supreme Court. So the FBI is hiring convicts. This guy was in prison in 22 and he worked for the FBI 4 years later. Shit, okay. Details of his undercover actions were catalogued in a legal case that has made its way to the Supreme Court. Monif said that he has worked only for South California, sorry, not Sacramento. The New York Police Department, which investigates instances of possible, whatever that word is, has no record of incident like the one Minhaj describes, nor do area hospitals, front desk and mailroom employees at Minhaj's former residence don't remember such an incident, nor the Patriot Act employees involved in the show's security. During our conversation, Minhaj admitted that his daughter had never been exposed to white powder. And that his daughter, he had opened up a letter delivered to his apartment, and he said, and it contained some sort of powder. Minhaj said that he had the joke for his wife, holy shit, what if this was anthrax? He said that he had never told anyone on the show about his letter, despite the fact that they were concerned with his security. Do we care? I don't. I'm not going to lie. I don't give a fuck. I don't know why they're writing this. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but do we fucking give a shit? He made some lies up in his fucking Netflix stand-up special to add to the brevity of his stories. To talk like he's an immigrant, he's oppressed and blah, blah, blah. Do we fucking give a shit? I don't. What is this, bro? Why are they tearing him down? What did he do? What did he do? Did he fuck somebody's kid or something? This is such a waste of time. They made this article, they made some journalists write it, they commissioned an artist to make this amazing little illustration at the top, all for nothing. He made up some stories. I don't give a fuck. Hasan Minhaj, we stand with you, brother. Keep lying on stage, keep making white people feel guilty, keep collecting your checks. We stand with you, brother. Everybody's out here lying. Lie, 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 lie. If Brendan Schaub and BERT KREISCHER can have a career, so can you. Go for it, brother. Keep lying. Say you was in the Mossad. Say you used to be in fucking Al-Qaeda. Say you used to fucking live in Afghanistan. Say your family is actually from Pakistan. Say all that shit, bro. Say it. Say you're going to fight for the militia. Say you fought in Ukraine. Say all the lies. Lie, 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 lie. Do the thing. Do it. Fuck these people, man. God almighty. And then, of course, Whoopi Goldberg came to his defense. Good old Whoopi. She knows what to do. That's what we do. Us minorities, we always stand together. Minority strong. That's what we do. MS. It's not multiple sclerosis. It's actually minority strong. Okay? That's what we do. Stand together. Whoopi Goldberg defends Hasan. What did she say? What did Whoopi say defending him on The View? She says, that's what we do. That's what we do. We tell stories and we embellish. Don't worry, baby. We tell stories. That's what we do. That's what she said. If you're you're coming to the point where they're gonna check up on stories, you have to understand. Oh, happy days, oh, happy days. Yeah, a lot of it is not the extent of the thing that's happened. Because why would we tell you exactly what happened? It ain't that interesting. Towards our job is to see the truth. Sometimes the truth is sometimes total BS. What do you say here? Yeah, see, it's all good. She supports her. Big up Whoopi. Big up Whoopi for standing with minorities. Minority strong, okay? Minority strong. That's what we do. Minority strong. Big up minorities. Oh, mate, honestly. People are earning salaries writing that shit, you know. I can't believe it. Anyway, I can't believe it. So, let's get on to the big news of the day. Luis J. Gomez might be the Brendan Schaub of the East Coast. Luis J. Gomez may be the Brendan Schaub of the East Coast, which may explain the vitriol and the hate that he has for him. Because I think for us, right, it makes a lot of sense for us to laugh at these guys because we have no interest to be them. We have no interest to be stand-up comedians. We don't care about their scene. We don't want to be in the green rooms. We don't care about getting on Rogan. We're just regular people, just pointing and laughing at these dum-dums who take themselves way too seriously. So I can sit here and I can laugh at these guys and I can say with my whole heart, cross, you know, the little cross thing, right? swear on my family that I am not in one iota jealous of any of these motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck. It's just funny to laugh at them. But I think, hear me out, if you're a professional stand-up comedian and you go out of your way to insult, mock, or diss somebody else who's in the same industry as you, you're probably jealous. So it makes me think, all those times that Luis J. Gomez was dissing Brendan and trying to, you know, make friends with the guys over on the Fire and the Kids subreddit, I think it was actually more so jealousy. He felt like he should have what Brendan has. He felt like he should be Joe Rogan's friend, or he should get on Rogan. That's really where that came from. It wasn't because he thought Brendan was a redact like we do. It wasn't that he generally does think Brendan is horrible stand-up comedy. It wasn't that he thinks that Brendan's a douchebag like we do. No, it's that he was actually jealous. That's actually worse. Because I think if you're actually working the same industry, there should be a sense of like professional courtesy, and just, you should just avoid talking about your colleagues in any way, shape or form disparagingly, or where that word is, in front of regular people. I honestly do think so. I honestly do think so. You shouldn't be doing it. So I think the fact that Luis J. Gomez did it, and then as soon as he wanted to change, he kind of went the other way, right? And started to bread and suck off Brendan, and then he went on Rogan. I think that was pure proof that he was fucking jealous the whole time. Because actually, in actuality, he acts the same way to his colleagues and to his employees as Brendan does. The same exact way. Because this sounds very similar to fucking BGL, this situation. What are you guys tagging me? Henry Perrott says, I guess Anthony Jeselnik should be arrested for murder then. The comedy truth, nothing to do with what's real, only what's funny. No. Again, you mistake what I'm saying. Anthony Jeselnik had a personal issue with Brendan. Think about that. Jeselnik never spoke about Brendan before that interaction. Do you remember the story that Jeselnik fucking told when he finished his set and then Brendan tried to give him advice? Do you remember? Jeselnik has every reason to think Brendan's a piece of shit because he tried to give him fucking advice on comedy, right? So he has every reason to like hate on Brendan if he wants to, because he felt insulted that this guy that's so shit at comedy would dare to give him any advice on anything. So I understand that. But I think the likes of Luis J. Gomez and stuff, those guys were always secretly jealous because they were on the outside. They couldn't get on the inside. They couldn't become part of the Cool Guy Club. And as we're going to see here, courtesy of this screenshot, or courtesy of this tweet, sorry, he's clearly treating his own employees the same way as Brendan treats his. So this is a guy called Bobby Hutch, who was a main part of Gas Digital, one of their main producers, one of the face of the guys is behind the scene. And he's now left, or he got fired from Gas Digital by Luis J. Gomez because, according to him, he asked for some money. So we're going to read... What should we read? Let's read his Instagram one first. He's got a tweet. He's got an Instagram one where he did the same thing. So this is his Instagram caption. He says, here's what a real podcast producer makes. Definitely not GDN position. Here's a link to the posting. So I guess he's arguing that he's not getting paid enough being a podcast producer at Gas Digital. He's probably getting underpaid. So the regular range to be a podcast producer is between 75,000 and 100,000. I'm guessing in New York, but I'm guessing in New York. So in New York, it's similar like fucking why am I saying like that? In New York, it's similar like London, similar to London, where the cost of living is super high. So I'm assuming 100,000 probably doesn't even go that far in New York, unfortunately, with the price of rent and all that sort of stuff. But whatever. So wherever he's on now, he must be living like really tight. So he's obviously tight. So the fucking, what you call it? Let's see what people said. First question here by a person said, is there a beef between you and Gas? Did Lewis fire you? And the reply from Bobby Hutch is as follows. He says, he fired me for asking for $100 for creating the Regs logo, then hired me back 2 days later under the agreement that I would not be insulted or screamed at. Then 7 days later, I was insulted and screamed at, so I quit. So Luis J. Gomez is out here screaming at his staff members the same way we see him screaming on camera. He does that behind the scenes. Can you imagine how insulted you must be to see someone like a Luis J. Gomez screaming at you, telling you you're an idiot, telling you don't know what you're doing. I would be offended, don't get me wrong, because he's a fucking redact. And that's also not the best way to talk to your employees. That's not a great way to motivate people by just screaming and shouting at them all the fucking time. But I want to know what the regs logo, what's the regs logo? Oh, that's the logo for that podcast, isn't it? They've got, right? The regs logo, the Reds podcast logo. What does that look like? I don't see what kind of fucking job he did. Okay. See, that's the thing I mean about these guys, right? Don't get me wrong. It's a good logo, so big up Bobby Hutch for designing it, but it's not crazy, right? It's not something that you would assume you would need to pay somebody to make. You could make that yourself on Photoshop if you had, you know, a day to learn and shit. It's not that difficult on Illustrator. It's not that hard to make a logo like this, but don't get me wrong, he made it still, but this is what I don't understand about this, guys, right? Luis J. Gomez clearly needs that guy. That podcast producer guy does a lot. He's even fucking designing logos. So clearly Luis J. Gomez has no idea how to do most things when it comes to running his network. So why don't you pay somebody accordingly? Why don't you make sure the people next to you are the most well paid? That's what I said about Brendan. I've got a feeling Brendan doesn't even pay Chin properly, when Chin is the most important person at Thick Boy and the Fire and the Kid, probably more so than Brendan. Because without Chin, they can't upload episodes. They can't even record shows because none of them knows how to do shit. So why don't these guys treat the people next to them good? I've never understood this. It's really odd to me. Anyway, going back to the fucking thread. He said what he said about Luis J. Gomez. Let's see what other questions people asked him. I've been wondering where you've been. It's a bummer, but you deserve better. Keep rocking, brother. What's his reply here? He says, I'm done with producing other people's vision. I'm working in the process of entering another union, a job that respects their employees, not one that uses them to boost their own career, actually pays them employees instead of giving them a 5-day trip to Jamaica as a status symbol for themselves, where they make the employee pay for their own way to get there. Oh my God, Luis J. Gomez, man, what are you doing, bro? So that Jamaica trip that they all go on, the Gas Digital team, that he uses like as a flex, my network, it's popping, my employees. He makes them pay to go there and pay their own flights. What's the point? I've gone on company holidays before, or company trips. They usually pay for your trip and pay for your accommodation. Why do they? So that's not a company trip. That's like that's like going on a destination wedding. You have to pay for your own flights to get there. So it ends up costing you an arm and a leg to get to your friend's wedding. And then they end up getting divorced the next day and you end up getting super angry. That is so fucked up, bro. So he'd rather not pay you, but he'll do these grand gestures. It looks similar to like Brendan, isn't it? Brendan probably paid those guys to go with him to shows and shit, but he probably never paid BGL, like the salary he was owed. But he'd make sure he's looked after during the day, he'd get him drinks, he'd buy him food, but he wouldn't put money in his pocket. That is so, so bad. Anyway, it continues. What's another thing here? You're telling me a guy who calls himself the Puerto Rican rattlesnake doesn't pay a decent living wage? That's a good comment. Big up you, Barnes. That's a good one. I guess it's one for me. Believing in him and the product. Changing my life, leaving a career, and ultimately gaining nothing from the whole experience. Yeah, to be fair, as much as I feel sympathy for this guy, I also think this kind of reminds me a little bit of the Joe Budden podcast thing. Luis J. Gomez is a piece of shit, right? And I think even he would admit he is. So you have to move accordingly with someone like that. You can't really pin your entire future hopes on Luis J. Gomez. You kind of have to get what you can get for him and that experience working at Gas Digital and use that experience to go somewhere else. But you can't be staying there forever and ever and ever because you know eventually he's going to fuck you over. If people fuck over people in the past, you can't think you're special. You can't think you're the chosen one that's not going to get eventually bit in the ass, right? So maybe he has himself to blame there. I thought you got promoted to partners with those two for all the years of work you did. What do you say here? I received one single payment for my percentage of the company over the past 7 years. The payment was roughly $56. Oh, I'm sorry, Bobby, man. That's fucking hilarious. That reminds me of that time that I worked in retail and I was encouraged to apply for a supervisor role, right? I was like, I'm working on the shop floor. Then people are like, oh yeah, you're really good here. You're really responsible. Use your own initiative. You're a hard worker. You should apply for the supervisor role. So I got a supervisor role, which meant I'd have to, I'd have to organize people's rotas. I'd have to sort out the lunch and who goes when. I'd have to approve holidays. I'd be the key holder, which is awful. It sounds cool, but it's the worst because it means you have to open up and close. So you have to get there an hour early and leave an hour later and cash up. And guess what? Guess what my promotion salary was? My bump. $1. I was making 6 hours, $6, £6 an hour. And then it went up to £7 an hour. So $1 meant I have to get the keys and make roads. It was one of the worst things ever, honestly. And I remember and I was looking forward to that promotion. I was thinking, yeah, I'm going to get a promotion. I'm getting all these extra experience and I'm going to get a salary bump. And then when I looked at my paycheck, it was $1, £1 more. So I feel you, bro. Imagine. Yeah, that's why I don't buy this. A lot of people say to me, Chin is a partner in Thick Boy. Chin is a partner in Thick Boy. It doesn't matter. Do you think Brendan is paying Chin in like shares or like, how's he paying him? If I'm Chin, I'm going to make sure I get a salary out of Brendan. I'm not going to defer my wages through owning shares in a network that only exists because one person's alive. I wouldn't do that. I want to get my salary that comes in every month. So that's why I think Brendan probably, again, I'm only guessing here, but I have a feeling that Chin doesn't get paid as much as he should get paid. And he probably says, hey, I'll make up the difference by giving you shares in Thick Boy. But the shares in Thick Boy are worthless because the fucking network is worthless. You know what I mean? It's same with this. I'd rather get the money than get a percentage of Gas Digital. Fuck that shit. Please tell me you will make more with you all do. What? I don't know what that means. Anyway, you get a gist of it, right? So he said this, and then Luce Gomez has obviously been replying back, and he's not happy about everything he's been saying. He's made some. Okay, here's a meme of this one. What's this meme saying? Luce Gomez will be replying. It says, "We can't pay the producers, Gas Digital subscription fees. Weed, Kratom, online gambling, dick pill ads, podcast merch, Legion of Skanks theatre shows, Skank Fest tickets, marquee sponsorships." Oh wow, Lewis takes 27-day vacation a year. The fans see it. We can't pay producers, and look at all the stuff they got. Money. What did Lewis say as a reply to this? I want to hear what he says actually. What did he say? He has a reply. Lucius Gomez, what did he say? What did he say? We do pay producers from the sub fees and the sponsorship money. Podcast merch is a separate business. Legion of Skank Theatre shows are not produced by Gas, and we pay the producers separately to help. Skank Theatre is a separate business. I chose to spend my money on vacation. Some people buy property or save. I choose to create memories with my family. You stink. I love people do that sort of stuff, man. Lucius Gomez goes on mad vacations, isn't it? You were seeing his Instagram. He's always like, I think the last picture I saw, he was on Greece somewhere, right? So imagine being this Bobby Hutch guy and you're not getting your money, and then Lucia Gomez is going on holiday to Greece in the middle of the year just like to fuck around and shit, and you haven't been paid yet. Oh, I'd be angry. Let's see what he said. Let's see what Bobby Hutch said on Twitter. Is there producer performer actually making a livable wage? This is a good question, right? At Gas Digital. Bobby says, I know what the other producers were making while I was there. I don't know what the talent was making. I'll just say it will be embarrassing if the amount of producer staff was making while I was there was known to the public. So the producers of that fucking shitty streaming network thing called Gas Digital aren't being paid a livable wage. Most of them. I guess he's trying to, hint at. Why are these guys like this, you think? Why do you think these guys do this? Because I wonder if it's like a business thing. Like if you've got a business, is there incentive on you to not pay people properly? Because I don't have a business. If I had one and people were helping me out, I would make sure they get compensated fairly. Especially if they're crucial to my business. Like I need you to do this job and you make my life easier by doing this job. Why can't they just make it fair? Especially in the industry they work in. All these stand-up comedians get on podcasts and complain about comedy clubs not paying them, about not getting booked in certain places, not getting specials. The industry is kind of unfair to comics, right? It exploits them quite a lot. So you'd imagine that level of exploitation they have to suffer. you'd imagine they want to make it right when they get their own business. You know what? I'm going to make it right. I'm going to make sure when I have my own podcast, when I have my own club, when I have my own network, that I pay people like this, I bid this like that. Why don't they do that? Why do they repeat the scam that they've suffered and then get surprised when people aren't happy about it? Why? It's so sad, man. Robert says, I remember what Brendan said, of course. Yeah, creating for everyone. They think anyone can do it. Look at Tim Dillon, true. Free crack bonuses because people are stingy. Yep, true. Fair play. Sorry to hear you moved on. Thanks, bud. Now that, what else he said here? Lewis fired me for asking for $100 for creating the Regs logo. To be fair, as easy as this logo is to make, I still think $100 is pretty cheap. That's a mates rate. It's easy to do, but $100 is pretty cheap for that logo. So he kind of ripped him off. I'm not going to lie. He made an asset for the podcast that they're using now all over the place, right? That's it in use there, right? It's with 4 very well-known comics in their own fields, right? They've all got very successful podcasts or radio shows beforehand. And he made this logo for $100 only. Fucking hell. Do you still like them as comedians, or is it like total fuck all those guys type of thing? Love you, miss you and the girls. No, I absolutely love Jay and David. I really like all the comics at Gas. I never understood why Louis continued to do comedy. Oh shit. I never understood why he continued to do comedy. I told you, Brendan's actually got better stand-up than Louis J. Gomez. I would die on that hill. Brendan Schaub is a better stand-up than him. I don't give a fuck what you guys say. Just because he talks fast and he swears, Louis J. Gomez isn't fucking better than Brendan on stage. I don't give a fuck. I'd rather spend $30 to watch fucking Brendan tell me about beans, cheese, than hear fucking Louis J. Gomez talk about how many girls he's fucked or fucking Casey Anthony. Fuck off. In my opinion, he's not that good at telling jokes. He depends a lot on wordplay, but he's a good podcaster. I can't take that away from him. What else it says here? Could Lewis offer or say anything that will make you come back to Gas Digital? He says, no, I'm not interested. I put too much time and effort and blood and sweat and tears into making this work. It was never really truly reciprocated. Fair enough. What percentage of Gas subscription is going towards shows, websites, how much is going towards Louis buying his girlfriend a new car? They keep telling me that Gas makes no money. Oh, okay, that's what he's saying then. So he's saying he's not getting paid adequately. He keeps getting told Gas Digital doesn't make any money, but fucking Louis J. Gomez lives a good life. So clearly some money's being made. You know, it's not good to watch people's pockets. That's a bit lame. But if you're an employee, I can understand why you'd feel a bit aggrieved when your boss keeps coming back with a toasty tan and you don't have any money in your pocket. I would be hot. I would be fucking furious. I might even kick off on the show. When the show's actually on, I'll kick off. Fuck it. I think if I eat myself, you'll definitely be missed, Bobby. All the boys in the RLC union regularly genuinely enjoyed you and appreciated you. He said, thank you, Britches. Thanks, man. I mean, this is the nicest way possible and not aggressive. Also, thanks for everything. But what is your game plan if Louis or Ralph sees this? 2, would there be an altercation? And 3, are you prepping for one? And 3, would you have money? I haven't said anything that is not truthful or slanderous. I don't know what they would come at me for legally. Who is your favorite intern? Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so you know the deal. Gas Digital pays like shit. Louis J. Gomez is a terrible boss. And then he replied, right? Louis J. Gomez replied to the whole scandal. And we're going to play the clip now. And we're going to see how Louis J. Gomez responds to one of his main producers, essentially calling him out for not being a good boss and not compensating him correctly. How does he handle this? I haven't seen the response. I haven't seen it. What do you think he does? Does Louis J. Gomez admit his mistakes and offer to make it right? Does he try and make himself the victim? Does he completely dismiss Bobby Hutch's concerns? Does he double down on the fact that he is a great boss and he never lies? What do you think he does? I'm going to say he completely misses the point and doubles down, or he tries to become the victim. Let's see what happens here. Come on, press play. What's happening here?
So yeah, if you guys have been following along on Twitter, you know, you guys see that Bobby Hutchinson no longer works for Gas Digital. He left the company a couple months ago now at this point, and we haven't really talked about it because the reality is, like, you know, out of respect to professionalism, like, this is just not anybody's business. You know, it didn't end in good terms, obviously. You know, more than anything else, the reason I haven't really been, you know, talking about it is because I did consider Bobby a very, very close friend. These guys, and this is the truth, the production staff here at Gas Digital, it is not just people that work for me. These are people that they're like my best friends in the world. Like, we're all, like, everyone here is all legitimately best friends. Everyone.
That to me is a red flag. As much as, imagine if Bobby Hutch is being a bitch. Let's just run with that narrative. Bobby Hutch is being a bitch. He's freaking out over nothing. You should never make a long-term career in podcasting as a host, let alone working behind the scenes. He should have been more smart with his money. He should have looked after himself, blah, blah, blah. Let's imagine that, right? Let's imagine that. I still think a red flag for any job that you're at, a red flag, the biggest red flag you can find is when somebody says to you, we're like a family. That's a red flag, because you're not a family. You're there to work. You're there to exchange your time for money. That's it. If you find friends there and people that you're close to, cool. But you're not a family. That family thing is super manipulative to make you see past all the inefficiencies they have there working wise. Always be wary of that. That is the biggest red flag ever. We're a family. We're super close. We hang out. Because it kind of feels like now, thinking about it, those fucking Jamaica trips are like forced team building exercises. They kind of feel a little bit like it, because on the outside they look quite cool, right? When you're, as a fan, watching from the outside, you're like, oh shit, these guys are going to Jamaica as a group. Look at the picture, look at them having fun. But it now kind of feels like a little bit of a forced thing. Like you kind of been backed into a corner to go. Like, imagine all the staff go, you don't go that one year, and then they come back with all these stories. You kind of feel guilty about not being there. You kind of feel left out. So then you save money to go the next time. It kind of feels like they're forcing you to go there in a way. Then you go, and then it kind of solidifies this notion that you're a family and you're a friendship group, because you go on the holiday with people, usually that you're with friends only. So always be wary. It doesn't matter if you're working at a podcast, you're working in a fucking restaurant, you're behind a bar, you're working in an office. If somebody says to you, we're like a family, that probably means they do some fuck shit. So keep your eye open.
Hangs out of work, and this includes Bobby. You know, everyone, we vacation together. We go, on the weekends we go out together. We have cried together. We've bled together. We fucking created amazing things together. And I take it very seriously, and I think my entire staff knows this, and a lot of people know how seriously I take the production here. I know it's not always the best.
It's terrible,
but
that's the funny thing though. It's terrible. Every time you go on the Reddit, so you see people talking about fucking Gas Digital, they're always complaining. So it's clearly terrible. And how many employees do they have at fucking Gas Digital, by the way? Whenever, you know what, sorry to keep interrupting and pausing this, but whenever Joe Rogan has this thing where he will say on his podcast sometimes, oh, this is why I love podcasting, because it's super free and I get to do it with, like, it's just me and Jamie. You don't have to have many people involved. I always feel like it's always like a bit of a sneak diss, right? And I never could understand who he's insulting. I always used to think he was sneak dissing Tom Segura with Your Mum's House, right? Because they've got loads of people that work behind the scenes of their studio. But their thing is quite polished. But these guys, Gas Digital, is so amateur hour how they run and function as a studio and shit, as a show. They've got so many employees, so many people in that, behind that glass fucking window, but there's always like something going wrong. So I wonder if Joe Rogan's always sneak dissing them, because they have all these employees, but the show isn't that great really. So what's the point? So what, is he having employees to like make himself look good? So he looks like a boss when actually he doesn't treat them well. I'd rather have 5 employees I treat amazingly than have 30 or 50 and look like I'm a CEO or entrepreneur.
Now, when you create something with somebody, I think that that is really valuable. I think that it holds a ton of value. And me and Bobby have created like truly incredible, memorable things that have changed, changed people's lives in a lot of ways. Legion of Skanks is a show. I get a message a day at least in my inbox with somebody saying that this show has changed my life. And it has been something.
Come on. How's he not laughing at this? Come on, Luis J. Gomez. Come on, brother. You have to be smarter than this, please. He can't be serious. Luis J. Gomez changed my life. Legion of Skanks stopped me from ending it all. I would have self-expired if it wasn't for your podcast. Are you serious? Yo. Either Gas Digital fans are super redacted, or he's getting trolled. How can you believe this? You believe your show is good enough to like... I'm sorry, but some would say your show could induce somebody self-expiring. I would say that personally, right? The show's on there, especially when they have all these random New York guys on there who are all hungry for fame and they're all fighting to talk and shit, right? Those dudes, and they're like talking jealously about all the West Coast dudes and shit. You're like, ugh, this is kind of gross, man. All these grown people who clearly look like, they need a couple more gigs to kind of get started and shit, just here bickering about nonsense. That show could actually end lives. I think so. Not save them. That's my opinion. You leave that shit on a loudspeaker in the background and you hear Zach, who's that guy? Is it Zach? That guy looks like a marshmallow, like talking in the background and shit. You want to just turn it off instantly. You hear them talking about girls and smashing, you're like, ugh. You guys don't get no, what? You guys talking about fucking waitresses, drunk or roofing them or something. Like, I'm not involved, Oh my God, it saved my life. Okay, cool, man. See, that's the thing. I wish I had this kind of level of ego. I don't. Maybe that's the reason why I'm not successful. Maybe that might be the reason why I haven't achieved my dreams. I haven't got where I want to get to, because I'm not that delusional. I can't take myself that seriously because it isn't that serious. We're just fucking around. I'd be doing this with one person watching, one with zero. Just to fucking, for shits and giggles, to waste some time, because I don't play video games anymore, right? So this is the one thing I do to kind of replace the video game hole in my fucking life. I got the chat to you guys to talk to about, right? That's fun. But it's not that serious. It's just fucking around on the internet. It really isn't that serious. You changed my life. You saved my life. Legion of Skanks saved my life. Seeing Ari Shafir's nuts and balls, seeing fucking Luis Gomez and Big J Okerson kiss on stage taught me that I could love as well. Seeing Kim Kondong, what's it? Kim Kondonga, I've got to say her surname. Seeing Kim Kondonga taught me that maybe I could be a comedian too, right? Seeing her on stage, because if she can do it, I can do it. Like, come on, bro. Wow.
That's really important. And and Bobby is somebody who...
Is he about to cry? No way he's about to cry. Hold on. If I've missed something from this and I feel evil, please correct me if I'm evil. But why is he crying? Oh my God, he's being the victim. Bobby Hutch complains about not getting paid. Bobby Hutch complains about not being properly compensated. Bobby Hutch, the producer, goes on Twitter and airs his grievances like people do. That's what Twitter's there for, to fucking talk your shit. I don't feel like I got properly compensated. I'm pissed off. I've wasted all my time here. He fires it off. Now this guy's crying. What a piece of shit. What a manipulative piece of shit. Big up Austin Casey. I appreciate you, brother.
You said your mum's house has a lot of employees. Is one of them paid to just laugh as loud as possible off mic? Because that shit noise the hell out of me.
Hey, yes, Austin Casey. Yeah, that's Nadav. Actually, funny you say that, Austin Casey. Guess what? You're gonna be happy now, because Nadav has left your mum's house. I just saw the episode now on my phone. He's left. I think he's gonna go do his own thing or whatever. Nadav is allegedly left your mum's house, so you're not gonna be here anymore, cackling in the background anymore. But I actually think that is actually a good part of the show. It was actually quite funny in the beginning when it was legitimately funny. Then it weren't getting funny anymore. But I think Nadav actually added a lot to the show. Their chemistry was really good. Their producers are really good. They produce a really good show. They have great artwork. Even if you don't like it, the artwork is very well done. It looks expensive. The studio is lit really well. The mics work well. They get the stuff on the screen well. Even the ad breaks they have in it look really professional. They actually look like they work well together as a team. And the employees do their job and shit. But anyway, is he about to cry? No way.
Who helped me create that, and out of respect for him, I've never wanted to trash him or to disparage his name.
Oh my God, Luis J. Gomez, what are you doing, brother?
What a I am.
Why is he crying?
Please
explain.
Bobby left the network after a while. It wasn't one thing. It wasn't one incident. It was a couple of years of me and him butting heads in some very...
Where are the tears, though? He's crying, but I can't see the tears. Where are the tears? If you're going to cry, cry. If you're going to turn on the waterworks, let's turn it on. Let's go. Come on. Let me see those water ducts. Come on. Let me see those tear ducts go.
Real ways. It wasn't one way. It wasn't me yelling at Bobby. I don't yell at the staff.
Doesn't he yell at the staff on camera? Oh my God. Luis J. Gomez is the fucking Brendan Schaub. He's the Brendan Schaub of the East Coast. He is the Brendan Schaub of the East Coast. Don't we see him yelling at staff on camera? It's like the bit he does when he's on the show. Real Ass Podcast or Legion of Skanks and shit. He yells at people all the time on the show. Who's the mixed race lady that's in the back? The one with the she's got teeth that look like fucking T.I.'s son. Right? The mixed race lady in the background. He's always screaming at her, jokey way. How's he lying?
Nobody would take it. There's nobody here on the staff that'll tell you that I walk around like a tyrant like I do on the show. I think I try to be somewhat understanding. Me and Bobby are two people that we have butted heads in, ways that it got crazy. And that was both ways.
We're 2 minutes in now and he hasn't acknowledged one of this Bobby guy's concerns or frustrations. Again, maybe I'm missing something, but at the heart of it, that Bobby guy, the producer, feels like he was underpaid or not correctly compensated, whatever. It's money issue. It's a money issue. Money. Maybe that logo thing was the final straw that broke the camel's back because, as easy as I think it is to design a logo like this, because I could do this in fucking 10 minutes, I still think he was underpaid for the $100 that he got for it, personally. Especially considering the caliber of people on the show and how far this show could go. For $100, that's a bit crazy to offer somebody that to make that. That's insane. So maybe this was the final straw that broke the camel's back. He's not getting compensated properly in his real job, and then he gets asked to do a favor for somebody, and then they not even get compensated well for that. But why the fuck is he crying? Like he's the one that's the victim.
Started getting really emotional. We started calling him Sabi Bobby on Legion of Skanks as a joke, but it came from a real place. It came from a place because he was super emotional, and it was probably justified. The amount of work that he puts in, how much he cares about the network and the job. I get, I care that much as well. So
gaslighting? Is this emotional manipulation? Is he trying to reveal some mental health shit? Yo, this is getting kind of weird, bro. Why is he saying this stuff about him? Maybe there's something else happened behind the scenes, but the guy complains about money, and now you're talking about him being emotional. Oh, I'll be furious, bro.
I get it. So we would butt heads and we would clash, and he would yell at me and I would yell at him, and it fucking we would just get the work done. I would put it aside. There's nobody in that Gas Digital that would talk to me the way that he talked to me, the way that he talked to me. Literally nobody. Not only because at the end of the day, it's like we
big team. Oh my God, man. If there's one thing you can almost guarantee with these comedians, these podcast comedy guys, they are the masters of absolutely running away, running away from any kind of accountability. They will sprint down the street, bro, away from accountability. They're allergic to it. They are fucking allergic to accountability.
We sort of had that dynamic. But he also did really important work. So he got a lot more leeway than other people would have gotten. He was the executive producer of the network. Toward the end, I thought there was something deeper going on, something, whether it was the work making him sort of crack or what it was just every time there would be any conversation, and it wasn't just with me, this is with my partners at Skankfest, with Ralph, anytime any pushback was given to him for anything, it was met with really just the energy was wild.
I guess we kind of know now, working with Louis J. Gomez, people like this must be awful, innit? You raise a genuine concern that you have, and then they throw this back at you. You're complaining about not being paid adequately. You're complaining about maybe being overworked, maybe. But from what I could see, his main complaint was money. And this is how he treats you. He talks about you being emotional. He kind of questions your mental state. He kind of throws a few sneak disses out there. Fucking hell, man. I don't know how that guy survived so long, to be fair. Working for Lucio Gomez sounds like a fucking nightmare.
And then at the end, he started saying that he wasn't happy with the money. We did everything we could do. We genuinely did everything we could do. We gave him a raise at the end. We started letting him work from home.
At the end,
we suggested we start having weekly meetings so we could just let the air out every week and not have blow-ups, and everything we did, it just really wasn't met with anything. And at the end,
I like the little blow-up thing that he does. It's very Karen-esque. Whoa. You drive somebody to be annoyed, and then when they respond back, you're like, calm down, take it easy. It's like, no, you got me here. You got me to this point of snapping. You don't get now to tell me to calm down. Louis J. Gomez being a Karen is fucking perfect, bro. But I can see now why he decided to be Brendan's friend again. They're so similar.
And he ended up quitting. It was a thing with him and Ralph, a dumb thing. It was a nothing, and he just blew up and said, "No, you guys don't respect me. I have to quit." And it sucked. It really sucked. It sucked in a very, very big way. And it, it's been a couple months now, and he's coming out and going public talking about how.
By the way, I thought he was about to cry. Where's the tears? Where's the tears? I thought he was about to cry before. 2 minutes before he was gonna cry. What happened to the tears?
We treated him and how we underpaid him, and I still think he's going through something. That's the truth. I think if you look at the way he...
Big up Skinny, appreciate you.
Luis J sounds like Colin Thompson.
Exactly, he does actually, innit? He's the Colin Thompson and Brendan Schaub of the East Coast. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, Skinny. Oh my God, did you see what he just said? He basically says that this Bobby guy might have some sort of mental health issues. Maybe he's got anxiety, maybe depression. He's basically hinting at it without saying it. That's why he's freaking out. Bipolar or something. He's questioning him. He's putting it out there. Stuff that we shouldn't know. Stuff that fans shouldn't know about. He's putting it out there. Even if it's true. Even if it is true and he's having a breakdown, should you be getting on... Oh my God, I just remembered something. Do you guys remember that time on Gas Digital? Long time, I don't know when it was, maybe a couple of years ago. There was some guy that was coming on the show quite regularly. Pause when I said that. Who went and had a breakdown. Do you remember that? I don't know what happened to him. He had some sort of breakdown. he had a freak out, and they started basically exploiting him a little bit. It felt like they were getting him on the show a lot more. They were talking about him, and then when he had a breakdown, they all kind of abandoned him and didn't really help him out. Do you remember who I'm talking about? So maybe this makes sense. They've got a little bit of history with this, don't they? Yeah, that's the guy. Is it? Yeah, it's him. Thank you, Jesse Black. It's Dalton Pruitt. There was that guy that he freaked out. He had a breakdown or something, and they all kind of just, treat it as a joke. So maybe this is what they do over there. They do this whole thing. If you tell them something that you're going through, you share with, because they're your family, allegedly. They're meant to be your family. So you share what you're going through. You share that you have some issues, mental health, whatever, family. They might use it against you. Wow, man. This is a piece of shit move, Bobby Lee. I'm Luis J. Gomez. Piece of shit move, man.
He's tweeting and what he's saying. I think it's very obvious that he's, very scorned and very it's very uncharacteristic of him. That's not who the dude that I knew.
Okay, Jack Black is saying to me, no, Dalton was burnt some bridges. Okay, cool. I don't know if it was him, but I remember somebody. Maybe I got it wrong who the exact person was, but I remember there was some person I remember seeing who was the new kind of funny person that they had on the show. Then they had a breakdown and then something happened. Maybe he was in the realm, he was on right. I just remember not liking the way that they were talking about him on air. It kind of felt a bit tasteless,
It's, it is what it is. Once again, I have to respect the business and I have to respect everybody else, that works here. I can't discuss the details of how much we pay him, how much we pay the other people, what his percentage was of Gas Digital. I'll address it.
Because if he does address it, it's going to, obviously, I love it. He can't talk about the things that the guy wants to talk about, but he can talk about his mental health on air. That makes sense, isn't it, right? I can't get into the business because I'm trying to protect my employees, but I can talk about his mental health. Oh, fucking hell, Luis J. Gomez, man. Come on, man. This is manipulation 101. Jesus Christ.
A couple things kind of vaguely, I guess some people were like, oh, he said he makes $40,000 after taxes. I don't exactly know what his tax deal is. I'll tell you right now, I guess maybe he's talking about just his salary from Gas Digital. Everyone pays taxes. You can't blame taxes on me, but his salary from Gas Digital was pretty.
Everyone pays taxes. Press X to doubt if you think comedians pay taxes. If you think these motherfuckers pay taxes if they don't have to, or if they think they can get away with it, press X to doubt their one. I don't believe that in the slightest. Don't give me that tax nonsense, mate.
Competitive salary for podcast producing. He also received a salary from Skankfest it was a pretty good chunk of change. He also got a kickback from Legion of Skanks that was a pretty good chunk of change. When you look at what he was making overall from the different businesses that I'm at the helm of, he was making substantially more than he posted that thing. I was like, you fall within that bracket. Now, no.
Big up soy face head eye.
I was going to commit suicide, but Oz saved my life.
Big up. How did you get around that fucking YouTube block? Sue is fine is fucking good. Sue is fine. That's really good. I like Sue is fine. Big up soy boy. Sue is fine is good. Oh. Sue is fine. Also, going back to this, right? Am I getting this wrong, or is that Bobby Hutch guy saying his base salary from Legion of Skanks wasn't good? So it doesn't matter if he's getting paid. If he's getting paid 40k from Legion of Skanks or Gas Digital, which is horrible. 40k even in London is going to be terrible in terms of you having a life where you can kind of do stuff, right? It's not going to get you anywhere, really, right? So cool. He's making 40k, working all around the clock. But the problem that he has is that his base salary is too low. So even though he's getting all these extra bits from these other kickbacks, those are all like on invoice. Those are all delayed payments. He's not getting that in his monthly check. So I understand why he's annoyed, because his base salary isn't good enough. You know, that's the issue he has with it. Like, but Luis Gomez is like purposely not understanding where he's coming from. He's like, dude, you fall within that bracket. It's like, yeah, he does when you add all those stuff in, but his base salary as a producer doesn't fall in that bracket. That's why he's complaining. Big up Austin Casey, I appreciate it, brother.
Luis only hires totally unskilled people so he can pay them very little. Gas Digital is in NYC where there is rivers of talent he could hire. But he would have to pay a living wage, which he won't do. He hires...
Oh my God. Well done, Austin Casey. I didn't think about that, bruh. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. I feel so bad for these guys. So basically, what Austin Casey is saying is true because that's what happens in LA. LA is the home of the entertainment industry. Everybody's running there to try and make a career. But there's an abundance of talent, but there's not enough opportunities. So if you have the opportunities, you can exploit the talent because you've got the thing that they need. So people end up working for free or getting fucked over because there's an endless stream of people coming in. So if you have a hissy fit and you quit, it doesn't matter. There'll be plenty of people behind you willing to take that job. So if Chin one day decides to freak out and drop working at the Fire and the Kid, there'll be millions of people that will be happy to work with Brendan and sending their CV to him. Millions. Because it's a good job. It's in LA. You do podcasting shit. It's fucking easy. Blah, 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 blah. The same thing probably happens in fucking New York. There's so many people there. So many people trying to make a way, figure stuff out. There's abundance of talent, not enough opportunities. So even though the cost of living is high and you should be meeting people's standards, you can actually take advantage of them by not offering to pay at all. I get it. I absolutely get it. I understand it now totally. Fuck, Bran. It must be so hard not to get scammed, isn't it? In that industry. It must be so hard.
Wasn't a six-figure, high-paying job. But most people that produce podcasts don't make that much money. There's a handful of jobs that are out there that exist like that. And by the way, if an opportunity arose for any of my producers to go and make fucking real money, real fucking money, do you think I would stand in the way? We would throw them a going away party. If somebody came to Shannon right now and said, hey, we want to pay Shannon.
Oh, thank you. I should be honored that you won't stand in my way if I get another job, if I get offered another job that offers me more money. Thank you. Thank you so much for doing me that favor. Fuck off.
And $150,000 a year to go produce this podcast. Do you think I'm going to go, no, Shannon, sorry. Either we're going to match it, which we can't, or we're going to say, congratulations. That's fucking incredible. That's incredible. I'm happy for you. And that's sort of what this business is. You look for the opportunities that are in front of you. And if it doesn't work for you, you move on. You know, and that's just what it is. And, you know, for me, I always thought if Bobby was going to move on, it would, you know, first of all, I never thought Bobby would move on, ever in a million years. We were never going to fire Bobby. I've never fired Bobby. When he's saying I fired him, he's talking about where he's literally freaking out about the work, saying he's too much work, he has too much stress. And I said,
hold on, you said you never fired him. Now you're going to say you fired him.
Dude, if you can't handle it, let me know. And then he would go, you're threatening to fire me. And I'm like, dude, no, that's not me threatening to fire you. I'm saying if you can't handle the extra work, we can't give you the Skankfest work, or we can't give.
I love how he's describing this. That's how you know he's manipulating, because he's describing it like in this conversation, that Bobby guy was the only one screaming, and he was talking in his soft voice, like in his Bill Gates voice. I'm just trying to help you. I'm sorry that I infected everybody with fucking COVID. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to help you. No, you matched his screaming. If he's screaming at you, you were screaming back. Don't paint it out like you were the fucking damsel in distress in this fucking, exchange of voices. Come on, man.
Give you this extra, job on the side that's taking up a lot of your time, because that's just the name of the game. I don't know everybody's workload like that. I don't micromanage the work of the
Big up Crash.
As a kid I was graped in the middle of a vineyard, but since I've aged I see no need to whine about it. Great streams AZ, thanks for keeping us all alive.
I was crying. You know what's really redacted? Thank you, Crash. I appreciate it. You know what's really redacted about this whole thing? All these privileged people working in this really privileged industry crying over money. They're meant to be here to provide us with fun, entertaining podcasts and shows. And it's just this shit. That's the real sad part about it. And this might be the reason why podcasting has died, or comedy podcasting scene has kind of died. It's like, shouldn't you be entertaining us, making us laugh, trying to take our minds off from our regular day, our regular everyday and jobs and shit and families and friends and whatever troubles that we have. Instead, you hear bickering over salaries that some of us will never ever make. You know? That's the really crazy bit about it, right? They're arguing about money that some of us will never make, exactly, Jared Mellerick, in public. And they're trying to use us as the judge and jury. We're meant to be judging this thing. We don't even know these people. And they're trying to convince us that they're good people. It's none of our business. They brought this to the internet. And now we have to sit here and analyze this and decide who's right, who's wrong. Even if he gets his money, we're not going to get none of it. Even if he doesn't get his money, we can't help him. It's so redacted, man. That's why when this guy says I get messages every day, people saying, you saved my life. It's like, come on, man. You might end my life right now. If I keep watching more of your content, you might end my life. On guard.
Employees here at Gas Digital, and I don't think that they want me micromanaging the work. You know, we don't breathe down everyone's neck. People make their own hours for the most part, and they get to work on the projects that they want to work on. They get to fucking hang out with their friends. They get to create some really fun shit and hopefully make a little bit of cash. You know, and that's the
John Smith, you're right. Better than crying over your employees praising you in a video. You're right. You're right. If I had to choose what I'd rather be the boss like Luis J. Gomez, who deludes himself, think he's a great boss, but he's a horrible boss, and be bickering with my employees on air, than be Brendan Schaub pretending to be surprised at a montage, to watch a montage video of your close family and friends wanking you off. I'd rather be Luis J. Gomez in this equation. You're right, John Smith.
The job here, and the ceiling sort of was where Bobby was at. That is the most you can make at Gas Digital right now.
It's 40K.
Unless
he's a piece of shit. The most you can make at Gas Digital is 40K while he goes on vacation 7 times a year. I would be so hot. I'd be so fucking hot. I'd be so fucking furious coming into work and seeing this guy stroll in with his fucking cold brew, looking all tanned, with his holiday smile on, and I'm making 40K in New York. I've heard people paying like $2,000 for a room in New York. $2,000 rent for a room, not even for your own apartment, right? So imagine 40K doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go far at all. Fucking hell, man. He must be living really tight. Fuck.
we grow the business. You know, and that's, I think he's talking about how he hasn't collected a percentage of the business. The reason he hasn't collected a percentage of the business is because the business, we reinvest the money back into the business. We have...
Reinvest my fucking ass. What did they do? What did they reinvest?
Multiple studios. We have brand new apps and platforms that we just built. We're constantly hiring new producers to make everyone's jobs that much easier. There's so much that goes into it.
Instead of hiring more producers, why don't you just make the shows better? Why don't you just try and streamline your processes? Why don't you try and work in a more lean fashion and try and get the most out of the small group of producers you already have? Why are you hiring more? Honestly, they just basically want to feel like they're working at a fucking TV studio or something. I thought when you make these sort of things, you make them to kind of correct the wrongs of the industry. You want to basically fix it by making your own thing, right? I was fed up of working at networks or at TV programs and shit, or for TV programs, whatever you fucking call them, and did my own thing. And you do it differently. You maybe don't have a lot of oversight. There's not a lot of fucking, you know, hoops to jump in and out of. You make it easier because you want to correct the wrongs that you kind of felt when you worked in that industry. No, they just continue them.
Our overhead is massive. It is massive. And there have been years where we have not made money at all, where we've lost money. There have been years where we've broken even. There's been years where we've made a very little bit of money. And you know, we create a system here at Gas Digital where a bunch of great comedians and a bunch of great producers can go out and make some money and create some great shit. And that's always been the goal. And it was honestly, the goal was never for any of us to get rich, and none of us are rich. There's nobody rich here. There's Dave Smith, Big J, myself. We are probably doing the best. Besides Michael Bisping, that's like the top. Michael Bisping was rich and will always be rich, regardless of Gas Digital. Me, Big J, and Dave aren't rich. You know, that's just that. So the reality is, you know.
The reality is, it's 40K or go. I mean, it's 40K, take it or leave it. Imagine making 40K being a producer at Gas Digital. All the work you got to do. You're working around the clock. I'm sure this guy's at Brendan. He's probably texting him all hours of the night to get stuff done, to get assets to him, right? To make sure things are uploaded. Whatever, it's stressful. You're always on the go. He's probably like Chin. He always has his laptop with him, right? He's probably the same as Chin. His laptop is always with him. He's always got a fucking lacy drive, a dongle. He's always fucking working. And then he asks you to make a logo on the side. And he pays you $100 for it. And he comes back from holiday in Greece with his girlfriend, wearing all white, looking all bronze and toasty. Fucking hell.
It really genuinely makes me sad to lose a friend. By
the way, no tears. No tears. He threatened to cry. He didn't cry.
You know, I genuinely hope the smoke will clear, and I know Bobby will watch this, and I hope the smoke will clear, and he will, come around and be like, "Fuck, dude! Like, I don't exactly know what happened here, but let's put it behind us." Because for me, it's always a fucking handshake away and a phone call away, because that's literally how I've always fucking been. I've said this about my actual enemies, much less people that have been friends of mine. Literally, he asked me to marry him and his wife a year ago. This is not it's not bullshit. When I say friends, he posted that I reached out to, I sent his wife a DM because I was concerned with him. They were like legitimately my friends. People are like, oh, you.
Again, the mental health gaslighting is fucking crazy, bro. This is the type of shit people fight over. You fight over this type of shit. Especially if you're friends. You don't do this. Yes, you can bicker online and say what you want to say, but you don't reveal things in public that only you two would know because you're actual friends. And you're DMing his wife to say what? Is he okay? I don't know if these guys just live in a bubble where this kind of communication is okay, but in the real world, stuff like this will get you slumped. You'd get in a fist fight with somebody over shit like this. Somebody would drive their car into work, into your workplace, through the fucking wall, like somebody on the public freakout fucking subreddit clip. I DM'd his wife, to make sure he was okay.
Reach out to his wife. No. I'd reach out to somebody who I considered a friend, saying, hey, dude, I'm concerned. I feel like we're blowing this up and we're about to lose.
Doesn't matter if you're friends. You'd never fucking DM the wife. Talk to him, man. Don't. Oh, God.
Bobby at this job. This is something that he's passionate about. It's something that he's meant to do. That was the words I used. And I was like, I want to get, I want to get ahead of it in whatever way we can. So that's that. That's my perspective on it. I legitimately wish Bobby the best. If he gets another job in production and it pays him all he wants to pay, dude, fucking more power to you. I really love that.
So basically, it's 40K, take it or leave it.
If it's not in production, well, then maybe this wasn't meant to be. Maybe you were meant to go do something else. I don't know. But that's really.
I love how the minimum wage for a producer in New York is that 70 to 100K, and then they don't even pay like 60. They pay 40. They don't even pay like within like a 10K range of it. No, they pay 40K.
Really it. I can't really say much more. I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth over the regs logo and all these little details. This is all just like stupid shit. It wasn't one little thing. You know, obviously it was a much deeper thing, and it was over the course of years, and definitely over the last 6 months.
Yo, big up Austin Casey, appreciate you.
Brenda Schwab, Luis J. Gomez, Adam 22. What's with these shitty podcast network bosses? Are they all narcissists?
Big up you, man. I like that little voice it does now. Yeah, probably all narcissists, but I also think, I don't know why all of them don't just hire managers to manage the network and the talent. But I think it's arrogance. You want to look like the big bad businessman. You want to look like the entrepreneur. But I don't get why they don't just set it up and then have somebody manage the talent. That's the easy way to do it. Then you avoid all these issues, because all these guys aren't really good managers or business people or persons or whatever that term is, right? They're not good at that, clearly, because it's all communication. All their issues are communication, all of it. From Adam 22 to Brendan to Luis J. Gomez, they just have poor communication skills. And that's because they don't know how to lead. So get somebody that can lead, get somebody that can manage people, and then it's all done. But they want to be the talent, they want to be the big boss, they want to be the entrepreneur, they want to be everything. Yeah, get fucked. Anyway, what are you guys saying? I don't want to mention to the Real Housewives of Pontiac. Don't talk to his wife. She's in the kitchen keeping busy. Exactly. What an idiot. Yeah, big up my guy, Fashion Roadman. What you say? It reminds me of that story, that CEO that bought a Rolls Royce and all his employees asked for a raise. Oh yeah, are you talking about the fucking is it the one is it the African food delivery place? There was this place in the UK that was doing, it was fucking, honestly, there's no one there's no one you can scam easier than black people looking to support black businesses. Some person in the UK set up this like delivery service. I forgot what it was called, but the idea behind it was that it had all black owned restaurants on it, right? So it's like a delivery Uber Eats thing. And of course, that thing didn't work out and didn't probably make enough money because the niche is too small, right? There's not probably enough restaurants or enough of a service to keep that kind of business up. So it didn't work out, you know? It's kind of like making a black only fucking Uber Eats is fucking insane. But whatever. People supported it because everyone wanted to be like, you know, I support black businesses, I can't breathe, all that shit, right? So it happens, it doesn't work out. But then I think towards the end, before it ended, the owner wasn't paying the employees, so I think they didn't get paid for like a couple of months or something, right? But then the owner did some really clever scamming shit where I think it was a woman, she paid only certain people, so certain people got paid, and then to make it sadder, right, they would the people that got paid would sometimes lend the people that didn't get paid money to get to work. Because one thing about black people is that even if you're not getting paid, you're going to make sure you get to work so you can make sure you get that money coming in. So it's like a double scam. But then to make matters worse, she had a Rolls Royce or something, like a super crazy car parked up, you know, in the driveway. So you're not getting paid at your job, right, for 4 months. But then your owner or the CEO, the founder, is pulling up to work in a fucking Colina, or whatever it's that, a Phantom or something, whatever those fucking names are for a Rolls Royce. Imagine how you're gonna feel. A startup, you haven't been paid for it, but the founder of it has a fucking Bentley, has a fucking Jaguar, has a fucking Audi, a Lambo parked in the fucking car park. Anyway, let's just watch the last bit and then we'll continue.
This was particularly heated, so that's what it is. All right, I'm done. Really, that's all I got to say. Shannon, am I missing anything?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think that was good.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I'm not going to put you in a weird position, Shannon. I was going to be like, Shannon, tell him how great I am.
I was going to come in and give you a hug earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt.
No, I don't need a hug. Dude, a hug would have made me cry worse. Oh, what a bitch I am. Oh, what a fucking
Okay, no accountability. No, nothing. Good luck, Bobby Hutch. I'm not sure if you're going to ever get your money what you're owed. Hope you do, brother. But also, lesson learned, man. Lesson learned. This guy is a walking red flag. You should have known it was going to end this way. You can't, I don't think, in good faith, build a whole entire career and livelihood on the back of podcasting. I don't think so, personally, for me. I think you should probably see it always as opportunity to kind of grow and learn some new skills and bounce around and get some experience. But in a place like that, especially, you can't really be thinking long term. It just doesn't make any sense, really. The app, the service itself just doesn't seem like it makes any sense. The shows aren't that great to justify the membership. It's just odd. Anyway, big up Austin Casey.
Here in Atlanta they tried to open up a black business-only shopping mall called the New Black Wall Street. All the black businesses got ripped off by the mall owner and it shut down within months.
Yeah, it's like, really? I didn't know that. That's fucking crazy. A black-only shopping mall. It's such a waste of time. Like, all those things are just insane because the premise behind it is just like, instead of empowering people to just, instead of making it easier for minorities to open up shops or for minorities to get access to loans to be able to put down money for shops or businesses or apartments, you do it under the guise of black, support black businesses, which I think is just a scam for whoever's running it. It's just a scam, like, exactly. Exactly, Fashion Roman. Like, we're 3% of the population here in the UK. I don't know what is in America. Maybe it's 10, maybe it's 17. You can't build an entire business out of 17% of the population. It's insane, especially not that way. But anyway, look. I'm not gonna talk about it because when I speak about this sort of shit, everybody in fucking in the comments gets angry at me and they start calling me a fucking Uncle Tom and shit. So I'm not gonna talk anymore about it. I'm gonna leave it. It's not in my wheelhouse. I don't know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I'm just a regular guy trying to survive, keep my head above water. I don't know jack shit, so please forgive me. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Booty, booty, booty. Anyway, moving on from this one, let's talk a little bit about Brendan. I want to see the clip of him talking about the Hells Angels shit. Let's see if I can find that. Bear with me a second. Let me see if I can get that here. Oh, okay, cool. I've got that one. I've got this one. I've got that one. Okay, this one, cool. Hells Angels, cool. Let's see this clip because I haven't seen this yet, and I really, really want to see this. Because Ron Perlman, first of all, I don't know what he's doing there, but I guess with the writer's strike, all of these actors and stuff are just bored, innit? They've got nothing to do. And I also think what happens is that I sometimes overestimate. Sometimes you think people won't do stuff just because you work it in your head. But sometimes if you ask somebody, like if you say, hey, do you want to come and do my podcast, do an interview? They'll say yes. It's not, it's not all the time people are busy. So maybe he's just like, had some time and thought, fuck it, I'll jump on this show. But someone like Ron Perlman has no business being on A Fighter and a Kid. He's enough of a legend in his own right and an actor. He doesn't need to be there, like, at all. He's not down bad. He hasn't been cancelled. Nothing. He has no business being on A Fighter and a Kid. He's too good for that place. So I was kind of upset to see him there in the first place. I'm not going to lie. But it went pretty horribly, to be fair. Pretty horribly. But yeah, big up Skinnet. I appreciate you, man. Big up Skinnet. Hope he didn't run over any children, mate. Hope he didn't run over any kids. Hope you didn't run over any old ladies. Keep your eye on the road.
Good year.
Anyway, let's see what Brendan, our guy Brendan Schaub is saying here. Bear with me a second. Let me see. We got that one. Let's see another one too. Let's see that one. We got this one. Yeah, cool. Let's go. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Hells Angels B. Let's see what this is saying. I may need to get out the actual whole video to see what's happening, but let's see what it says here. Hells Angels B. What does Brendan say in this clip? Please don't say nothing too redacted. Please, Brendan, please.
Good year, 2007.
Sons of Anarchy. I mean, one of the greatest shows of all time.
It was a great show.
I think what's interesting too, Ron, is I'm glad you came in.
Oh, okay, I don't know why the...
Because sometimes, like, you're a bad...
Why is... Okay, it's not showing. I don't know what's happened there. Hold on. Let me go back to the thing. It's not showing... Hold on one second. What did it say?
2007.
Sons of Anarchy. I mean, one of the greatest shows of all time.
It was a great show.
I think what's interesting too, Ron, is
Okay, cool. Greatest shows of all time. Let's see if I can find this on this clip. Bear with me a second. I'm going to pull up the transcripts and see if I can find this clip on here because it's not playing correctly on my fucking laptop. This fucking mouth is not moving as he's speaking and shit. I don't know why. So let's see if I can load the transcript on here and see if I can get this to work. Bish bash bosh. Bish bash bosh. Yeah, Sons of Anarchy was sick. To be fair, Sons of Anarchy is what got me into fucking motorcycles in the first place, I think, properly, to be fair. I wanted to fucking ride a fucking hammer, whatever they called it, chopper, sorry, hammer. I wanted to ride a chopper. I wanted to be in a motorcycle fucking gang, right? And then I remember Googling, I was like, oh, I want to be in Hell's Angels. And I remember watching a couple of documentaries and realizing, oh, they don't like black people. It crushed my heart. I was like, oh, they don't like us niggy noggies. I don't know why. They don't they don't think we can ride bikes. And of course I found, there's other MCs and shit, that you can be a part of. You can be a part of the black ones. I'm sure there's a Wakanda fucking motorcycle club out there as well that probably exists. But yeah. I wanna be ninja. I wanna be ninja. So let's see, what do you say? It's a greatest show of all time, right? Greatest. Let's see if I can find it. I'm glad you're here. For Occupied, she might be the greatest. No, is that one? Yeah, cool. Here we go. So let's see what this clip is saying. It's Hell's Angels B. What do you say here? This is it. From 5021. What do you say here? Let's see what he says. Please don't say nothing stupid. Please don't say nothing stupid. Come on, Brendan.
Sort of dropped. Hellboy 2 dropped. So it was a really good year, 2007.
Oh, yeah, he's on Hellboy too. I forgot about that, innit? Yeah.
I mean, one of the greatest shows of all time.
It was a great show.
I think what's interesting too, Ron, is I'm glad you came in here because sometimes, like, you're a badass on there. Like you're such a badass.
That was just acting.
Yeah, no, but then sometimes we'll get guys in here where I'll be fans of them, then from TV or movies. Then they come in, and you're like, oh, you're nothing like those guys.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's right.
You have eyeliner on, dude.
You seem to know that you did tap into something because that guy, as that show goes on, your character is so bad I can't believe it. Like just willing to do anything. And that is probably how those, the leaders of criminal organizations really are.
Then when they were creating that, was there any sort of conversation or connection to the actual biker gangs?
Oh my God! I mean, the best thing that Kurt Sutter did when he was before he even started writing the series was he went up to Northern Cali and hung out with the Hells Angels and immersed himself in their world, because he, every time we'd ever seen a depiction of biker clubs, they were always one-dimensional. They were always fat guys with beards, spitting and filling up women, and pissing in public, and and Kurt wanted
filling up women. Yo, that sounds crazy, innit? Filling up women. Big up Ron, man. I'm gonna use that one. Hey, you wanna get filled up? You wanna get filled up, eh? Man will fill you up like an eclair. Man will fill you up like a cannoli. Is that a cannoli? Right? Fill you up like a cannoli. Fill her up.
wanted to create a family drama, that happened to take place in this world, but he really wanted to create the hierarchy of, who's who in the club, what does it mean to be the president, what does it mean to be the sergeant at arms, all this stuff, and what does it mean with regard to your enemies, the other clubs around where there's all these turf wars. So he went up there and he spent at least a month or two just immersing himself in the world. And when he came back, that's when he started writing. So I think one of the things that people responded to was the authenticity, was the fact that this wasn't a one-dimensional kind of world. This was a bunch of very nuanced, kind of really weirdly connected relationships, you know, who the queen was, who the old lady was, you know, like what it meant to raise a family, what it meant when you put on the cut, you know, what your responsibilities were. Because this was a very, very well-crafted subculture of guys. Most of the bikers in the United States, especially in the 50s, were either fought in the World War II or the Korean War.
Yeah.
And they came back to an ungrateful nation. And they said, we were heroes, man. We fucking put our lives on the line for you. And you know, you're treating us like we're, you know, we're homeless. Like we're, you know, so fuck you. We're going to create our own little
homeless cats,
little subculture. And we're going to have our own little, you know, rules of the road. And we're going to live off the grid. And that's how the Hells Angels and a lot of these original clubs started.
Yeah, I love it.
They're all very patriotic guys who realized that they were coming back to not the most grateful of situations.
On, Brendan, tell
Yeah,
us
I was doing a spot at the Laugh Factory, and I see I read all the.
I knew it. I haven't even seen this clip yet, but I had a feeling that Brendan would try to insert himself into this conversation. Ron Perlman's talking so eloquently and so well about the fucking genius of fucking what's the writer of Sons of Anarchy? Kurt Sutter, right? The genius of Kurt Sutter and the fact that he immersed himself in biker gangs and really got to understand them properly, and he wanted to tell a very honest portrayal of how they are as people and how it's not black and white and they're layered and they've got the same issues that regular people have in terms of relationships and family and belonging and blah blah blah. And he's making you remember that feeling when you first watched Sons of Anarchy, the first time you saw those guys and the cuts and the thing and the acting and the conflict and the love, right? It makes you wonder, it makes you fucking reminisce of how amazing that was, right? You're thinking about it. Then here comes Brendan. Oh yeah, I remember when the Hells Angels he's gonna insert himself in it. He's gonna say something about the Hells Angels being a good friend of his. Or about being mistaken for a Hells Angel. It's coming. Just you watch. It's fucking coming. He's definitely coming, and it's definitely coming. Watch. Let's see.
Books on biker gangs. I know my biker gangs, and I see this group of biker gangs in the back. I'm at the Laugh.
Press X for doubt. Brendan hasn't read a single book in his life. I don't even think Brendan's read. What's that comedy book called? What's it called again? It's got a microphone on it. It's something. You're standing. What's it called? I think I have it in my fucking Amazon. I bet you Brendan hasn't even read the seminal comedy book. Where is it? It's called something. Is it comedy? Let's see if I can find it. Comedy. Oh, what's it called again? It's something you're standing on a mic. What's it called? Microphone standings. I forgot what the name is. It's a cover. It's got a microphone on it, and it's like. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I bet you Brendan hasn't read even a book on stand-up comedy. I bet he hasn't even read one. I bet you. He's not read a single book on stand-up comedy. So I don't believe he's read a book on fucking biker gangs. Unless it's a picture book. One of those big coffee table photography books where a sick photographer will go and hang out with a biker gang and take all these cool pictures with a wide lens and shit. No other way he did it.
Factory.
Grab bikers, yeah.
A good amount of them. I see them in their patches. I won't say what gang it is, but I recognize the logo.
I won't say what gang it is. I won't say what gang it is, right? I won't say what gang it is. I have to keep it secret. I saw them outside. I can't say what gang it is because they told me not to say. Okay, brother. Okay.
I'm like, oh shit, man, bike gangs. So I get off stage. I'm waiting for my car outside. They come out. They follow me out. And I'm like, oh, when I was a UFC fighter, I was supposed to do this appearance in Colorado Springs. And my manager calls me and goes, you can't go. I'm like, what do you mean I can't go? It was a paid gig and I have a lot of money back then. I'm like, what do you mean I can't go? He goes, there's a biker gang meeting, a Hell's Angel meeting, and one of their enforcers put a bounty on you. He says he can beat you up.
Oh my
what?
God.
He can fight you.
Yeah, he wants to fight me.
God. Oh my God. What is this lie? What is this fucking lie? A biker gang member put a hit out on Brendan because he didn't turn up to a gig. Hold on. Let's rewind that a bit because I didn't understand what he meant there. Why does he get a hit put on him? Hold on, let's do it one more time. One more time.
Springs, and my manager calls me. They come out. They follow me out. And I'm like, oh, when I was a UFC fighter, I was supposed to do this appearance in Colorado Springs. And my manager calls me and goes, you can't go. I'm like, what do you mean I can't go? It was a paid gig and I have a lot of money back then. I'm like, what do you mean I can't go? He goes, there's a biker gang meeting, a Hell's Angel meeting, and one of their enforcers put a bounty on you. He says he can beat you up. Like, what?
He can fight you.
Yeah, he wants to fight me.
So a random biker gang randomly put a hit on his head for nothing, just because he went to fight him. Because I thought he first said that he cancelled a gig and that's why the biker gang guy went to fight him, which would, again, it's still a lie, but that's more of a like rationale. Like, imagine it was a performance at like a biker gang owned club, but he didn't know, and then he cancelled it, like he cancels all his gigs last minute because it's not worth it to go there because it's making money. And then maybe one person that owns the fucking club felt pissed off, felt personally offended, and went to fight him. That I can believe slightly, but a random biker gang guy just wants to fight Brendan because what? He wants to test himself against a former UFC fighter. This guy can lie. This man is Olympic levels of lying. I can't believe this. All because he asked Ron Perlman about Sons of Anarchy. This guy is the fucking talent. He's the guest. He should be getting asked all the questions. I'd be asking him tons of questions about Sons of Anarchy. I'd probably make him get tired and get annoyed and keep asking him the same thing. Why is he talking to us about his fucking story? Why is he feeling inadequate around the guest who actually lived that life because he was in that fucking TV series? Okay, let's see what happens in the story. Does he beat up the guy? Do the Hells Angels all clap for him? Do they give him a free bike? I want to know how he's going to lie this one. Did they give him a vest that he can't wear outside? How does he end this lie?
On you, he says he can beat you up. Like, what?
He can fight you.
Yeah, he wants to fight me. I'm like, I don't want to be part of that. He's like, it's the sheriff called us, said you can't go. It's not worth the risk. So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I thought maybe when I walk out on the street of Sunset, I'm like, oh, hopefully they're not trying to fight me. And they're all out there and they're fans. And my first.
So one biker gang member wants to fight you randomly, which now turns into the whole MC knowing who you are and being fans of you. So he walked out and they all cheered. Hey! They all started fucking shooting their guns in the air, beeping their horns, stomping their feet, punching their fucking chest, slapping their wives as he walked out in celebration. Brendan's here. Hell yeah. Ride hard. Brendan's here. This nigga is a fucking liar. Oh my God, man. Brendan Johnson, Matthew, Deshane Shaw. You should be ashamed of yourself. Why are you lying? Why?
First question I said to him, I go, hey man, I'm not even trying to overstep here. I go, but I love Sons of Anarchy. I was like, how realistic was that? He's like, pretty.
He walked up to a random biker gang and said, "Hey, Hell's Angels, real quick. Do you have cable? Do you have Showtime or whatever network? Do you have HBO? Do you have TNT? Do you have Discovery? Do you have Disney Plus? Okay, cool. Do you know Netflix? All right, cool. So this show, before you go and ride hard, right, and go and beat some guys up or shoot your guns, what you just want to get your opinion on something. I just want to ask you some questions about Sons of Anarchy.
Spot on, man. One of the guys goes, pretty spot on, man.
Did you ever get approached by any of the Hells Angels, any of those guys?
Well, while the show was on,
you see Ron Perlman do his eyebrows. Did he raise his eyebrows? Pretty spot on, man. That's what he said, right?
Did you ever get approached by any of the Hells Angels, any of those guys?
well, while the show was on,
did he raise his eyebrows?
Did you ever get?
Hold on. Did he raise his eyebrows?
Like, what's that? He's like, pretty spot on, man. One of the guys goes, pretty spot on, man.
Yeah, he kind of he kind of pulled his head back a little bit.
How realistic was that? He's like, pretty spot on, man. One of the guys goes, pretty spot on, man.
Did you ever?
Bullshit. This is what older guys do. Older guys, like your dad or somebody that's just wise, been around the block. When you're lying, they're just quiet. When you're lying, they just look at you. Okay. Oh, okay. And they clapped. Oh. And they gave you a vest. Huh? And a free bike. Oh, wow. Is it fast? Or you haven't read it yet because what? There's no gas. Okay, cool. There were fans. They're always fans in his story. Everybody he interacts with are always fans. Oh, I fucking love Brendan Schaub, man. You are amazing. You always put me in a good mood. Thank you,
Get approached by any of the Hells Angels, any of those guys?
well, while the show was on, you know, we only worked like 4 months out of the year to do the show, so we had like 7 months to ourselves, and you know, wherever we went around the not just the country but the world, Canada, everywhere.
Do you think Ron knows Hess full of it?
100%. He's doing that older guy thing. Older guys do that. Every older guy I've spoken, like they've got that thing where they just know they can suss out bullshit, but they don't want to bother arguing with you, so they're just gonna sit back and let you talk. For sure he knows. For sure he knows. Thank you, Valdez fan, but for sure he knows. He's just sitting there looking at him. Oh, okay. And he wasn't even making sounds, just non-verbal, just looking at him. Oh, who said something about Mexico? Someone said something about Mexico here. Oh, Fashion Roadman. No. Fashion Roadman says, at this rate, going to Colombia to ask the cartel if the El Capo is accurate. El Chapo. So, you know what's funny about this, right? I just thought just now, I was thinking to myself, I don't know if you guys have seen in the news that reggaeton type artist called Peso Plumo has gotten in a bit of trouble, right? Because of some whatever cartel business shit, right? And he's basically got death threats, legit ones, so he's not allowed to perform in, or he's not performing in Mexico anymore. I bet you, if Brendan sees that story and he commented on the Fire and the Kid, he's gonna say his girl, who's from Guadalajara, his wife, somehow is involved or has got information from people back there about Peso Plumo and what he's involved in. I bet you, just watch. If they talk about that topic on the Fire and the Kid, he's gonna say something like, I don't know, like Peso Plumo's people text his wife and they like took, honestly, watch. I'm making a prediction now. If they do it, I want the credit. I bet you he's gonna try and talk like he knows what's happening to Peso Plumo on the ground level. He's there in fucking, how do you abbreviate Mexico City? Is it MX? Is it MDX? MXC? How they say it? What's a cool way to say Mexico City? Is it MDX? MXC? MEX? Whatever it's fucking called. I bet you he's gonna start talking like that. Watch. Just you watch. Just you fucking watch. He's gonna get himself involved.
And if the biker clubs heard that we were around, they would always invite us to sit down and they wanted to show us their appreciation.
That's pretty cool.
So we really got like the endorsement of the real deal guys, which.
Well, you played it like, you see, again,
humanized
like that. You played it. That's you do this subtle thing, and I don't know how you approach that role, but I would say this: a lot of times I see people playing bad guys, and I just go like this. I look at the actor and I go, "You don't think like a bad guy, and you never have, and in fact, and you don't know any bad guys." So you're playing someone you saw in a film somewhere. That wasn't the case with you. You were playing what I would say probably, it was almost like your character was a guy who was trying to get from point A to point B. If he had to take some shortcuts, he was going to take some short.
So what would you rather? What would you rather in the chat? What would you rather? Would you rather listen to Brendan Schaub pretend like he's been in a biker gang, or that he knows biker gang guys, or that he's familiar with MCs, or he's read MC history books, or he knows what organized crime is? Or would you prefer to speak to Brian and have him talk to you like actor to actor, like you're in some fucking acting school and you're talking about the arts and the craft of it and how to method act? Like, what do you prefer? What would you prefer in terms of bullshit? How much could you take? What would you be able to take? I would take Brendan, honestly. Exactly. I was saying, I'm not going to take Brian pontificating about actor studio shit when he did a fucking 1 second guest role in the background of fucking what do you call it, Dark Knight or whatever that movie, no, Joker. Sorry, I'm not listening to you, bro. You're on the Goldbergs. You know what I mean? Like, let's not talk like you are in some fucking Scorsese movie or something. Like, relax your fucking briefs. I'm going for Brendan. I'm not sitting down and pontificating about the fucking craft of acting with fucking Brian Callen. No chance.
Shortcuts, but he was getting to point B.
And you rooted for him.
Is that how you looked at that? How do you play a bad guy? What are you thinking? First of all, are you even thinking he's a bad guy?
Well, you kind of know what position he occupies in terms of the overall story.
Right. I've got to show you guys.
And
I've got to show you guys.
You can't help but say, yeah, okay, I'm playing the villain.
Yeah. I've got to show you guys something. I've got to show you guys something.
That's where the judgment completely has to get thrown out.
1 second.
You can't, as an actor, ever judge the person that you're about to play. You simply have to understand him. And the thing that I like to do with characters that have a kind of a muddy relationship with fitting into society, that's how I would describe some of the villains I played,
By the way, is it just an LA thing or is it an ego thing? Like, if I meet somebody interesting, like say you're in a bar or you're at an airport or you're just out about somewhere and you just bump into somebody interesting, you just strike up a conversation with somebody, right? And they tell you, I don't know, like it's one time I think it's the one time I think it was maybe the time I went to LA. I happened to be sitting on a row with a guy that worked on an oil rig, right? And he was basically flying out to this oil rig. No, so he was flying back home, but he works on an oil rig like, I don't know, 6 to 9 months in the year. And I was basically just telling him, asking him questions about his job, right? And he was just like telling me everything about it. And it was really interesting. And we spent the whole plane journey, or most of it, just talking about him because it was fascinating because I've never heard of that kind of job. I don't know anything about it. So I was just intrigued by it. So I just asked him questions. At no point in that conversation did I feel like trying to one-up him and talk about my experience with oil. It didn't matter because he's the interesting guy. I'm interested in what he has to do, what he does for his life and his career, how he balances his family life, how much money he makes, is it really hard work? All that stuff was really interesting to find out. But these guys, I wonder if it's like an actor thing or if it's like an LA thing. They seem to feel inadequate. Like they kind of feel a little bit inadequate. They feel a little bit insecure because they're in front of Ron Perlman and he's, you know, obviously a legit actor in his own right. They kind of feel insecure, so they want to kind of try and like, you know, pretend like they're, you know, like they're on the same level and try and make themselves feel good. Like, what is that? Who does that? I've never done that in my life. I swear on my life I haven't. I don't, even if I know something, I'll just like pretend I don't. So you speak about it because it's more interesting because, you know, I don't know, I'm boring talking about myself. But they feel honestly inadequate about it. It's so weird.
I really want to know what made them like that. I want to know what happened to them that made their psychological wiring muddy and a little bit toward the dark side. Mm-hmm. And in the minute I embrace that, there's a sympathetic kind of a quality, regardless of how bad the things he does are. I think this is the thing that Scorsese does so well in his movies. You know, you watch Robert De Niro in Goodfellas or Joe Pesci in Goodfellas, you love them.
Yeah. No.
But they're fucking evil. I mean, they just like, they're ruthless.
We had Sammy
guys.
the Bull Gravano on this podcast, and Sammy said when he was a kid, he was dyslexic, and the kids used to make fun of him.
Why don't you see
and
this?
They called him dumb. And so he goes, I'm
Look
dumb.
at that. You see that?
All
You
I
see
got
that?
is the street. And it's
Did you see that? I've actually met an actual real life Hells Angels, or I guess they were. Maybe they just bought this in the souvenir shop, right? I just remember this when I was actually looking at my emails. I've actually met some. That's the funny thing. I've actually legitimately met some. This is like in Camden. I think it's somewhere in Camden. I don't know where it was. But look at that. I've actually met some. I actually met them a very, very long time ago, right? But who cares? Who gives a fuck? You know? It's not that big of a deal. So maybe I've met more Hells Angels than Brendan. Maybe I've legitimately met more Hells Angels than fucking Brendan, right? Did they fill you up? Yeah, exactly. Maybe I've met more Hells Angels than Brendan. I don't know if they're legit though, because, you know, there's like a blackish looking kind of guy here and then not. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think they bought them from the store? Or do you think they're real Hells Angels? What do you guys think? Do you think I got scammed? Did I get scammed? I got scammed, didn't it? Did I get scammed? They told me they were Hells Angels. What do you guys think? Thrift store, they real? Okay, they're real. They were fans, exactly, Jan. They were fans. Hey, AZ, we love the random show. When I walked out, they clapped. Sorry. Oh my god, they were fans, exactly. Nah, them jeans say it all. They're real, exactly. Yeah, those jeans are there. Fuck, I didn't even check the jeans. Yeah, that's special, isn't it? Cool. I don't know if they're real or not. I don't know. I'm not too sure. This guy's throwing me off though. Have you ever seen a biker wearing a fedora? That's the only thing that's throwing me off. Have you ever seen a biker wear a fedora? I don't know. Have you seen one wear a fedora? And plugs? Does it look like he's got plugs in? Okay, look at the shoes. Are the shoes giving biker gang? I don't know, man. They should be wearing boots, innit? But then, he's got a neck tattoo. Okay, cool. Yeah, true. He's got a neck tattoo. True. He's got, the neck tattoo is a bit dicey. Okay. Yeah, big up me and my Hells Angels, man. My Hells Angels crew. You get me, right? I'm in the MC. Right? I'm in the MC.
It started like that, and he goes, the one thing I do have though is I'll fight anybody, and I'll never give up. You gotta kill
Keith Thompson said it. They don't wear boots; they wear trainers. Okay, cool.
And that's how the older guy said, "This kid's like a bull."
Crash. Where the bike's at? The bike's in the garage. They're getting them fixed. They're getting the bikes fixed. They're in the garage. So
he's fighting 3 dudes at one time.
Right.
He was so angry. because he was obviously very intelligent, but felt dumb because he was told he was dumb because he was dyslexic.
Right.
And that
Made him human.
Yeah, and that sort of affirmation from these gangsters in the town, the guys who everybody looked up to.
They took an Uber. I think I got duped in it. I think I might have got duped. I think they might have scammed me. Anyway.
He went, I want to be this guy.
Yeah.
And he was here for an hour. And you're like, man, he's all right. And you're like, oh, he killed 17 people.
Yeah. Yeah, but like you said, like you can't help. He's got a sense of humor. He's charming, you know, and you will see a human side of him.
Yeah.
But he's also a soldier.
Right.
And when he was working for the organization.
Why are they telling him this stuff for? This podcast is so shit. I'm done anyway. Why are they talking to Ron Perlman like he doesn't know who Sammy the Bull Gravano is? Why are they talking to him like he's a fucking idiot? Honestly, why are they just telling him this stuff for? Like he doesn't know. They're lecturing. It's so insulting. It's just lecturing him on this shit. Like, okay. Oh, he killed people. I had no idea. Wow. Anyway. Oh my God, man, my chest is fucking killing me. I swear to God. This is so funny. So we've done the Hells Angels. Let's do this one. Beast of a Comic. What's this one? Beast of a Comic. Cool. What's this one say? What's that?
In our field, in stand-up.
Okay, in our field in stand-up. Sorry, I want to get this timestamp because I want to hear what he's saying here. Because I want to hear. This is, I think, the one where he says basically he might quit doing touring and shit, right? Or specials, sorry, specials. Yeah, it's specials. Cool. So this is a clip that I really wanted to see. So we already got the clip, or the video I showed you already of Brendan talking about being home with his kids a lot, right? It sounds like a cope. He's not obviously selling tickets, not getting booked as much as before. So to cope, he's trying to convince himself that he doesn't want to perform and do live shows anymore, right? Because he wants to be at home. But now there's a new little grift happening where he's now saying doing comedy specials isn't worth it because you only get to see them for like a week or something. It's a weird cope. He gets Shane Gillis's special involved as an excuse, but let's try and see here what he says. It's a really strange one. Let's see it. Let's this one. Let's go from 24. Let's go from 24 minutes and then we'll see what he says here in totality. Because I'm really curious to see how he's coping with this new, this new frame of mind that he's trying to create for himself for him to accept the current state of his career. It's very odd. Let's see.
Wanting to do the same thing, but it was because there was a kind of a mystical kind of preciousness to the process. And they weren't just streaming 85 million shows a night.
Correct.
And none of them had any different value than the other 83,000, you know? That's what's happened. Everything's become the preciousness of each thing having an individual value has been removed because they're just throwing shit out.
Just throwing it, yeah.
So Ron Perlman is coming from it from a good point because he's talking about the writer's strike and about the actors and stuff and whatever not being properly compensated in this new world, right? With digital streaming that we have going on at the moment. This isn't, it's a fair point to come from. It makes a lot of sense. They're obviously not getting compensated well. We find out all these horrible stories about these guys who are on these seminal programs. They're now available on streaming and they're not seeing any residuals from it. It's fucking awful. The business is disgusting. But unfortunately, because it's so far gone, you really don't see these guys ever cutting these guys in because I don't think these places are making money anyway. That's the trick. That's the thing, the secret that people don't want to talk about. I don't think streaming companies even make money. You know what I mean? I think they just burn money in order to look like they're making money, but they can't really afford to pay the talent what they're actually worth or pay them residuals or they'll go all bankrupt. So that's why I think they're purposely not paying them. Obviously, they're also greedy, but I think that's the reason. Now, Brendan's going to hear this and he's going to make it about himself, of course. But his point doesn't match up with what they're arguing about because I think, comedy specials or comedians that do this stuff on Netflix still, you're not doing it for the money. You're not doing it for the attention. You're doing it for the business card aspect of it. because having your special on Netflix kind of legitimizes you in the space of comedians, right? It kind of makes you look legit because you've got Showtime special, HBO, Comedy Central, whatever, right? And Netflix, those kind of add weight and make you look legit, like people really respect you and shit. So it doesn't really matter if it lasts for a week or 2 days. It's on there forever, essentially. So it's a good thing for you. You should use that and kind of hustle to do your own thing outside of it. But let's see what Brendan has to say about it.
Throwing mud at a wall.
They're throwing shit out.
Is that happening with movies, you think?
Totally.
It is, huh?
Totally. I did the movie I just referred to, I did 2 movies that played on Netflix over the last 2 years. One of them was Don't Look Up, and the other one was Pinocchio.
Big movies.
And both of them got multi-nominations. You know, they both played on Netflix. They both were great for a week.
Trending for 1 week.
Mention their names to anybody.
Dude,
they go,
it's so true.
What movie was that?
I know.
They're massive for those weeks, Matt. Number one on Netflix.
Yeah, but
and
that's
then a
a
week
week.
goes by, there's a new crop.
Whereas when we still had, have you walked into like the Loewy's Paradise in New York or Radio City Music Hall? Those were cathedrals that were built for people to go watch movies in. That's how much grandeur and majesty our culture had when it was not all just boiled down into like how many fucking, stock options we can get.
Because they want subscribers. So they're getting as much content as possible and just put it all out. Whether it's good or bad, they don't care.
And
Hopefully
it
they get
all
more
sits
subscribers.
next to each other.
It all sits next to each other, but also it's happening in our.
We all feel
in
this
our,
way.
in our field in stand up. So Shane Gill's number one special, great special, number one special.
Here we go.
You have a week now. It's not like when Eddie Murphy dropped a special, George Carlin, where you're talking about it for the next 2-3 years. We're even talking about Eddie's now.
Talking
and
about
George
it now.
Carlin.
Yeah.
Now think about it. Some of these great specials, you have a week, man.
A week.
And then, so to my thing, why do it?
Well,
I guess if you get the paycheck
it
from Netflix.
devalues, we all feel.
Oh my God, the cope. Brendan would have loved to have had his special on Netflix. They all do. They all wank about it. They all fucking talk about it ad nauseum, right? They bore us listeners with fucking Netflix. Now all of a sudden, he's trying to convince himself and us that it's not important because they only promote your thing for 1 week. It's a streaming platform. Of course, they can't just have old content on the front of the page. They have to keep refreshing it. I'm assuming there's a way that there's probably an option in the back end where they can highlight certain things and have them on the carousel when you first log in. They have different carousel options for people that come back after a certain amount of days, people based on their likes and stuff. It is what it is. That's how that fucking system works. That's how they're able to kind of keep the lights on. Why is he being annoyed or upset about this? It doesn't make any sense. Nobody that's getting a Netflix special expects to get a Netflix special and have it promoted for more than a week or even more than the first few days. You get that initial bump, you promo the fuck out of it, you go on a podcast tour, promo tour, you talk about it everywhere, you have clips of it available on your Instagram, little trailers and shit. You remind people on your podcast, you do all the promotion in that first week, because that first week is when it matters, when it drops and everyone kind of watches it. After that, yes, it might die down a bit, but you still got the fucking cachet of saying that, hey, I've got a special on Netflix. And you could then use that to then go and negotiate other deals. You can then use that to kind of jump on to do other things. That's why they do it, you'd assume. It's basically like a calling card. It's basically like a business card. You don't do it to fucking... I don't know. That's all. I don't understand what he's complaining about. Like, and they're using Shane Gillis as an example of like, see, he had the best one and he only got promoted for a week. It's like, yeah, but he got a week's worth of promo and free press from people like myself talking about special, saying how much I enjoyed it. He did probably a podcast tour, which was really fruitful. That's what you're meant to do it for. And now you've got this piece of content that you did, a material, a special, especially artistically, creatively, you can feel kind of happy about. It's a bit of a time capsule in your life because of the time that you made it and the jokes that you told, and that's it. But this is an interesting turn. Brendan's now trying to tell us when he's gonna quit. He's basically saying this is a soft quit. This is Brendan's soft quit. where he might be doing a couple of shows here and there, but the whole going on the road, being a road dog, trying to get a special is gone now. It's gone. So he's now going to try and do a Bobby Lee. He's not going to do comedy specials anymore. He's not going to release a special every year, because before he released one every year to make himself feel like a big man, make himself feel like a proper comic, right? Every year, every couple of years. Now he's not going to do it at all. So what's the point of being a stand-up comedian if you don't have comedy specials? What's the point of being a stand-up comedian if you don't perform in places? But he's going to try and do that thing. Instead of just improving your work and just getting better at what you do, so you don't have to cope like this, he would rather just lie to himself and, do what fucking Bert Kreischer does, right? Fucking delude yourself into thinking that the reason why you're not doing this is because of that and that and this. It's just unnecessary, really. It's so odd, this way his brain works. It's fucking, it makes my head hurt, to be fair. It's like, you could just improve your comedy, right? You could just like sit down and start writing jokes. You could just go and perform at places where you're not being booked and just do walk-ons and shit or whatever they're called. Perform in front of a crowd that isn't yours. You can maybe watch more specials, watch more, comedic movies, watch more TV series, and just get more reference points, right? You could just do that more often. Maybe read more news articles, watch more documentaries, just to kind of round up and build up your fucking arsenal of things that you want to talk about. That's all you need to do. It's not that hard. It really isn't that difficult. But instead of doing that, I'm going to convince myself that I'm a beast of a dad. That's why I don't go on tour anymore. Beast of a dad. That's why I'm staying with my kids and teaching them how to play baseball so he becomes a pro at 7. And I also don't want to do comedy specials anymore, because what's the point? Don't you promote it for a week? It's fucking Netflix, man. Netflix isn't made for fucking stand-up comedians. They're here to service the whole entire fucking world. You know what I mean? How long do you expect them to promote a fucking Netflix special? A comedy special? Like, come on, man. Comedy's like, I don't know what percentage it makes. It must make up less than 10% of their fucking library of content. Must make up less than 10%. Especially English speaking stuff. But anyway, what do I know? So let's move on from that one. We've spoken about him saying that. I think we got all the main ones on that one. Okay, let's do this one. What's this one I got here? We talked about SUFJAN Stevens, haven't we? Yep. So get well to him. Let's also do. Yes, also this one. Let's do this one. This is like, what's it? Classic REDACT moments. This looks good. Let's do this. Big up, papa. Big up the Find the Kid guys. Classic REDACT moments. Let's see what this is saying.
That is massive. And
it will make you scared to have a Reddit.
Dedicated to, just shitting on him.
Oh, God, this guy's so out of touch with reality. And Jen Chek versus Rose Namajunas. How do you like that for pronouncing?
Rose Namajunas.
She's like getting better.
Hold on, how do you say pronunciation?
As. How do you like that for pronunciation? She's like getting better.
Pronunciation. Race, what did you say? Rose Namajunas. What do you say again? Let's do that again.
Reality. And Jen Chek versus Rose Namajunas. How do you like that for pronunciation? I'm getting better. We have some acquaintances. Listen, I'm a fan of Wiz Khalifa. Who inspired him?
George Carlin.
Who inspired him?
George Carlton. That's the best one. George Carlton. How can someone inspire you? We don't have to pronounce their name. He's a huge inspiration. George Carlton.
Wiz Khalifa. Who inspired him?
George Carlin.
Who inspired him? Then you go to that. Yep. And then when we speak of proteges, if you want a protege, you watch Benavidez' show. See that evil Chinese man, Ling Jiangling?
Jesus Christ, Ling Jiangling,
If you look at over the time of some great artists like freaking John Lennon or anybody, Picasso, they had their...
What? Did you hear how you pronounce Picasso? No, I've never heard that in my entire life. Did you say Picasso? Hear that again.
Or anybody, Picasso, they had their...
my Picasso. Have you ever heard anybody pronounce Picasso? No fucking way, bro. Whoa, my fucking God.
Freaking John Lennon or anybody, Picasso. They have
Picasso. Pistachio. What's that artist? Pistachio. You know, cubism. Picasso. Pistachio. Exactly. Salvador Dollar Store. Chase Banksy, exactly. Oh, Picasso. That's incredible. One more time, please. I'm sorry. I need that one more time.
freaking John Lennon or anybody, Picasso. They have to. That's why
Picasso.
they're supporting Umbilical. Like,
imagine using your example to put. Imagine your example of. Imagine you're talking about artists, and your example that you use is John Legend and Picasso. Anyway, it's already redacted anyway. How did you think of John Legend and then think of Picasso to follow? Like what? John Legend and Picasso. Give me all of you as you're fucking, as he's painting one of his fucking greatest works. I love your reflection. What? Picasso's painting in the background, eating pistachios as John Legend is singing all of you. Picasso. 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 It kind of sounds like I don't know. It kind of sounds like somebody in Boston. I'm from Boston. I like that Picasso. You know, it kind of sounds like a Bostonian, no? Picasso. Exactly. Vincent Van Gogh. Andy Warthog. Frida Kahlo. Oh, that's a good one, actually. Frida Kahlo. But actually, didn't Frida Kahlo? Yeah, Frida Kahlo. You can't say Kahlo because Frida Kahlo had a bit of it. Didn't she get like molested by her dad or something? She had a horrible upbringing, innit? She had a really hard life, so that's sad. Yeah, R.I.P. Frida Kahlo, man, legend.
Trump. I mean, who was the ref? Was it
Mari Yamasaki?
Mazasaki, who has a jingling puts.
I love that one, yeah, because Chin says it to him and he just doesn't repeat it well. Chin says it to him and he just look here.
I mean, who was the ref? Was it
Mari Yamasaki?
Mario Magasaki, right? Magasaki.
Mazasaki, who has a jingling puts train
jingling
with Alexander Gustin. I walked away memorized. Won Super Bowls. Go to where Henry Lee Oswald's.
That's the one for me that I think he's got something wrong with his brain. Why does he pronounce balls bowels? Super Bowls? What is that? There's something wrong with his mouth, innit?
Won Super Bowls. Go
Super Bowls. Why are you saying that for? Bowls. Why is it adding a W to ball?
To where Henry Lee Oswald's house was, where he stayed. Paulie Malignaggi. I love. What did Ethan Hawkins have? Or not Ethan Hawkins.
He had ALS.
Stephen Hawkins. I wish to go to Tokyo.
Ethan Hawke. Hold on, I just.
Ethan Hawkins have? Or not Ethan Hawkins.
Ethan Hawkins. Stephen Hawkins' brother, Ethan Hawkins. Ethan Hawkins. Oh. Casey Hawkins.
He had ALS. That's.
I wish to go to Tokyo. Tony Hinchcliffe and Jeremiah Watson.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Watson. Not knowing the names of You know what he did here? To be fair to Brendan, I know what he did. You know when you don't remember someone's name and you try and force yourself to say it aloud so that they correct you. I think that's what he did on purpose. He said it aloud so they would correct him because he was afraid he wouldn't get it right. Fucking hell, man. If Tony looks like this on camera, he must look tiny in real life, innit? Look at how big he makes that chair look. Tony must look like... He must be like a fucking... He must be like a flat sheet of paper when you see him in real life, innit? Fucking hell. Oh, what's he look like? What's that puppet? What's that puppet in that movie? Is it a movie or a puppet? With the white cheeks. Is it a movie? He kind of looks like that puppet. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I don't know where I'm seeing it from, but it's something. It's got like right cheeks. Is it Saw? Is it a Saw puppet? Let's see. Puppet Saw. Is that the one? Let's see. Is it Jigsaw? He kind of looks like something with the white cheeks. No, it's like, it's not this. He looks like something. It's the other one. It's like, it's a person though. I think it might be an actor. I don't think it's a Saw one. It's another one. It's got like it's an actor. Was it what you guys told me? He went to Picasso. I don't know which one it is. But anyway, it looks similar to that one. Tony. Oh my god, mate. Let's go back, please.
Yeah. Batshit crazy. Might be CT.
Batshit crazy. Might be CT.
The 145 champ, Max Hollywood. Kid always, and everyone.
Hold it. 145 chimp or champ?
Hollywood. Kid always. The 145 champ, Max Hollywood. Kid always.
Oh, Max Hollywood. Max Hollywood.
Everyone does this with Fassbender. I think Fassbender is the truth. You look at the beautiful
Fassbender.
Marty Robert, and I'm like, I feel a little better, but I'm gonna throw. That would be a protege. Aaron Pico would
Prodigy.
Prodigy.
Not receive
Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
Miles.
You see how angry he gets someone corrects him. He gets really defensive. Like what?
Spring.
Yeah.
Miles.
All the top guys I thought like, dude, what the
Spring.
Dan Ho Choi.
Damn you, Duho Choi.
Duho Choi. What I say
Choi.
goes. Mr. SCHAUB. Best set we've seen in years. Son of a bitches. I can't believe you guys put that together.
I can't talk.
I don't see you beating Junior Dos Santos. I don't see you beating.
Bless him, man. Max Hollywood. Oh, brilliant, man. I fucking love that guy. He's the best. Oh, you seen this, right? What's the one? SCHAUB thinks O.J. Simpson killed Nicole Kidman. Oh, Jesus, please make this good. Okay, let's play this. Nicole Kidman. Okay, cool. Let's do this.
From
Correct.
the crime.
Like O.J. Simpson can't make money off.
When he was in jail, he couldn't make.
He couldn't. No.
Like you can't profit off of the crime that you committed.
No.
But like I thought he has that thing with the NFL where he gets money.
OJ does.
He retired.
That's different though. But that's just football.
Yes, football. It's not.
Like I know, but they're not paying him because he murdered
Crime.
Nicole Kidman.
Yeah,
they're paying him because he rushed for 2,000 yards for the Buffalo Bills.
I know, but like while he was in prison, he was still getting that money.
Yeah.
I love how he said it so surely.
So that money
from
Correct.
the crime.
Yes, football. It's not.
Like I know, but they're not paying him because he murdered Nicole Kidman.
Yeah,
they're paying football.
Yes, football. It's not.
Like I know, but they're not paying him because he murdered Nicole Kidman.
Yeah,
Nicole Kidman. He murdered Nicole Kidman. Wow, bro. Just before she filmed Lioness.
that thing with the NFL where he gets money.
OJ does.
He retired.
That's different though. But that's just football.
Yes, football. It's not.
Like I know, but they're not paying him because he murdered Nicole Kidman.
Yeah.
They're
Oh mate, oh, I fucking love him, man. I really do. I really do. I really do. I really do love him. I really fucking do. I really fucking do love him. He is the best. He is simply the best. But anyway, actually, nice jumper from Chappelle. Do any of you guys believe the rumors that they're gonna get back together and like what did people say? 2025. There's meant to be some big tour happening where Noah and Liam are gonna get back together and do a tour for Oasis because they've got money to pay back or so, I don't know, some shit. There's some rumor going. I'm not sure if it's false or what. But I would love to, if that happened, I would love to go. I'd love to be able to see them live. I've never been able to see them live, but I'd love to see them live at least once. But that is a rumor around town. The word on the street is that Oasis were going to get back together and go on tour. The original band in 2025 onwards or something like that. That's the rumor. That's the fucking rumor. They won't live that long. Quite like 2025. Oh, come on. Who's going to die first? Oasis? Or like, yeah, Liam or Noel or Bert Kreischer? Who dies first? That'll be a good wager, isn't it? Who dies first out of those guys? Who dies first? Who dies first out of those guys? Who dies first? Cool. So we did that. Oh yeah, cool. I guess I need to talk about what else. Oh yeah, it's about this. So I did that. Did I talk about the other one? What's the other one I talk about? Oh yeah, so a couple of Russell Brand stuff. There's a post here that I've seen that says Megyn Kelly speaks about it. So I want to see what Megyn Kelly has to say about the whole Russell Brand situation because I'm interested to see if she has the same kind of conspiratory take that all these guys from that space of politics have. Ben Shapiro, all those guys are basically saying it's one big effort from mainstream media to take Russell Brand down because he was speaking truth and they don't like that and he was anti-COVID and blah, 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 which is fucking insane. But let's hear what Megyn Kelly has to say. I'm interested to see what she thinks about this whole thing. What does Megyn Kelly have to say about this whole situation? Over to you, Megyn. Over to you.
You guys, I realize that the knee-jerk instinct now by so many is Russell Brand is wrongly accused. These women are all liars. I'm sorry, this is extremely detailed. And in the case of the other woman, there's an actual set of medical records after she went to a rape crisis center the day of the alleged encounter, plus apologetic begging for forgiveness text from Russell Brand.
Wow. I was not expecting that take from Megyn Kelly. I thought she was going to do the whole conspiracy thing. Fair play.
Could you please for a second stay open-minded to the possibility that the women are telling the truth? We don't need to so overcorrect from the Me Too movement that every woman gets completely disregarded and called a liar when she finds the guts to come forward and make an allegation. They may be telling the truth. It's worth investigating. We don't need to knee-jerk condemn him, and we don't need to knee-jerk condemn them. I'm just pissed. Because what I've seen is like a rash of guys coming out to be like, it's bullshit. You don't know whether it's bullshit or not. Did you read the report of this woman? Did you read the alleged rape details? Did you read the text message that she has from Russell Brand begging for forgiveness? There's at least enough for us to want more facts.
That's true. That's all I say. All I say, people say she's on Ozempic. All I say is that I'm just confused why the Russell Brand thing seems to have attracted so many conspiratorial guys. I don't get it, you know? I understand he was always a bit anti-establishment anyway, but running to the conspiracy thing when you already has a history of being a bit of a womanizer, of being a lad around town, of obviously being, very sexually active. Sorry, I'll say that word properly. Even to him, he even says himself, there were points in his life where he may have not treated people well. It's not without reason that the things that people are saying about him may be true. Now, I don't think you should lose your entire career based off of allegations. That's what I don't like. I think everybody is innocent until proven guilty, in my opinion. Nowadays, we live in a society that is more guilty until proven innocent, but I think we all deserve innocence first. We all deserve that, right? But let's use our common sense brains here. Is it likely that the timing is really weird and it came out now? Is that true? Can you say that? Yes, the timing is weird. Do we think the journalists care about the victims? Of course they don't. Has Russell Brand maybe run out of his usefulness to whoever was basically propping him up and protecting him? Probably yes. Was Russell Brand maybe guilty of some of the crimes he's been accused of? Probably yes also. They can all be right at the same time. It doesn't mean because it's a conspiracy that he didn't do it. That's the thing that doesn't work in my head. These guys saying it's a conspiracy. Let me say I agree with you. I think it is a conspiracy, right? To bring this guy down. But it doesn't mean you didn't do it. Because what they're basically trying to say is that if you do something heinous 20 years ago and somebody then decides to talk about it 20 years later, that is somehow a bad thing. They're not allowed to talk about it anymore. They're not allowed to share their experience, or they're not allowed to kind of try and prosecute you 20 years later down the line because you've changed. No, it doesn't change. You did the bad thing. You never went to seek forgiveness from them. You never went to fucking own up to the mistakes. You tried to ignore it like it didn't happen, and then it obviously came to bite you in the ass. It kind of is what it is. It's a good thing that he changed. It's a good thing he's a different person, because so far we haven't heard any account from Russell Brand from like 2013 onwards. It seems like from 2013 he made a big change to his life, and the version of Russell Brand that we see now on TV, on social media, is who he kind of wants to be. Congratulations. Pat yourself on the back. It doesn't change all the people that you may have hurt in the past. I'm sorry. That's the punishment of being a dickhead. If you be a dickhead, you're going to leave a trail of people who are hurt by you, who are then going to see you thriving and succeeding and be like, you know what? That's pissing me off. I'm going to come and fucking take you down again. You know? That's what I'm saying in this regard. So he may be innocent. Cool. But jumping to the defense of him and then blaming the victims and stuff is just weird, bro. It's just so weird. Like, it really is. I'm honestly, the thing for me that's the most annoying thing about this, personally, for me, isn't Russell Brand. I always say monsters will always exist in our world. We will always have people who are evil, monstrous, despicable people who will do heinous things to you. Always. The thing that we can do to combat evilness is to fucking call it out when we see it. Is to hold people accountable. And the thing that fucking hurts me the most about the Russell Brand thing, everybody enabled him. Everybody turned a blind eye, made excuses for it, because at the time, Russell was hotter than fucking fish grease. He was the #1 dude in the fucking UK, probably in parts of Europe and the world. People were loving that guy. And they all turned a blind eye, and then all those women had to suffer the consequences of it. So the problem I have is that they're all trying to label it all on Russell, which obviously he did it. He's the one that did the thing. But all those other motherfuckers, like the agents and the radio managers and shit, and all the talent bookers and shit who knew about all this stuff and swept it under the rug, they're going to get away with it. They're going to get no punishment. That's the problem I have with it. That's the main issue. Yes, he is the fucking monster, but also get the other people. It's like the Harvey Weinstein thing. Do you remember the Harvey Weinstein thing? The Harvey Weinstein thing, the thing that fucking upset me most about the Harvey Weinstein documentary, there was a woman on the documentary who was like, Harvey Weinstein tried to fuck me, but I said no. And I made it very clear that that's not what I want to do. But then he asked me if I have any friends, and I recommended him some of my friends. Imagine how evil of a person you have to be to say no to Harvey Weinstein because he's a monster and what he's doing, and rightfully put that to, put an end to it. But then offer up your friends as a fucking sacrifice in your place. That's the despicable part for me. That's the heinous part for me. All those people in the industry that turned a blind eye because how rich and powerful all these people were. So yes, go and attack, attack Russell for what he did, whatever. But keep your eye on these motherfuckers that enabled him. That's the main problem. But this whole fucking fuck you, I go turning into Creflo Dollar, yeah. And in order, if you want me to, if you want to hear this message, you have to send me $1. Why? So I can buy myself a private jet and spread the message. Because God doesn't want me to fly coach. God wants me to fly in a private jet, because in coach, that's where all the devils are. The devils fly in fucking coach. I have to have a private jet so I can get from point A to point B, right? To go spread the word. Give me money, make me rich, and then I can help people. Oh. Anyway, yeah, I don't get the conspiracy thing, man. I don't get it, man. All these guys running to his defense because for the conspiracy thing, I don't understand it. Like, Russell Brand isn't that important, like, to have all these people conspiring against him to bring him down. I don't like the fucking coordinated effort that happens when you do get accused. You know, you lose your agent, you lose your monetization. All this stuff is a bit gross. Even the monetization wording, I didn't like it. If you're going to take off his monetization from YouTube, say like, oh, the brands and the advertisers are going to pull away and then we have to change this. Cool. But YouTube made it sound like they are judging him from the allegations alone. That's horrible, right? You shouldn't lose your entire livelihood because of allegations. That's insane. But the guy's going out there saying, oh, he's fucking, it's a conspiracy to take him down. Like, a conspiracy for Russell Brand? Are you for real? Like, come on, man. The ego in these guys is fucking insane. The God complex, like, I am Jesus. Like, fuck off, bro. You're not Jesus. Jesus got persecuted too. Yeah, Jesus didn't rape people, did he? That probably might help as well. But hey, what do I know? So we got that. And then what's I want to say about this? Oh, and there's this article as well from our newspaper called here, I think it's from the Private Eye. Let's see what they say here. Let's see what they say. They say, hello there, you have 5.2 million awakening wonders marching through together gloriously towards a unified future. I don't mean unified as in one centralized world government. I'm not mad. I mean, we'd have separate confederacies where everyone runs their own communities, their own schools, and their own hospitals, with their own lives and their own whatever, according to their own values, beliefs, and attitudes, codes and scruples, ethics and moral standards, by which I mean values. In a nutshell, though, why would I want to be in a nutshell? I mean, have you ever looked in a nutshell, whether it's the home of a pistachio to a pecan to a macadamia, walnut, or almond? Because if you look in a nutshell, whichever and whatever type you want to imagine, then you're going to find there's not much room in a nutshell except for the nut in question. So what I'm saying is there's no room for me. Using this in the voice of Russell is so good, man. There's no room for me, only one of you dear loved ones, in a nutshell, because the space has already been taken by the allocated nut. But let's not let these quibbles, tiffs, wrangles, and altercations distract us from the central leading paramount of the upmost issues of today, which is, of course, Ukraine. What may or may not be going on in a far away, well, I say far away, in reality not so far away region, country, nation, on a territory, because if we don't understand it, by which I mean truly understand, then we're never going to understand, because only by understanding. This is so well done. This is so well done. Sorry, it doesn't. Sorry, one more time. I say far away, but in reality, not so far away region, country, area, nation, or territory, because if we don't understand it, by which I mean truly understand, then we're never going to understand it, because only by understanding it can we ever hope to truly, genuinely, legitimately, authentically understand the existing narratives put out by the mainstream media, government, mainstream media, big tech, Pfizer, big business, mainstream media. Oh, honestly, that's so good. Big up the Private Eye. I'm not gonna read the entire thing, but it's so fucking good. It's a really, it sounds like fucking Russell. It's so fucking it's like meth, coke induced, and it's speed induced fucking combos and cadence. It's fucking awesome. Oh, big up fucking Private Eye. You guys are amazing. Big up Private Eye. I thinky, me winky. Okay, one more. I think this last one. The article again, Coach Daily Mail, talking about whether or not he knew he was going to get cancelled. whether or not he knew, which I'm not too sure about, to be fair. Did Russell Brand know it was coming? I think so. I think Uche said it before, didn't you? Uche was like, it's like an AA grift, right? It's like a shield it's like a cloak of protection, sorry, by doing this whole AA, being very spiritual and all this sort of shit. So maybe he kind of always knew. That's why he made such a hard pivot into that thing that he was doing, right? The whole wellness sort of shit. So maybe he didn't know it was coming one way or another. He kind of got lucky though, innit? It never happened during Me Too. I'm surprised about that. I wonder why that didn't happen. What do you guys think? When everyone was getting cancelled during Me Too, why didn't these allegations come out then? Some people in the UK are saying that it's because of our super injunctions. We've got these fucking crazy laws in the UK where essentially, if you're a celebrity or you've got money, you can put a gag order on a paper or whatever to not print a certain story about you, and it's got a time limit, so you can do it, I don't know, for an indefinite time, I guess, if you've got the money, or for a number of years. So you can essentially silence your accusers and all the stuff around you by just paying people off and shit, which is kind of wild. So some people are hypothesizing that Russell Brand's super injunctions that he used had all run out at the same time, which is why all the journalists kind of jumped into the story. That's what they basically are suggesting. I'm not too sure how true that is though, but it is quite perplexing why he never got cancelled during Me Too, and it's now coming out now. But anyway, courtesy of Daily Mail, did Russell Brand know this was all coming? Fellow comics and experts claim Star spent 4 years grooming online cult following to support him when rape allegations became public. Russell Brand was today accused of deliberately building an online cult, which sounds a little bit like Crystalia, doesn't it, right? Sounds a little bit like Crystalia. The comedian, actor and wellness guru has added 5 million YouTube subscribers, seen his content viewed by 1 billion times, and since the launch of Me Too movement in 2017. Experts believe that maybe making 5 short videos a week, he will be making at least 1 million a year from YouTube. Wow. Russell Brand was making $1 million a year from AdSense without all the sponsors and shit. Holy shit, bro. 1 million a year. When I see the other day, I saw a chart that said Tim Pool is the highest earner in super chats. Did you see that? Let me see. YouTube super chat. Top earners. I think they said Fresh and Fit and fucking Tim Pool were the top ones. Yeah, there we go. Let's just see. So this is the one. He's making $1 million a year on that YouTube channel. Fucking hell. That wellness grift is fucking, you know. Why'd they show me all this? Why am I getting Japanese shit? Okay, maybe because I pressed Funk Japan. Okay, let's go back. I don't know why I'm getting all Japanese shit. Let's see if I can find it. Big world super chat earner, virtual TikTok Kiru, top info channels, talked about SB rank. Oh, let me see if I can find it. It's right, Tim Pool. Yeah, there you go. See? Woo! Creators. What? Jesus Christ. Hold on. Let's see. It doesn't show me it. I don't know where I saw it. I saw it somewhere like a chart. And it said Tim Pool was one of the highest ones. Okay, cool. This is another one. This is from 2002. Let's see this one. It's a video, right? Oh, it's again, it's a Chinese thing. It's a Japanese thing or Korean thing, whatever that is. I don't want that. Okay, it doesn't show me. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't show me. It doesn't show me. Experts believe that today the streaming giant cut off his income by stopping him from being able to earn any money through his channel by violating a creator, whatever. But he still can make films and a legion of fans. Yo, big up Good Robot for subscribing. Or being a member, sorry. Thank you. Appreciate you, Good Robot. Thank you for the support, mate. Thank you for the support, brother. Appreciate ya, mate. Appreciate ya. Okay, cool. Let's continue here. What are you guys saying? Critics, fellow comedians and experts have accused. Canadian feminist author and socialist Naomi Klein tweeted, "Of course, Russell Brand's followers deny the allegations. He has groomed an audience to deny, disbelieve everything they see and hear, which is very different from healthy skepticism." Ah. Did you guys get that feeling from him? Did you get the feeling that he was being manipulative and grooming his audience to be distrustful of any information that didn't come from his channel? Yeah. I don't mind Tim Pool. I'm not going to lie, Coiler. Tim Pool himself is a bit insufferable, but I think what Tim Pool does really well, unlike other comics, he's not the main guy. He obviously he's the main guy, but he has a panel of people who are all kind of interesting in their own way and have different opinions, and obviously he gets other guests in as well. I think that's what he does really well. He always adds good people around him that compliment, challenge him and shit. I think it works pretty well. I kind of like his streams. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoy them like that. Again, because it makes it easier. Because when he's annoying, you can just wait for somebody else to talk, and then it makes it a bit more enjoyable. I think if Ethan Klein did that for H3, I'd probably watch H3 more often. But Ethan's very hard to listen to and to like, and then there's not many other people there talking, just him and maybe the production staff. But if Ethan had like a group of people he was talking to who maybe had different political opinions to him, it'd actually make for a way more interesting show. But what do I know? The knee-jerk denialism is precisely why people with plenty of skeletons in the closet love conspiracy culture. They have built a defense against accountability. It's all conspiracy, always. I've met Brand, been on his show 2 years ago. I took hell of a lot of courage for these women to come forward. They have all solidarity of mine. So I wonder if that's another red flag. Guys were into conspiracy, because that might mean they're hiding something. Exactly. I think it's personally just a grift. Exactly, Uche. I don't even think it's a red flag. I just think it's a grift. It's an easy way to make money because people are super fucking gullible, as we've seen with that scam with people thinking they were going to become, property fucking magnates by giving somebody $150 to take part in a fucking seminar and shit. Do you know what I mean? People are easily duped, and if you don't have any, scruples, and you're shameless, you can make a lot of money, clearly. Comedian Rosie Holt said, I guess the lesson is, kids, if sexual misconduct rumors have been swimming about you for ages, set up a cult on YouTube to support you when the allegations become public. Another one says here, the other comedian says, Russell Brand has known this day is coming since October 2017. Since then, he strategically cultivated and groomed a new mentally malleable cult following that distrust that both women and media, so he can continue getting high on his other drug of choice, the spotlight. Calling people who are into conspiracies mentally handicapped is a bit much, though, because she's basically saying that. She's basically calling people who like conspiracy redacted. I think that's a bit much. Okay? I feel offended, Rebecca. Somewhere along the way, Russell Brand woke up and became powerful, dissenting voice who no longer served his agenda. No wonder they're desperate to destroy him. And a few other pieces. Okay. What America right? Far-right radio host Alex Jones, who owes $1.5 billion in damages to the families of Sandy Hook, said, what did he say about Russell Brand? The Matrix is coming after Russell Brand. Anybody that challenges a globalist, anybody that challenges Big Pharma, anybody that popular, that comes out against the establishment is going to be accused of assaulting women. Now, because he comes out against a new world order, suddenly the allegations are happening to him. Wow. So Alex Jones believes it's some big cabal of people coming out to fuck him over. Okay, what was it? Ochia saying you are spot on. Tim Pool is the second English language super chat earner. Wow. Number one is Joel Osteen, isn't it? I bet. I think Joel Osteen's the number one. The guy that didn't let people in when it was flooding the church. I think the Texas guy. I think he's number one. Either him or TD Jakes, the black preacher. I think he might be number one also. But yeah, Tim Pool is number 2 in English super chats. Fucking hell, mate. He must be making like 50 grand in super chats alone. Wow. Is that guy need to start a religion? PR guru Mark Bukowski believes Brand has built a cult following online who may be willing to back him despite the horrendous accusations of treatment of women. Another one says, I'm aware that guys have been saying in the comments in a while. Oh yeah, whatever. You get the gist. Do I believe Russell knew it was coming? Yes, in some respect. I think if you're a piece of shit, you probably know you did dirt in the background, and you're probably aware that it could come out at any time. I just don't think he expected it to come out now. I think he kind of felt he was over the bad, the worst of it, right? Cancel culture has kind of died down a little bit. No one's really talking about Me Too as much as before, right? He was probably thinking, you know, I'm in a clear here. I'm in a clear. And then, boom, he hit him over the head. And now he's making videos talking about his Jesus and shit. So he kind of knew, but he probably was, you know, he probably thought it was chill. But, you know, it's never chill when you, do that awful shit to people, mate. It's never, ever going to be chill, which is a good thing. Anyways, it's now, fucking hell, it's late for me. So I have to jet. I'm going to go off to the gym actually before I come back and sleep and then go to fucking work again. So I have to love you and leave you guys. It's been a pleasure, never a chore. Thank you for hanging out with me. It's been fucking fantastic. Big up the stream chat, big up the chat, big up everybody hanging in there. Make sure before you leave that you fucking press that like button. Trisha G, do I sleep? No. The cocaina and the speeder and the ketamina and the MDMA keeps me going. No. We don't sleep, Trisha G. We don't sleep, right? I mean, we keep it going. So smash that like button for me if you want to keep me going, right? If you want to make me into the ket demon that I am, make sure you smash that like button down for me. If you want me to keep shuffling and shaking my fucking shoulders, smash that fucking like button like you mean it. Help a brother out, and I'll be greatly appreciated. But yeah, I appreciate all of you guys. Love all of you. Thank you for hanging in there, making it fun and shit. Loads of good laughs. As per usual, we just kiki at these people and then we continue on with our lives because it's not that serious. So big up everybody. Big up Game Breeder. See ya. Brandon, Austin Casey, Uche, my G, right? What's that thing called? Minority Strong, MS, Minority Strong. Right? Robert Minis, Game Breed Footballer, Ochia, I see you. Orion Chip, I see you here. Don Dotter, I see you. Coiler here earlier. Good Robot, I see you. Okay, I see all of you guys. All right, I see you. Exactly. Streaming while black. Exactly. SWBs or something. Right? SWBs. Yeah. Right. SWBs. Right. How do you do S? Right. SWBs. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Big up everybody. Exactly. Robert Minas, I'm not black, but I'm an ally. Yeah, stand together, Robert. We all stand together. Everyone's welcome, right? Big up everybody. Appreciate you all. Smash the like button. Take care, everyone. It's been a pleasure, never a chore. Love, respect, and love and light. And I'll see you guys again soon. Peace.